quickly. We'll have a little bit of an overview of what the process will look like. So, City Attorney, could you read that process for the record?
Council President, I would suggest you go ahead and do roll call.
Oh, sorry. City Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Carbasi.
Present.
Councilmember Arias.
Present.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Vice President Esparza.
Present.
Council President Chavez.
Here.
6-0.
All right. Now, City Attorney, let's go through that process.
Council, on the procedures for the budget process. One, after an overview for each department, budget office or the department makes a presentation on a particular department. As the agenda for the budget is considered one continuous meeting, any department may be taken at any time. The order is up to council. Public comment is allowed on each department's budget at the time of that presentation with 2 minutes per speaker. However, Council President may limit the total time per department to, for example, 20 minutes. Then council may comment, request information, and submit questions to the city manager's office, budget, or department head. Motions to amend the mayor's proposed budget can be made, preferably followed up in writing, and if there is a second, they are put into the hopper for voting in the order made later. A council member may submit a list of items as motions, either as a package or as individual items. Motions for any department can be made at any time at any council hearing or meeting after budget hearings start, including during regular meetings, until a final vote is taken on later at a council meeting. During or after departments are heard, responses to requests for information are provided. After all departments are heard, voting on motions in the hopper begins on June 22nd. Any motion requires a simple majority to pass. Additional motions may also be made. Motions may be withdrawn or modified. While motions are being heard, Budget Office starts reconciling the budget given any proposed changes for motions. The budget must balance. Balanced means the total appropriated expenditures do not exceed projected revenue. Public comment on final budget and related documents on June 24th. Council may comment and make any additional motions, and then council takes final vote on entire budget on June 24th, as well as the related items, including the annual appropriation resolution, position authorization resolution, salary resolution, master fee schedule, GAN spending limit, and property tax override. That's all.
All right. Thank you, City Attorney. I've just been informed that we're having some technical difficulties with CMAC and streaming it, so let's take a quick 5-minute break and let them go online. Brianna, let me know when that goes live again. Quick 5-minute break. Just make sure that folks know what's going on. Thanks. Battle stations. I think we're up from. Brianna, are we streaming now? Do we have audio? We're good. We're good to go. All right, we're going to try a redo here. City Attorney, can you read the statement for the benefit of the public?
Yes, Council. Pursuant to the Brown Act, we must report the Council has dismissed the City Clerk. The vote was 4-3 with Council members Chavez, Carbasi, and Maxwell voting no. The Council appointed Brianna Parra, interim City Clerk. As this is a personnel matter, there will be no further comments or questions answered.
All right, and while we are waiting for everything to go up, we're going to have our invocation by our Deputy Mayor, Matthew Grundy. Please rise. Councilman Rice.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Let's pray. Father, good morning. Thank you for waking us up today and giving us an opportunity for those of us who are in these chambers and those who are tuning in online to be alive. Thank you for life. Thank you for breath in our lungs. We appreciate the great honor and task of carrying out city business for the benefit of your people whom you greatly love. And so, God, this morning I just thank you for this opportunity to dive into a very important series of discussions around our fiscal year 22 budget. And I just want to start by blessing our mayor. Thank you for our mayor. Bless him, Lord. Bless his family. Bless all the work of his hands. Lord, I speak a blessing, Lord, upon Councilwoman Soria and her family and all of the work of her hands. I pray a blessing, Lord God, over Councilmember Carbasi and his family and all the work of his hands. I speak blessing upon Councilmember Arias, and I thank you, Lord, for him bless the work of his hands in his neighborhood, his family. Father, I speak a blessing upon Councilmember Maxwell. Bless him, Lord God. Give him wisdom. Lord, we thank you for him. Bless the work of his hands and his family. Thank you for Council President Chavez, Lord, and his leading over these proceedings. We bless the work of his hands and his family. And we bless Councilmember Bredefield, his family, and the work of his hands, Lord. And Lord, finally, we bless Councilmember Esparza. We thank you for him. Bless the work of his hands and his family, Lord. We ask you now collectively for wisdom. You said, he who seeks wisdom, let him ask. And so we're asking for wisdom now as we dive into these discussions. We know that you said, whatever we ask in your name, you'll give it to us. So we need wisdom. We also need discernment, Lord. Help us to discern what is best for the people. But Lord, most of all, we need love. Father, help us to bear your heart here as we dive in. We pray for love to reign supreme. You said that love is patient and love is kind. And love keeps no records of wrongs. Lord, we need all of that this day and these coming days. Help us to operate and have a heart like you that is long-suffering and is certainly willing to listen to others. We just declare all these things and thank you for what you're doing here and that the people of this community that you love and that you died for will be blessed as a result of the work, and we'll see it done. And I pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Councilmember Bredefield, as the only veteran, you want to lead us in the pledge? Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor Matthew Grundy and Councilmember Bredefield. All right, first off, to kick it off, will be General Fund Overview by Budget and Management Studies Division. City Manager, who's going to be presenting on that item? Henry. Oh, Henry. Great. That's why you're in the room, Henry. We hadn't seen you in a while. Welcome back.
Thank you, Council President. Just give me 1 second here.
These PowerPoint presentations is what you're going to be presenting, Henry, the copy that we got?
That's correct.
Okay.
I just need to find one document and then I'll get started here. Give me 1 second. Well, good morning, Council President, Council members. My name's Henry Fierro, Budget Manager. Today begins the FY22 budget hearings. I will provide a general fund overview that will also be presented in conjunction with the mayor. Then we will proceed to department reviews. The format for the reviews will be the same as last year. The city attorney outlined the process. He formalized that in a memo that was distributed on Wednesday, June 9th. And if I can just recap some of the key points. Department directors will present an overview of their respective budget. If council has any specific questions concerning the department's operations, etc., the director and staff will be available to answer your questions. If council members wish to make a motion to change the budget, they can do so at any time during the hearings. But please note that the motion must get a second to be recorded by my staff and the city clerk. And one thing we did last year that I thought was very helpful is if you can provide your motion formally, that allowed us to capture the language that you requested. So if you could do so, that would be greatly appreciated. We will then distribute the motion and directions list at the end of each day. And then motions will be voted on Tuesday, June 22nd. And after the motions are voted on, the Budget Office will go back and reconcile the changes into the enabling documents that you will then vote on Thursday, June 24th. Now, I have one other housekeeping that I need to notice here, and that is per the Transparency Act, listings of elected officials and employee earnings, consultant disclosure, and benchmark cities data have been updated and is available on the city's website. So with that then, I'm going to now move into the budget general fund overview. And if we can, I believe we have a clicker here. Let's see. Okay, so the first slide that's before you, we're going to start with the general fund revenue. And what I want to point out in this slide is there are 5 main categories that really encompass the bulk of our annual operating revenue. And as you can see highlighted in yellow, that is our sales tax, property tax, business license, room tax, and charges for current services. And again, that encompasses basically 80% of our annual operating revenue. And with these main categories, they're really a very strong indicator of our economic drivers within our local businesses and our economy. So, for example, the increase in business tax, it means there's increase in business revenue as increased sales for goods and services occur with our local businesses. Our sales tax is another indicator of the spending by our citizens that are then being driven into our economy, again, for goods and services. And then also room tax, as more people go through Fresno, whether they're visiting or headed to where, say, the mountains or up north or south, they may stop here. That generates more hotel activity. So again, the higher the level of economic activity, the greater revenue that's generated for the city. So I'm going to move on to the next slide. As you'll see now, these are a table that will show you historically where our main categories have been and then where they're headed. So overall, what we're looking at is we anticipate, and I'm going to move over to the FY21 estimate, we're looking to land for this budget at the time it was put together, total available funding at $384.3 million. Our annual operating revenue looked at to be at $358.9 million. Now, again, we did this snapshot early May based on the information we had at the time. And so with that, we built a 22 forecast that we then have total available funding at $397.5 million. That's an increase of about 3.4%. And our annual operating revenue looks to land then at $386.7 million, which if you compare that to FY21, that's about a 7.7% growth rate. As you can look above, for example, our sales tax looks to grow by almost 8%. We're anticipating then the economy, local economy, continuing to get better as folks are now transitioning to an open economy, with also the in-sheltering starting to then be removed. Again, more economic activity. Property tax also, again, what we're seeing today as far as the housing market looks very with a lot of growth. So at this point, when we built the budget, we're looking at 7.6%. Business license, room tax, again, we feel with the economy opening up, we anticipate more activity. So with that, I'm going to move now to the next slide and speak about each of these main categories. going to ask the city clerk if they can help me with trying to move this slide. Okay, thank you.
Is there any way that we can collapse those windows so that it doesn't cover the last column, please?
So I'm going to start with sales tax. And again, as indicated in the previous slide, we were working with Muni Services, who then gave us their guidance, their estimate, to build what we believe would be then the 21 estimate and the 22 proposed budget. And again, this was a snapshot early May. And so, as I mentioned earlier, we look to see a growth for the sales tax from FY 21 to 20 at close to 2% as the economy looks to rebound, but then growing it at almost 8% in 22. And again, as I stated, these estimates were provided by Muni Services at the time. One thing I also wanted to note that
Okay, I can hear that in here.
You can?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to point out that the segments in our sales tax, we typically have about 28 business segments, but of that, 5 of those account for almost over half of that sales tax. The top 5 are our retail, our new auto sales, building materials, department stores, and restaurants. Those are the big generators for our city. Also, the 21 estimate included actuals through July, at the start of our fiscal year, through the end of December. So in essence, 2 quarters.
Director, quick
Yes.
question for you.
Sure.
These sales tax estimates, how does that take into consideration the refund in sales tax that the agreements with Amazon, Ulta, and Gap require?
What you're seeing on the screen would include those economic incentives, but here, this is the gross amount that we provided by Muni Services.
Correct.
But when we build the budget, we factor in the economic incentives.
So even though we're expecting a 8% growth in sales tax, that's not a one-for-one, increase in the general fund because we have to refund those sales tax, right?
They have to go through a process so that they can then be allowed to receive that economic incentive.
In this year's budget, how much are you anticipating the refund of sales tax would be for those 3 agreements?
$875,000.
$875,000 for all 3 agreements?
Correct.
Thank you.
So I'm going to go on to the next slide. Property tax. Again, we looked at the last 3 years, and what we found was the trend was a close to 5% growth. However, as we look at more metrics as of today, and I have a couple slides I want to show you thereafter, we felt that in 22, we believe that that growth rate is going to go even higher. In this case, we're looking at almost 11.7%. So as one indicator, looked at the county assessors' values of the properties, and city of Fresno for last year grew 6%. Now, one thing that we anticipate is with the market as it is today, it's probably going to take anywhere between 12 to 18 months before it flows into the actual property tax we receive. So that's why we feel for 2022, 11.7 would be reasonable. This next slide I wanted to show is just a snapshot of where that housing market of ours is at as of May. And as you can see, homes had almost nearly grown by 25% from last year. while the median price, almost $337,000, that the rate of selling on the market is about 8 days. So it's a pretty hot market at this time. So looking at business tax and room tax in comparison to sales tax, because there is a correlation. They are showing patterns of where business tax runs about 19% of sales tax. So that's what we utilize as we were predicting going forward. Same with room tax. It looks to be around anywhere between 11.5, 11.7% in comparison to sales tax. And again, looking at history, what we produced in 21 and 22, we felt like we were modeling it to show that same respective ratio, close to that historically of what we've seen. Now, moving on now from revenue to expenditures, and what you see before you now is a table that shows by department history, the estimate for 21, the proposed budget for by department. Looks like the screen's cutting off the total. But what I wanted to point out is for the budget in 22, that total amount is $371,221,600. And again, it's encompassed by our citywide departments across the board. As you'll note, the bulk is with our public safety. But what I also want to point out that if you looked at the appropriations for FY22, and if you start carving it out by how much goes towards personnel, people costs, O&M, non-position type costing, and then our internal service providers, you'll see overall that personnel takes up 77% of the budget. It's driven by people. Along with that, if you add another 12%, which unfortunately it's not showing on your screen here, but that's internal services. And again, that's services provided by our various departments. And that's also people driven to a certain extent. So if you add the two, you're really looking at almost 90% that is driving the budget.
Director, what's the reason for the $23 million in a 21 estimate to $16 million in the proposed budget for parks?
That must be the previous slide. Give me 1 second. What's happening here is in FY22, we're budgeting Measure P. Along with Measure P, then through the ordinance, we can only budget so much of the general fund in parks, and that's, I believe, 14.8 million of their total budget. So that created a ceiling. That created a ceiling on the parks' budget, and that's what's driving that reduction.
So just for clarity, the Measure P didn't set a ceiling for how much general fund can go to a parks department. It just said that there has to be a maintenance of effort, which is a minimum. So why are we going from $23 million in the estimate to $16 million in the proposed?
It set a floor, not a ceiling, I think.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand, but my question is why that huge decline in revenue for the parks department?
Yeah, part of the revenue that you're seeing, correct me if I'm wrong, Henry, part of what you're seeing in the 22 was the $5 million that they appropriated for this year as a one-time?
Correct.
Right, so that's $5 million that you guys just said, hey, here's $5 million. And then on the 14.89, I think is 14.89 is the minimum, so we added on top of that, so we're putting 16.3 in there. I think I can't see from there. Yeah, 16.3 is what we're. So 14.89 is the, like you said, the maintenance of effort, and we're adding $1.5 million to that on top of that, and then the rest we're trying to figure out how to deploy the Measure P money for park services.
Go ahead. Thank you.
I just have a question. in terms of also with the park, so is it because we determined that rather than utilizing general fund, we're gonna use Measure P?
Correct. So we had, so the way the ordinance was written, we shall allocate the Measure P. So that's what we're doing. We're allocating Measure P. And we freed up, as we did that, it made general fund available for other general fund things that we're doing. So that's really what we did. 14.8 was what we left. We added the $1.5 million for other services, and then the balance we've been working, police, fire, all the other departments are trying to figure out how to get them funded.
Okay. And do we know where those dollars went specifically, or just spread through?
No, once we figured out what we wanted to do on the baseline with the Measure P, the 14.8, we added the $1.5 million based on the services. Then, as Henry and I were going through, it's like, okay, what do we have left? Okay, we got this much, and then we didn't assign that dollar didn't stay the color of Parks money when we started using it.
Okay.
So, City Manager, just want to be very thoughtful. We'll get into it when we get to the parks budget, but Measure P was very clear, it's supposed to supplement, not supplant. A lot of what I saw in the proposed budget, shifts general fund obligations that we had voted on last year to Measure P. And for me, that's supplanting. It's not in accordance to what the Measure P was supposed to do. So we can go into detail with the Parks Department budget, but I want to be clear that I'm looking for Measure P to supplement, as written in the ordinance, not to be shifting every potential expenditure to Measure P.
So to that point, again, 14.89, we added money in there. There was a lot, we'll get into the parks budget, but you guys had identified a lot of projects you wanted to get done that were kind of stuck and not going. The Measure P is what we're using to get those projects off the ground and moving and not sit around and wait for them to get done. So that's how we used that money.
I would just expect a lot of questions when it comes to the Parks Department. I think we're teeing that up, City Manager. Go ahead, Henry.
Thank you. I moved on to the next slide, and what this slide is showing then is in the FY22 budget, we built in what we called budget expansions or new needs that the department had requested. So in total, what the general fund budget was added is almost 10.3 million. And as we go through the department's budgets, there will be a respective slide to talk in a little more detail of which each of those numbers represent. But just on a high picture, of the 10.3, the general fund has approximately 113 new positions worth 7.1 million. And again, as we go through the directors, their presentation, we'll be also discussing their expansions as well. So at this time, the budget that was presented is balanced, meaning that the revenues minus the expenditures and the transfers net to zero at this time. Now, this concludes my presentation, and I will then allow the mayor to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry.
Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, members of the council. I wanted to just take a few moments. I think I have 3 slides that I wanted to show you, and we divided it up between Henry and I, but wanted to show you the good news. I think many of you are aware of the fact city managers met with you and shared with you that back on May 26th, when I made the initial budget presentation to the council and as well as the public, our sales tax revenue at that time, based on our recent sales tax receipts, we factored in at, we believe that we would end fiscal year 21 at $96.6 million. And then we factored that into a forecast for FY22. And as a result of that, we ended up with an amount of 105,148, and that was what we presented in terms of your budget book. Since that time, we've had additional receipts receive on our sales tax, which was great news, quite frankly. You know, we said that we were going to be aggressive in our forecast, and the good news is that the forecast we could even be more aggressive. And quite frankly, the FY21, based on our last receipts, we anticipate that instead of being at 96.6, we're going to be at $108.3 million, which is an additional $11.7 million for FY21. That it does not have a current spending plan in your budget book. And so as you forecast that forward to FY22, instead of having 105.1 million in FY22 as originally forecast, we'll be at 113.7 million. So when you add those two up, what that means is available spending between FY21 and 22 will be at 20.3 million. Now, there's a lot of unknown factors, as we all know when you talk to economists. You don't know how much of this sales tax revenue is generated as a result of the stimulus checks or some other factors out there, pent-up demand. How long is that pent-up demand going to last? And then we also have a factor in there that we're going to get into a little more detail at some point, but there was a restructuring that occurred at Amazon. And so we're going to, now we're getting direct allocation of sales tax, which is a benefit to the city of Fresno. So the good news, 20.3 million coming up for FY22 for this budget discussions. I want to go to the next slide and provide you with a proposal from the mayor. Certainly this would have to be considered in council motions. I would need council to take these up, but I think many of them are consistent with what you have expressed to our office. And then there's some that were previously covered in the American Rescue Plan, or at least we were putting it on our American Rescue Plan list that we think could be shifted back into the FY22 general fund. However, there's some areas that we're flexible. We could go either way. We just want to make sure we meet the criteria of the American Rescue Plan. And so the first one is emergency reserve. You know, we're mandated under the Reserve Management Act to have 10% of our reserve. And so as a result of the increased revenue, we would need to add to our reserve. This would put us right at $40 million, and that would be consistent with what we're going to have for the general fund. Number two, there was not previously factored in any employee compensation. We want to make sure that we did that in the general fund because those funds are rolled over from year to year, and they're beyond just one-time funds that would be in the American Rescue Plan, so 6.6 million. And part of that would also include an equity adjustment for the bottom tier of employees. The ones, there's about 391 employees, quite frankly, that are paid well below where they should be. So that would include an equity adjustment as we move forward. Number three is a proactive neighborhood tree trimming. We had previously put in $1.4 million into the American Rescue Plan on our list. We think we should shift that back into the general fund and make that an ongoing process year to year. And this would, according to Director Mosier, that would put us at about a 20-year cycle on tree trimming. And currently in the budget, there's $829,000, and that is really for the reactive tree trimming issues that we deal with. So in total, there would be $2.2 million in the general fund for tree trimming, both reactive and proactive. I know that's pretty consistent with a number of you, including Councilmember Maxwell, who has asked for additional funds in there. Number four is...
Jerry, could I interrupt you for a second?
Yes, sir.
For tree trimming, how are we doing that at this junction? Obviously, we're way behind the 8-ball on tree trimming, but we get lots of complaints about tree trimming. What's the schedule? How can that be improved? I'm not... Is there a staffer who can...
Scott Mosier would, but I can just in generalities tell you that we were on about a 40-year cycle. And now they tell us this has put us on a 20-year cycle. I'm hopeful, but I'll let Georgianne talk to that as well.
Thank you, Jay.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah.
So during the recession, so there was always money in the budget funded from a variety of sources for the geo-based tree trimming. Can you hear? Oh, okay. For the geo-based tree trimming, and that money was stripped away many years ago during the recession. So there's always been a pot of money that's for the reactive, which is this tree fell down, this limb fell down, it's dying, it has to come out right now. But the proactive, the stuff where you want to go in your neighborhood and you want to do this street and trim the trees. So that is something that we added in January. You will recall that we came in and borrowed some money to go in and do more of the proactive tree trimming. So we're trying to get back on schedule. It is true. Over the years, we've been on a 40-year cycle. Then we get it down to 30. Then we get it down to 20. Then we're back up to 30. So we're really trying, I think with this sales tax growth, it gives us an opportunity to put something in the budget. That's the starting point that takes us from, obviously 40, 35-year tree trimming cycle is way too long, but it takes us to, gets us some progress down to a 20-year cycle. As we do that every year, then the cycle shortens. So if we have a consistent funding source of the proactive tree trimming, as we do that every year, then that cycle gets reduced year after year. So this is our attempt to start, the starting point of getting the plan to start getting back to the geo-based tree trimming, which is the neighborhood tree trimming.
Can Measure P money be used for that at all, or no?
Right now, the criteria hasn't been finalized. What we do know in terms of infrastructure is you can utilize it for sewer and water, but we're going to...
Measure P, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you say Measure P?
P.
I would imagine it could for parks, but I don't know.
Could Measure P money be used for tree trimming?
Our expert check on that for sure, Raj.
Okay.
Councilmember Butterfield, there is a section Measure P that outlines corridors and the greening of corridors.
Yeah.
So if you're going to do that, like a cedar or whatever corridor, then there would be money for that.
Yeah, I agree. And we want to make sure we have flexibility too in there. For example, in Councilmember Maxwell's district, it may not just be tree trimming, it may be tree removal, irrigation that goes along with that, and tree planting and some of those things. So want to be flexible, but the more money we can put into this, the faster we can get caught up in our city. And as we know that we're way behind on that. So the next area I think I spoke about with the fire department. Initially, we had put $3.1 million into the American Rescue Plan list. As you know, we have the Safer School, or the Safer Grant officers with 42 officers. That's 2 drill schools to do that. And then we are going to provide a 3rd drill school that will allow us to fill the vacancies they currently have, which is about 20. And so the total of that is $3.1 million. Every year there'll be more drill schools, 1 or 2. And so we just thought that would be something that should be in the general fund. However, if the council decides, we'll fund it with the American Rescue Plan, we can do that too. The number 5 is moving ongoing temps from the American Rescue Plan. We had previously taken the temps out of the general fund and put them over the American Rescue Plan. But the reality is these are temporary employees that every year we fund. Every year we fund, so it makes sense to put them in the general fund for ongoing expenditure. Number 6 is additional analysts and personnel department to meet the hiring demands, $325,000. As you know, we have a new personnel director, T.J. Miller, and we have been meeting with her in terms of, now that she's a new director, wasn't part of the previous budget preparation, what are her needs that's going to allow us to meet the incredible hiring demands this coming year. As we know, with the firefighters, police officers, and all the other departments that have been holding vacancies, there's going to be a tremendous hiring demand, so $325,000 for that. And then number 7 is she has requested an additional risk analyst, specifically to expedite the special events permitting. We've not done a good job in the history of issuing these special events permits. Yes, we're going to look at how we can reduce the insurance costs for these folks, but also to expedite that process. Number 8 is to, I think this is something near and dear to all of us when it comes to affordable housing. We needed a sustained funding source for the Housing Trust Fund or housing projects. And so this is one way that we can start. And it's not just to be limited to this. We can also use, hopefully, some American Rescue Plan or state dollars. But there's a process in there by what you put in gets matched by the state up to a certain dollar amount. So if we can carve out, which is our proposal to carve out from the real estate transfer tax fund, 100% of that, which is $1.5 million per year, and we can put that into a real estate or a housing trust fund every year. And then we can match that from the state, so that gives us $3 million in that fund every year. And then if we want to add to that with some other funding sources, we certainly can. But I think we need to get that fund up to the point where we can promote more affordable housing in our city. And number 9 is infill development. You know, oftentimes we talk about how we want people to build, whether it's downtown or on Blackstone or you know, on Kings Canyon or wherever we want people to build on the infill, but we really don't have a dedicated incentive plan for those people, and then we end up having to discuss one-offs. Well, we'll do it for this project or that project. This would give us a dedicated funding source in the general fund every year, and beginning with FY22, $2 million to offset some of those off-site costs. Without triggering any prevailing wage for the project developer. And then number 10, the last thing is additional community coordinator. I recognize the importance of this to our community, and to put a liaison for the LGBTQ plus community into the Office of Community Affairs, and that's about $100,000. So those are the recommendations that we have. Again, I would need, you know, obviously to make that part of council motions, and we'll get this list to you to see if we can get that introduced. And then the last slide I just want to go over real quickly. There's a lot of discussion about the importance of Rebuild Fresno, as all of you have termed it, and I support that 100%. I want you to know that my administration supports rebuilding Fresno. And the neighborhoods, whether it's the South Tower, as Councilman Arias has talked about, or Kings Canyon, or any of the ones that all of you have spoken about, it's important that we do that. So I wanted to just show you some of the neighborhood infrastructure investment by district. Not to get into the public works or DPUs, but I want to give you an overview. So when you look at the first column is parks by district. Did I not do it? I'm sorry. Can you guys help me? I can't get the button here. There you go. Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you, Georgianne. So under parks, there's $23.5 million in FY22 as for capital. As city manager explained, 15.1 of that is designated for P, and we anticipate those monies going up. Secondly is Department of Public Works, $211 million this year, FY22, that's going to go into neighborhood infrastructure, and that's going to include street paving, active transportation projects, sidewalk curbs and gutters, traffic flow signals, as well as safe routes to schools. So prior, when we spoke about a certain dollar amount of 13, I believe it was, $1 million, or whatever the case was, that was only general fund. But we have, with SB1, Measure C, and some other revenue sources, we're going to put $211 million into neighborhoods
Mayor,
in FY22.
I have two questions. One is, can we get a list of all the projects that are listed under these categories?
Yes.
And two, why were you so generous with District 7 on the parks allocation?
Yeah, I'm not just parks, but if you take a look at the grand total, I'm just wondering why the district with the most dilapidated infrastructure has the second lowest amount of total investment.
Yeah, I think the city manager has a pretty good response. And you're going to see that on some other things too, because of the way your district overlaps. So I'll just share that with, go ahead.
Yeah, so you're kind of landlocked there in District 7, so a lot of your projects are in the multiple.
11.8 million?
Yeah.
Those overlap multiple districts.
Well, that breakdown would be great.
Huh?
That breakdown would be great.
Yeah,
Just
we've given you the
specifics.
DPW one and the DPU one, so we'll get you the parks one that corresponds with this as well.
Yeah, so in terms of what Councilmember Arias said, Scott Mosier has put together a breakdown of all your projects, and the ones that you have given, those are the ones that we anticipate being funded. Same with parks, and we'll get you parks capital as well. Many of them, actually 100% of them came from you guys. We didn't put one in there. They all came from you.
I have a question. So for the districts that have the highest amount, like for example, Department of Public Works, is this really like a fair way of looking at it? Like, are there big projects that while they're in District 2, like for example, I know I could probably say District 2 veterans or even District 3, there's some kind of bigger projects that when you look at it on its face, I don't think that this is probably the best way, because then it seems very inequitable.
Yeah.
So it's not a fair representation, I think.
Right, so what you're gonna get in the more detailed budget presentation by Public Works is the cost of each of those projects. You're right, Councilmember Sorry, because, for example, when you have Veteran Boulevard, or you have downtown's gonna show, for example, in D3, 52 million. Well, a big chunk of that is in downtown and transformative climate communities in West Fresno. So those are all going to be broken down in detail during the Public Works presentation. This is just kind of an overview. And then it's also difficult because you see the $61 million in Public Works that touches all of yours. So for example, in Blackstone Avenue, you got Councilmember Esparza that touches it. You got yours at Blackstone and McKinley that touches it. You also have District 2 that touches Blackstone, as well as District 6 touches Blackstone, and then at some point you have Councilmember Maxwell that touches Blackstone. So you can't divide it up because it transcends 2 or 3 or 4 districts. So there's 61 million that touches all of those. So you'll get a more detailed look during.
As long as most of it touches between Gettysburg and Tulare, we're good.
I'm sure by the end of this it will.
Mayor?
Yes.
There was a Trey memo that went out last week with all of the specific, by project, by district, over Public Works and Public Utilities. So certainly you know what you consider more of a neighborhood project, so you can go through each one of those line by line and figure out what you consider a neighborhood project and what is more of a citywide type project. But
City
that went out
manager?
last week.
We're slated to hear the parks hearing in an hour and a half. Why don't we have that list available today?
It's in the budget.
Yeah, in the document, you'll see parks by district. Well, that 23 million, well, it's already here. And then
But
we'll
not a
have
line item of every parks project by district.
It is in the budget. It's in the capital improvement plan, I'm pretty sure. It's in the line item detail in the capital improvement section of the budget book. Should be each project identified by, I believe it's also by district.
So if it's not explicitly stated in that section, it is not planned for in this upcoming budget?
Which one? Say that again?
If it is not explicitly listed in those 2 pages of this budget, it is not appropriated for in this proposed budget. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll make sure you get the right page too. I mean, there's a lot in that budget book.
Yeah,
so we want to make sure we spell it out.
The memo last Thursday, and the font was like 2 font, so it's taking me a while to get the bifocals and figure out what's in there. So anything that you guys can blow up and make it easier to hunt down, that would be helpful.
All right, and then quickly, the same with Department of Public Utility. You see $113 million, 113.4. That's going to be for water and sewer. And I want to just touch on something. I said it earlier with the American Rescue Plan. So far, the criteria is that we can utilize those funds for water, sewer. I think a lot of those might be a good suit for downtown Fresno. And then whatever monies we had in there for that, we can back them out and use them for other projects in the general fund. And then,
Jerry, could I just want to.
Yeah, Gary, sorry.
Yes, the city manager. So I'm, again, looking at the neighborhood infrastructure, and I'm looking at 5.5 million for the city. Now, I know it's not a clear, for District 6, but it does, I mean, I'm just struck by the different numbers. Yeah, I am.
That's why we're here in budget hearing. That's why we're presenting our program.
So Gary, which one are you referring to? I'm sorry.
Total?
Yeah,
the
5.5
total.
for
I mean, well,
District
you look
6.
at all of them. I mean, District 6 is less on public works, utilities.
Yeah, so
Parks.
that's why we have to really make sure you guys have those lists, because if you look down below, so of the total 348 million, 135.8 of that is multiple districts. And so what we have to do is carve out which ones of those are included in D6 that are part of that multiple. And you'll see that with the when Mosier goes through his.
Right. in the memo, it'll identify these projects. It'll have an M, multiple, and then it'll say which districts are associated with the M. 1, 2, 5, 6.
Yeah, I understand that, but we will share Blackstone, but still, even with the multiple, the way my district is shaped, you're not gonna have a lot of sharing with other districts, and so, and again, I'm always sensitive to the fact that other districts have a lot more tremendous needs, but my district does have needs, and there are older parts of the district, and when I see, $5.5 million out of a total of $348 million, it doesn't look like District 6 is getting a lot of it.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's, you're going to see that number adjusted, but we'll make sure that that's pointed out. And I don't know what that is right now, Gary. Honestly, I don't by standard today, but and we'd have to analyze that, and we will.
Right.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
you.
So again, $348 million in total infrastructure by neighborhood. That's general fund, Measure P, Measure C, SB1, and some other revenues. So with that, I'll say thank you for allowing me to present the recommendations. Appreciate it.
Mayor, I just have a quick clarification question. Maybe Henry can answer it because he might have the breakdown of it. So just for the benefit of the public, I want to make sure that folks understand exactly the pods of funding that the city is receiving. So Henry, what we're discussing right now is essentially the ARP funding. We're discussing the now regular adjusted budget that now has us projected to receive additional $20.3 million based on the charts that you submitted. We're also dealing with the mid-year budget adjustment that we had to do previously, correct? I think Assistant City Manager Jordan referenced either $2 or $3 million additional to that, and we're also discussing the future Measure P funding stream, correct?
Council President, you are correct. The one thing I want to make sure everybody understands, though, is the ARP dollars are not in the budget. It's just a list. So if you see reference, it means that this item is on the ARP list for consideration, but there are no budget dollars in the budget right now.
That's what I wanted to make sure folks understood, because I got a couple of questions on that. Okay, thank you. Colleagues, any other additional questions? Councilmember Soria? And then Councilmember Corbasi.
I know that we're not in this department, but since it was brought up, and I think that tree trimming is extremely important, I'd like to make a motion to cut that cycle, that 20-year cycle to 10-year. I think that we have the resources and that we should use this moment to demonstrate to our community that we are really going to make a dent in neighborhood services. And I think that is extremely important.
All right, we have our first motion and a second. City Clerk, we'll go into the hopper.
Can I ask a question? What would the cost be to do a one-time going through the city, trimming all the trees? What would that cost be if we went through and did that?
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing from the motions out, there's going to be two numbers. I'd like for your motion, Councilmember Soria, what's the cost to do 10-year? We can bring that number to you. And then for Councilmember Bredefeld, what's the cost to do 110 square miles of trees?
Got through, started fresh, then went on a 10-year cycle. What is the cost to do?
So one way to look at it is if Scott is telling us that it's $1.4 million to do a 20-year cycle, just multiply that by 20, and that would be 20 million plus. That'd be about $20 million. But we'll check with him on that.
Yeah, I'm not sure that you could do it. I mean,
yeah, I don't know that it's an exponential curve or a flat curve, or we'll get both of those numbers. Cost to do everything, cost to do 10 years.
One time through the city and what?
Yeah.
For the administration, just so we're all clear and there's no misunderstandings later, there were a couple of specific requests, one made by Councilmember Maxwell, now by Councilmember Bredefeld. Do you need those memorialized, or is a verbal request enough for you?
We prefer motions to be in writing, so we can make sure that we are capturing of exactly what the council's intent is.
Councilmember Bredefeld, you want to make that motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to request from the administration the specific cost to go through the entire city doing the one-time tree trimming so we could get started at a base before we start a 10-year cycle.
All right, I'll second
with it.
that, and it'll go into the record. Councilmember Maxwell, you want to make your request? I think it had to do with parks.
It wasn't so much a specific request, Council President. I will have some more questions when we get to the parks hearing, specifically about the Measure P funding that's included in this budget, but nothing specific at this time.
It might have been Councilmember. My memory.
Yes,
serves me
Council
right,
President.
Specific projects, correct?
My motion is to provide us a complete list of all the projects that are listed in the categories on page, in the section where you guys broke down the DPU, parks.
This page?
Yeah, that page.
Yeah, so we've given you DPW, DPU, we'll give you the parks one, the specific projects that go for 23.5.
I'll second that, and we'll put that into the hopper as well.
I understand that Councilmember Arias wanted large format print for the DPW.
Like this.
In
20
large
font,
print.
20 font. It'll be about 62 pages long, but.
That's fine. That's fine.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Carbasi?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a few questions for Mr. Fierro. Okay, so can we go back to slide 2? It's the general overview. Okay, so I wasn't here when the recession hit last time, but I believe you were here for the 09, 2010, and the subsequent budgets, correct?
That is correct.
And at that time, we didn't have the Reserve Management Act and a lot of the tools that we have now.
Correct.
Was there a bailout from the federal government the same way we have this bailout now?
No.
Okay. What was it like? I remember certain services were cut and a lot of people were laid off, I think, in different departments like, I think civilian personnel and PD, and lost a lot of CSOs. But what is it like when we have a recession? If we can talk about these different revenue streams, if there's another recession, what will we see go down?
Well, as you can see on the screen here, the big 5 categories are driven by the, if you will, the economic activity within the local economy. So if we go into a recession, then the economy, oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Councilman. So if we go into a recession, these main drivers will be directly impacted.
Okay.
Because that impacts consumer spending.
Right. So it's systemic. It's not just one thing. I mean, people don't have as many jobs, so they don't have disposable income. They may lose their homes or not be able to make their mortgages. So it's a across-the-board cut.
That is correct.
Okay. We did lose a lot of personnel in the last recession. Do our reserves make us, if we have to declare a state of emergency, for example, if there's a recession, how much does that help retain staffing and retain service levels for residents?
It's at 36 million that's budgeted in the budget.
Mm-hmm.
But to be honest with you, that's going to go pretty quick. So I don't have a number to say how many then would have to be considered as far as cuts in positions, but most likely that would have to occur.
Okay.
Councilmember Carbasi, I just wanted to add, since I was one of the people, unfortunately, who had to live through that, I think Councilmember Soria remembers that as well. So, you know, there are certain triggers to be able to use the emergency reserve, and it's pretty intense, and you can't use the emergency reserve in lieu of making other budget cuts. So it's sort of like the last resort. We never had to trigger that last go round, but we were this close. Mm-hmm. We were this close. So having that cushion, you know, doesn't necessarily insulate you from making like very tough decisions should a recession come, mm-hmm. but it certainly gives, I think the main thing is it gives our rating agencies and our bondholders some comfort that we aren't bankrupt yet, if it ever came to that. So having that cushion gave a certain level of comfort. As you know, our credit rating went in the tank during the recession, but it could have gone even worse if we didn't have that cushion. Right. And that has impacts not just on the city of Fresno, but the entire community at large. It affects private business being able to get credit because it shows that your economy is not stable. So anyway, I just wanted to add that.
No, perfect. That was my next question about the reserves and how it actually saves us money by having that for our credit rating.
Correct.
And thank you, Georgianne, for mentioning how it helps businesses too.
Councilmember Carbasi, just as a point of reference, so when we were in that last recession, for example, our sales tax in 2010, it declined by 14%.
Wow.
And then in the following year, it declined another 22%. So just as a point of reference, I mean, it really impacted one of our key drivers.
Got it. Okay. Do you need a motion to increase the reserves by $4 million, or is that just automatic?
No, a motion would be required.
Okay.
But I know there's a list right now.
I know that, and maybe the city attorney can help here. I know that we're required under the Reserve Management Act to have the reserve at a certain level, but I guess to accomplish that, we would have to have the vote to. So the money, let me go back. The money is, we did not put money in the budget for the reserve because we were thinking about using ARPA money to fund the reserve. Now, since sales tax money has increased, it now creates a little bit more cushion. So now we're proposing to back it out of the ARPA list, put it on the general fund. So we would need a budget motion to include that as an expenditure in the 22
Councilmember
budget.
Carbasi, why don't you go ahead and make the motion? I'll second it for consideration.
Okay.
We could discuss it.
I move to increase the reserves by $4 million.
I'll second that for consideration. All right, that goes into the hopper.
Thank you. Follow-up questions on that. I want to know how my colleagues feel about using ARPA money versus general fund money. I mean, do we know if we can use ARPA money for the reserves yet? I know it's kind of in the air.
Areas where we were a little, flexible in putting things on the ARPA list. The regulations are still in draft form. There's comments. There should be another iteration coming out. They're not expected to be final until September. So some of the things that we pushed off, that we were like, oh, we're going to push it off because we can't afford it in the 22 budget. Now that we have that additional sales tax money, that's why we're proposing to put it back into the 22.
Okay, thank you. Can we go to slide 5, please? I think it was a sales tax one. Let's go back then.
Back one, please.
There you go. So I wonder if you can help me understand something. There's a lot of debate about Amazon. Amazon always comes up. But I'm wondering about just economic incentives in general. Now, when the recession hit last time, you talked about those dramatic decreases in sales tax revenue. Those are fueled by consumers, people.
Correct.
Okay, so it's true that when we give up some of the money they would pay in these incentives for property taxes or what have you, we do lose that revenue. But how do we capture that back? People getting higher paying jobs and having more jobs available. I mean, can you kind of in a global way explain how maybe it helps the multiplier? We lose that money immediately, but how does it come back into our local economy?
With the Amazon?
Anybody. I mean, any large employer we attract, if we were competing with other communities and we want to have have incentives, it's a tool we didn't have when the last recession hit. So how do these incentives actually help to attract more jobs to the valley, to Fresno, and capture more tax base?
So that's an analysis we're currently working through with our economic development group. We think of them as incentives, but we also think we're trying to change our thinking that it's really an investment. I'm going to make an investment of $1 of some sort for this company, whether it's sales tax, property, whatever. What's the return I'm going to get back? So we're starting to look at, if I put the $1 in there, what's the sales tax I'm going to get back? What's the business tax I'm going to get back? What's the property tax I'm going to, and we just, like everybody else in the world, they look at what does $1 get me on what's the ROI? So that's how we're going to start looking at those numbers, and we're working with ISD right now so that we can kind of integrate all those, so when a project comes in, we can see what that number is, and we can make those comparisons.
No, I appreciate that, because what I want to do is, again, I know Amazon gets mentioned a lot. I want to turn this from being a political argument to more of a fiscal one. So I look forward to that information. Okay, can we go to slide 6 now? About property tax. So we talked about the increase in property taxes this year. I mean, people have been moving, or they want to get bigger homes now. But is our increase based on new housing being built, or is it based on the fact that prices are just going up? So the assessments are going up, people are paying more.
It's a combination of both.
Could you say if it's more one or the other?
That I don't have statistics on.
Yeah, so one of the things, and you'll see in the planning departments, so what you're seeing here, part of the property tax increase you're seeing here is new properties being put on the tax rolls. So that gives you new property tax. The other thing you're seeing is just the natural appreciation of the 1%, 2% that the county gets to charge. The other one is people making improvements to their properties that add value. So Jennifer's going to talk about her program, what she's seeing. She's seeing the level of activity to add value to the property is about 1.2 billion. Just like you can see, last year we did 2.3 billion. The city's property tax increased by 2.3 billion. But Jennifer's data will show that 1.2 billion of that was just new stuff we added to the city.
Perfect, thank you, I look forward to that. Slide number 9, where you have the different personnel numbers and increases in the budget. There you go. I was just curious, in 2018, the council was 2.9, now it's 5.1. What happened? I mean, I don't feel like I have that much money.
Yeah, look, it appears to us that your appropriation has been increasing every year. I'm not sure the nature or the history of why it's been increased. I know for us, I think we're adding 165,000.
City manager, is reflective of one-time funds for infrastructure budgets that were done over the last fiscal years. And all that money, of course, given the level of broken sidewalks and streets, have been coming out of district infrastructure budgets.
I'm a trust but verified person, so is that correct?
That includes both operating and your capital budgets.
Okay.
That's why it's different per district, because some of you carry money over from year to year, some of you spend your capital dollars every year, but your operating budgets, with the exception of the council president, are all the same, but your capital component varies per district.
So this includes our carryover?
Yes.
It does.
Would it be possible to get a number not including the carryover?
Do you want it for just FY22 or?
Well, I want to be able to compare the numbers to get the actual comparison.
You want to make that motion, Councilmember Carbasi?
Just for FY22, may I please get, I move to get, have a tray memo to clarify what the city council district budgets, the actual proposed budget is, less carryover.
You know, we will get you that, but if I could also reference to page B-12 in the budget book, there is a table that breaks out the council's budget by district, and then you'll see the components between base budget, council president, and then the carryover.
Excuse me. Almost there. Where does it show the base budget? You know, base budget I understand. Where does it show the, oh, there it is, carryover.
So at the
Got it. No, you know what? That's good enough for me. No need, then I'll just remove my motion.
Okay,
Thank you for that.
you're welcome.
Okay, next one. We're almost done here. Slide number 11. Okay. Oh, go back one. So I understand that the Economic Development Department is going to be a new department, and I look forward to that presentation. But I'm wondering why new positions weren't authorized for that department. We do have, go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, that was an oversight on my part. I just misread the table, and I interpreted the table for economic development to say they wanted 2 people. I had been going on the premise that it was 2 people. I misread the numbers, and it was actually 2 people for a different department. So one of the things we're going to ask you folks today, not today, but we're going to request is that if we could add 2 positions for the economic development department. And that was just an oversight on my part.
No worries. No, perfect. That's why we do this. So I move to authorize 2 new positions for the Economic Development Department.
And that's without a funding source. That's just a increase in the PCNs, 2 PCNs without dollars. The dollars are already there.
Correct.
I'll second that for the hopper.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's the second one. I'm gonna motion for something really fun. Okay. I got that one done. I think I have one more. I think the mayor answered this question about tree trimming, but that also is going to include tree planting, potentially in irrigation as well, because some districts don't have as many as.
So we're going to get, so I'm going to just clarify. So we're going to get a number. What does it cost to tree trim, get the 10-year cycle? What does it cost to tree trim the whole city one time? You would like something about irrigation and new tree plantings.
Right. Now, my district's okay, thankfully, but a lot of districts, I mean, we can trim all the trees, but if they don't have trees, what's there to trim? And they can use more of that beautification. So
What's the flexibility there, city manager, with that appropriation? Is it strictly for the trimmings, or do we?
Right now it's strictly for trimming, but I'm hearing that there may be some interest in having some allocation or appropriation for replacement planting, fixing the irrigation, like we did in your district. I think we had some issues in your district where we went through, fixed the irrigation, planted new trees. So that'd be another number we could work toward generating.
Great.
That's the number you're looking for as well, Councilmember?
Yes. They're good.
So we get a motion on just a.
Would you make a motion, Councilmember Maxwell?
Sure. Make a motion to get an estimate on what it would cost to have that additional services added to that fund.
And I'll second that.
Tree planting with new irrigation.
And irrigation.
Could include tree planting, tree removal, irrigation of trees.
City Clerk, did you get that motion? All right.
Okay. Two more. And thank you to my colleagues for their patience. Just more of a, I won't make a motion, but it's more of a note regarding the new analyst positions for HR. When TJ comes up, or Director Miller comes up, I'd like to know more about how they can focus on specifically vacancies in PD. I know every department is having difficulty getting professional services. Every city's having this problem, but PD specifically, if I can get some information on what they're going to do there. And the last thing is on the list of motions, slide 13. Okay. Number 10 was the additional community coordinator for the Office of Community Affairs for the LGBTQ plus liaison. I'd like to make a motion as stated to create that position.
Second. Goes in the hopper, City Clerk.
Okay, and then with that, the deputy mayor and I met with the EOC Resource Center, not Resource Center, I'm sorry, Sanctuary. There was some concern that there's a lot of underreported crimes for the community, and I'm wondering if it would be feasible, maybe it's just something that the mayor can do without having a formal motion, to have someone in the department coordinate with them on crimes related to the LGBTQ plus community to ensure that they're able to, I mean, you guys have been advocating, well, when you were chief, against hate crimes and all sorts of things, doing great things, but making sure they can communicate and know that they can. We obviously know they can, but making sure they build that relationship. Is that something we can work on, Mayor?
Yes, and also I anticipated this position of being a liaison with the community to be able to liaison not just with the LGBTQ community, but also to then take that information to the police department so that it can be worked on, whether that's Asian hate crimes or whatever hate crime. That's going to be a sole purpose, but we want to make sure we put that process in place. Yes.
Terrific. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
All
Council
right,
President,
thank you.
if I may interrupt just real quick, on
Sure.
the last motion by Councilmember Carbasi, who seconded?
Actually, it was
President
Councilmember
did.
Maxwell that made the motion, and Councilmember Carbasi seconded, if I remember.
Which motion, the tree one or the coordinator?
No, for to motion to approve item number 10.
It was
Oh, I
Council
second
President.
that.
Council President seconded it.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our general fund overview.
President,
Oh,
I have
there's
some
more questions.
Yes, please. On slide, the list of motions, I think that same slide. Can we get, and I'll make this in the form of motion, can we get job duties, job descriptions, what the liaisons will be doing, what they've done so far? I keep on hearing about this office, but I don't know what exactly it does and what the purpose of a liaison is to a community.
Yeah, it's built around the resolution that Councilmember Esparza had. So we've been kind of using that as our guidepost for what is this? It's the hate crime stuff, it's the liaison stuff, so that's kind of our target.
I'll second that motion just so we get a formal response.
Yep, and I'm assuming we have a job description by now where, all those kind of things.
And as the job description just got developed this last week, but prior to that, I know Deputy Mayor Grundy sent what that role would be to all the council. So I'll make sure we can get it out again.
Okay, perfect.
Yep. And obviously it hasn't been developed, won't be till after the budget.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Arias, just to clarify, that position does not currently exist.
Correct.
So, okay.
But it's mirrored on existing positions, correct?
No.
I thought they were going to do liaisons, a series of liaisons in that department.
It's part of the budget process. That was the recommendation to, we didn't have funding available, but part of the budget that you have before you for FY22 includes the 2 liaison positions, and then this one would be a third. And they would be developed, we'd start that process in July. We're actually going to open up the job search June 15th, I think it is. Hopefully we can have somebody hired end of July, August.
I just like to understand what exactly they're going to be doing on a day-to-day basis.
Sure.
Because if they're going to be doing community events or be available for whatever activities, we'd like to be aware of them. If they're going to be simply staffing the deputy mayor's office, then we should know that too.
No. Okay. Yes, Deputy Mayor Grundy will have him resend the document he sent out.
And can I get a reminder of who the first 2 liaison positions are?
The Southeast Asian was one.
It'd be one would be a Southeast Asian liaison, or Asian API liaison. Probably more better description, as well as the Indian liaison. So, Punjabi language.
How were these liaisons decided upon as opposed to liaison for other communities in Fresno?
There will be a process that will be put forward by personnel, job description. There'll be a testing interview process, and we utilize community members from those communities to be on the panels.
I think my question more specifically, Mayor, is how did we decide that these 3 liaisons were needed for these 3 communities as opposed to liaison for other communities?
Sure. So number 1 was determined by Council Member Esparza's resolution. That was the first one. The second one was there was discussion about what is the next largest population in Fresno, besides the Latino population, which we have that as part of this, and that would have been the Indian community, the Sikh community.
Is it the Sikh specifically?
It would be Indian community.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion on number 9 to fund the Infill Development Center program at a level of $5 million.
Second that.
And then I'd like to make a motion on number 8 to designate 100% $1.5 million of real estate tax towards the annual contribution of a housing trust.
Second that.
And then I had some questions on slide number 9. And correct me if I'm reading this wrong, but based on this slide here, the city attorney's budget, the fire department's budget, the parks budget, public works, and general city purpose are all decreased from the estimate 2021 to the proposed. The only increase to the general fund obligation is the police department. Is that correct?
Yes, Council Member Arias. One thing to keep in mind is with, for example, like general city purpose, there were CARES expenditures that occurred one time that did not roll over.
Okay. So what's the rationale from the staff's point of view of decreasing the general fund obligation from all these critical departments except for the police department, where their share of the general fund grew?
So I'm trying to, so a lot of it, like Henry did, we were pushing that money for the ARPS through, for the CARES Act through, so it artificially inflated several of these departments. When we show you the police department's budget, you'll see that year-over-year growth this year we're proposing is 2.5%. It's the lowest in the last so many years. So I agree that it's growing bigger, But when you look at the history of the police department's budget growth, it's relatively small.
But there's two ways to measure growth of a budget. One is actual numbers, and the other is a share of the general fund. And the general fund, the share of the general fund is getting bigger for basically no one but the police department. Isn't that the case?
Can I address that? Because what the city manager did in this FY22 budget, he backed out some of the public works equipment requests, and he put those on a American Rescue Plan list, and those were substantial. He also did that for the fire department on equipment. So one-time dollars, many of these departments were backed out of the general fund and put on a list for American Rescue Plan at the tune of 20.3 million. And then a couple of those we've asked if we could put those back in, like the 3.1 for the drill school. But that's really the only one. So that, I think part of that is that.
But Mayor, we also did the same thing for the police department. We included, I think, like $5 or something million of rescue funds for the purchase of equipment. So the same thing happened in that department.
They don't see the budget.
Yes. So you're specifically focusing on the police department?
Correct.
Okay. And again, where we grow it, when you see the budget, police department budget, you'll see that growth is actually pretty limited to what we're, relative to how the history has been at the police department. We've been intentionally, because we were sensitive to some of the numbers that we're looking at, and so we were intentionally.
But I guess what I'm struggling with is the budget shows that the share of the general fund is growing for only the police department. Secondly, you guys noted on your proposed budget that you're adding 31 new positions to the police department, only one for the parks department. So every indication, from my perspective, is the police department's costs are growing substantially towards their general fund.
I'm glad you brought up the parks department, because when we talk about the parks department, we're starting with the organization chart. It goes from a $26 million a year program to a $50 million a year, maybe $55 million a year program. We're going to have to reorganize parks during this upcoming year. Yeah. So next year you'll see, okay, now they got more programmers, service people, parks people. That's the effort we're going to go through with the Parks Commission next year. So I agree with you. The one on parks is like, hey, we got all this money, but we haven't sat with the Parks Commission to figure out new facilities, changing services, changing programs, and how did we need to staff that. So they're the only one we start with the org chart specifically to identify that this is going to change, and that's the process we'll go through.
So what I want to have staff wrestle with when we get to the police budget is you're being very cautious, conservative in the growth models. In future years, I think you're accounting for a 2-3% growth. What I'm concerned about is whether that growth line in the police department budget is going to outpace the growth line line that you are projecting for the whole city, because
relative,
yep. Right? Because it's becoming once you hire, if you're successful in hiring 150 positions in the next 15 months or however many you propose, all that's going to come into play, especially if you're proposing salary increases across the board. That limited growth line that you're projecting is going to be eaten up by the police department's growth of positions and the size of the general fund that they're taking.
And I can, if you look at the trend on the police number, you'll see 2019 was 161 to 179, so that was 18 million. 179 to 188, that's 9 million. This year it's $5 million.
Yeah.
So we've shown a tempering of that growth rate for sure.
The only challenge I have with how you structured this, city manager, is you're looking at actual expenditures versus budgets that were approved, right? So if we give the police department $210 million, but they only spend 190, that's 30 million that nobody else in other department can spend because the money's committed to that department. So we end up with these carryover scenarios where all these vacant positions, all they do is generate savings for the department, but it limits our ability to go fix a broken street or replace a playground equipment.
We agree 100%. When we had the discussion with all the department heads, we very clearly indicated that we were not going to be so tell us all the bodies you need. That's why the mayor's talking about we're going to hire 153 people. We are not going to balance the budget this year hoping we don't hire people.
Okay.
So the vacancies is a challenge that we've put in front of our department heads. Tell me the bodies you need, I'm going to fund them. And if you're not something that you want to fund, we're not funding them.
Great. And then my last request is, I know you indicated that you've budgeted $850,000, I think, for the incentive program. I'd like to know how much has Amazon actually billed us under their agreement to date. I think their agreement's $30 million, and I don't know if they billed us a penny yet. I know there's still some processing that has to take place, but I want to be ready for if they decide to send us a $20 million bill tomorrow. I know the agreement requires that we process that payment. So where in the budget are we setting aside that level of refund if they choose to bill us tomorrow?
Yep, we've got the number, so.
Thank you.
So the budget motion is?
To get us the full amount of each of these tax incentives and how much has been paid out and how much has been billed to us.
And what liability it represents?
Correct.
Okay.
And where in the budget that liability is reflected. Thank you.
I'll second that to make sure that it gets more. City Clerk, did you get that? All right. Last thing I'll say, 'cause is anybody else is bunched up. Mayor, just for the conversation for parks coming up, I did notice that we were only hiring one parks department person. That just sticks out like a sore thumb based on Measure P funding that we're projected to receive.
Yep.
We know that there's always a lag between projects completion and starting dates, so I just want us to be prepared for that conversation.
So, City Manager, if you can talk about the shift that occurred in FY22 of maintenance and all of those things shifting over to Public Works, graffiti, abatement, all those positions. I think there was about 12 that shifted over to Public Works, still performing work in the parks, but not necessarily under the parks employees. I think those are the numbers that we're talking about right now that we need to make sure.
Correct. Yeah, but we observed the same thing, and again, it's the only budget you'll see presentation with the organization chart to start with, because that's where we want to emphasize is that will be a new organization chart over the next year, and we'll be adding bodies for sure.
But specifically, there was a shift,
Yeah,
intentional shift of personnel of the Public Works will have the increase and be responsible for the direct maintenance, the graffiti abatement, and so forth.
Yep, so the money will come into Measure P, money will come in, it'll go to the parks, and then the parks will buy landscaping service, carpentry service from DPW. So we moved all those people into DPW, so that, because that's where they do landscaping all over the city. Let's just get some efficiencies, economies of scale with that.
Okay, all right, thank you. That concludes our general fund overview.
Council President, no, it doesn't.
One more, Council Vice President.
Yeah, so I'm going to give my colleagues a B+ on their economics assessments. Very good. Councilmember Carbasi left the chamber, but everyone knows I get nervous when we say the R word here in the chamber. It's a big no-no when I'm council president next year. But warranted discussion. Obviously, we have a meteor of a housing market, particularly here in Fresno. We have structural barriers to the entry in the labor market, which created the misalignment in labor market. So also positive things on the horizon, like the American Jobs Plan and American Families Plan. So all these variables, no one knows what's going to happen. I appreciate the administration doing the best they can, given the circumstances and what we can tell is going to happen for certain. I want to go ahead and throw the first Molotov cocktail of the budget hearings. It's all been kind of cat scratches so far. 2 years ago in the 2019, when we did the fiscal year 20 budget, I made a motion to redirect code enforcement resources underneath the city attorney's office, where I believe it has flourished. Back then, there were constant complaints about code, issues with responsiveness, not getting results, and just there were also a number of unresolved personnel issues. And I think it was safe to say the taxpayers were not getting good value for their dollars, for their money. And so, again, under the city attorney's direction and management, I think the code enforcement division has been transformed. And I would like to make a motion to keep it that way, to keep that growth occurring. So my motion specifically is to keep code enforcement in the city attorney's office, maintaining the status quo, including all the funding, positions, and resources as submitted by the city attorney, and as may be amended by the council this month. So I'll get that to you folks in writing. I'll send an email right now. At this point, I will not, make a motion to completely eliminate the proposed neighborhood and community services department. But the administration should know where this council stands with respect to code enforcement and its functionalities and where we believe it belongs. So I know that presentation is not for a couple days. So between now and then, you have time to figure out how you want to approach the council. If there's any part of that new department you wish to salvage. So you have a couple days to think about that. But again, that is where this council stands.
And we look forward to having that discussion as it relates to the charter as well, because we believe there's charter issues associated with that. So we look forward to having that discussion. It should be fun. Like you said, Molotov cocktail.
All right, so yeah.
Charter
Council
says
President?
you're a guest of this chambers. Don't make us a big deal.
City Attorney, do we need to make a motion for that since it's already in place, or just to memorialize that?
No, a motion is needed because as proposed, that is not the case.
Okay.
So we have to sort of revert it back to what it is in this current fiscal year 21 budget.
Do I have a second for that motion? Councilmember Bredefield seconds that motion. Let's put it in the hopper, City Clerk, the proverbial hopper. So it's getting really filled up. All right, that concludes our general fund overview presentation. Let's move on to fire. Chief Donis, you've been very patiently waiting. We appreciate you being here, and so the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning. Good morning.
Let the record show that the mayor raised the white flag. He understands.
And Chief Donis, you'll have that PowerPoint presentation that we all got a copy of. You'll follow that?
Yep,
Or-
I have that in my size 22 font.
All right.
All right, good morning. The fire department, this is a very robust and we're pleased with the budget that's been presented by the mayor, and the council has discussed this.
I don't think the mic's on, Chief. For some reason, is it Brianna? Is it green?
Push this. Test, test, test. Is that on?
I think it's
Okay.
on there, right? Just make sure that folks at home can hear the.
Test,
Council President,
test.
while they figure out the issues, can I ask the administration, just for the record, who, as we submit our motions in writing, who should that go to?
Test.
There we go.
Georgiana.
We can submit those to the clerk, correct? And then she can get them to you, or do you have a preference?
I'd like to make a motion to double the fire department's budget.
Is it on? Can you hear me? Okay, we
There
would
we go.
prefer, thank you. I think I need new batteries in this. We would prefer that you send an email to Henry Fierro and Michelle Wooten and CC Tommy and me, and obviously however you want to handle the clerk's office, but that would get it on our motion list. So if you could do that, we would greatly appreciate it.
That's a lot of people. So Henry, Michelle, yourself, and Tommy?
Yeah. I can send, you know what, I'll send an email out to the group and let them know right now.
An email motion to about submitting motions. Perfect. Motion for new batteries.
You know, Vice President, let's send those to Brianna, 'cause she's our official record keeper, and we want to make sure that she gets the official record to the administration. If you want to copy the 10 other people, I think that would work, but for our process, I think it'd be helpful to have her do that. Sorry, Chief, go ahead.
No worries. Thank you. Happy to be here. This budget, as proposed, really invests in the fire department and takes us from 0.53 firefighters per thousand to 0.64 once all 42 new positions are in place in the city. The next slide. This one? Oh, there we go. Okay. In these tables, you'll become very familiar as you see the presentations in the coming days. You're just seeing a snapshot of from 2017 to 2022, and the proposed 22 budget at 77.9 million. Some note highlights. Budgeted PERS cost in FY22 will be 1.6% higher than FY21 adopted budget due to the safer recruits. The FY21 estimates for PERS is 64.6 million, showing a significant spike, primarily due to the members that were out on strike team assignments during our fire season last year. The fire department is getting reimbursed, however, for those at the tune of $3.6 million from the state for those strike team deployments. A decrease, as a side note, from FY19 actuals to FY20 is due to the fleet operations, including fleet personnel, were moved from the fire department to fleet, resulting in a decrease in PERS and increased in ID charges. So we moved the fire shop to fleet, public safety fleet during that time. Budgeted major non-PERS costs in FY22, primarily consisting of apparatus equipment leases of $3.2 million, $1.1 million for training and PPE, $0.8 million for county dispatch contracts, $0.6 million in utilities, $0.5 million in building and maintenance, $0.5 million for fuel and vehicle maintenance, and $1.8 million for all other non-PERS expenses combined. FY20 included funding for Station 18 construction, and a slightly higher ID charges were noted in FY21 from $608,000 for the extractor project under the CARES funding. Also budgeted major ID charges in FY22 primarily consist of, from fleet, of $3.5 million combined maintenance lease fuel costs, $1.6 million for combined information services and telephone, and the remaining $5 million for insurance services and internal service programs. Next slide. Okay. The actuals and estimated revenues, again, the snapshot from 2017 to 22.
She can click it if the battery's.
Pardon?
Is the battery dying?
Well, it's getting through there. Yeah. Department note on this. In FY22, the general fund revenue is consisting primarily of $3.5 million in safer reimbursement, 2.4 from the fire department, fire district, our mutual aid agreements or auto aid agreements, 5.1 for our inspection and permit process, 1 million for out of county or OES. In FY21, there were 17.7 million in CARES funds that were transferred to the general fund for the fire departments, and then in master fee adjusted to recover. The master fees are adjusted to be recovered at the time was 96.3%, and cost recovery in late FY20, generating an estimated new revenue of $2.2 million to the general fund. Special revenues. Special revenues are from the airport rescue firefighting, which is our contract, 1.4 million, and certain state grants make up 1.9 for a total in FY22. After fiscal year 2019, the city terminated its staffing agreement with the North Central Fire Protection District, which was $6.9 million, falling short of its service costs. Currently, we are in a 3-year agreement, which is a little over $1 million. That will come to an end in June 30 of 22. After some dialogue back and forth with North Central, we will be parting ways with them. The capital fund includes transfers to pay off loans for Station 18 and Station 10. These are our expansions for that's proposed in this budget for FY22. Due to the partial FTEs, the estimate is to hire by October. It's 44.2 positions, but truly it's 50 in all. We have 42 new firefighting positions being proposed, and 8 civilian positions, 6 of which are in the Fire Prevention Division, which I'll get to. FY22, the Fire Department has applied for a SAFER grant, as you know. If approved, 42 new members will join the Fire Department in 2 drill schools over the next year. SAFER reimburses the department 100% of salaries and benefits for the program members 36 months from the date of hire. The department also intends to hire 6 staff for fire prevention to increase service levels to help with the turnaround time of fire inspections, plan review, sprinkler plan review. 2 maintenance workers will also assist as fire cadets for the inspection and maintenance of nearly 14,000 fire hydrants in our city. This will keep our engines and trucks parked and positioned better to respond to emergencies.
Carrie, can you hold on that slide a moment? I just want to, because it'll be a recurring theme, and I'm glad that you did it. So again, I know you know the math. I just want to take you through the math. So she's getting 50 new PCNs. So we're going to add 50 new PCNs next year. But if you think about, we hired 2 employees and they both started in January. So they only work 6 months. They'd be considered in our books a half FTE. So those 2 new PCNs would show up as 1 FTE. So that's why you're seeing it, because the way we hire these people, some will start in October, some will start in January, some will start in March of next year. So that's why the FTE is, like you said, 50. I only see 44. It's just the cost equivalent that we're going to incur next year. But we're adding 50 new bodies to the head count.
Okay. This is not in the budget, and we wanted to bring it up here for council's consideration, and that is a position transfer. The Department of Transportation and Public Safety Fleet Division, the Fire Department, and the City Manager's Office have reviewed and agreed on transferring an equipment service worker position, PCN identified, from Public Safety Fleet Division to the Fire Department, which is not reflected in this proposed budget. So here's the situation we had, and you passed about 2 years ago, I think it was, a position to go to Public Safety Fleet specifically for addressing one of the SART report recommendations, which was addressing SCBA and nozzle maintenance. So SCBAs are the air packs that firefighters wear, and nozzles are the tool they use, both being life safety pieces of equipment. The fleet, Transportation Department has done a fantastic job of trying to fill that position with ESWs. However, that position, the intention of ESWs is to promote up to a mechanic, possibly, and so then they don't stay. And we need a dedicated position just for this project. And so after much talk, and we have agreement that we need to transfer it over to the Fire Department and be at a storekeeper level, so it's not one that wants to necessarily promote up into a...
Chief Donis?
Yes.
Over here. I'll just make it easy. I'd like to make a motion for the Department of Transportation, to transfer an Equipment Services Worker 1 position, PCN 6122, from the PS Fleet Division to the Fire Department, and reclassify the transfer position job class from an Equipment Service Worker 1 to a Storekeeper 1 in order to support the SCBA and nose testing services.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as part of the mayor's on Fresno and priorities, we wanted to highlight 2 specifically that the fire department and its improvements in the proposed budget fall in line with. The fire department's mission is to protect and put service above all else. And every element of the fire department's proposed budget intends to improve service delivery to our citizenry through its inspection processes or emergency services. The department spends its financial resources ensuring that its members are highly trained, equipped, and ready to respond to calls for service and able to deliver fire and life safety inspections and plan review in a timely manner to our growing city. Under public trust and safety, improving the fire department's emergency service delivery will be accomplished through the hiring of 42 new firefighting positions. This will add 3 two-person squads and add a 4th firefighter to 8 existing apparatus throughout our city. Additionally, adding 6 new fire prevention staff members will allow us to meet the new construction growth and general inspection demands that we are realizing as the city continues to grow. With that, I will open it for questions.
Council President?
Right.
I have a couple
Councilman
questions.
Soria?
Great. Thank you, Chief, for the presentation. I do have a couple different questions. One, if you can just, for our knowledge, if you can explain the difference in terms of the money allocated for minimum staffing versus overtime. I know that there's been some changes, so I just want to see how do those changes, or why are those changes due to the fact that we're going to see an increase in staffing? So if you can maybe explain that.
We have an entire overtime budget. It also includes what we call shift replacement. Shift replacement are overtimes allotted to people that work to fill a vacancy, whether someone is gone due to sick, injured, vacation, holiday, whatever the absence might be. Our duty is to make sure we have a butt in every seat every day. 24 hours a day is our goal. And so when we, as proposed by the city manager and mayor, filled our 20 vacancies, which will start that recruitment and drill school on July 5th. Once we fill those 20 vacancies, we will create what we call a relief pool. And that relief pool will fill vacancies for shift replacement, as many as possible for that particular day per rank. And so that will reduce our overtime costs. We're estimating around 2.2 to 2.5 million in shift replacement overtime costs. There will still be vacancies due to people being on vacation or holiday or injury that will result in an overtime cost. Then there is also overtime for training, special assignment, a committee. Those things are about, I would say, 800 to 900,000 of our overtime budget. The majority of our overtime is based on making sure there's someone in a seat every single day, 24 hours a day.
Do you anticipate, I know that the allocation has been similar to other budgets, do you anticipate with the new bodies that we will obtain with the SAFER grants that overtime allocation will decrease, or will it stay pretty consistent and flat?
Well, as you add positions, the shift replacement will also increase.
Okay.
We have in our budget allocated 3.6 million for shift replacement and 950,000 for overtime. For FY22.
Okay, perfect. You mentioned that there's going to be, in addition to the number of fire inspectors, which I think equals to 3 times full-time inspectors. Is that correct?
It will be 4.
Oh, 4.
Fire
Okay.
inspectors, 1 fire protection engineer, which does all of the intricate fire plans and sprinkler plans for the new construction in our city, and 1 senior fire inspector.
Okay, so 2 questions, I guess, kind of with the increase in the bodies with the SAFER for inspectors and then also for firefighters. Does this budget have sufficient equipment and personnel gear to meet the increase in terms of the staffing?
This is what we asked for in our budget, and city
Okay.
manager's office and mayor supported it 100%. We think this will address our impacted staff with the amount and volume of fire and life safety inspections, but also the plan review that we're seeing in the city.
Councilwoman, can I do a follow-up to that? Fire Chief, just to be clear, the budget that you're proposing today includes all the necessary equipment and support services to accommodate the additional 42 firefighters fully built out?
It includes the equipment, so the PPE, and the squads, and the rest of the firefighter bodies are going on existing equipment. So yes, it does.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So I know that in the past, we've struggled handling over 10,000 inspections a year in a timely manner. I know that we constantly get calls from developers, from our local small business owners that are trying to open up. Is 3 full-time folks like really realistic in helping us make sure that, you know, the process is not expedited, but at least a normal process? I know that sometimes we have to make the phone call to kind of nudge, and I don't like doing that, but I think that given the opportunity that we have, I want to make sure that we have the appropriate staffing. We are in a housing crisis, and so we're already struggling to get through some of the process or the planning process, which includes fire inspections. I anticipate that we're going to see more building happening in our city when it comes to housing and other private investment that will come and do commercial stuff. How does this budget really address that? I don't know. 3 seems very little to me if we are anticipating significant growth and number of permits to be pulled in the near future, given the fact that we have a housing crisis in front of us.
Well, actually, it's 4
Or 4,
inspector ones, a senior inspector, and a fire protection engineer. All of those people work in concert to do exactly what you were just describing, getting the inspections out there, multiple inspections on different buildings, the plan review process, the sprinkler engineer plan process. We think that this is the sufficient amount, and if things change, we definitely will be back to you, but we think this is the right amount for now to move us forward in the right direction.
Okay. Also, I think Councilmember Arias brought this up in a previous meeting, but the department, aside from the inspections, you guys also do investigations, and you guys have hundreds of investigations that happen on an annual basis, you know, over the course of the year. And so I know we had heard, to our surprise, that we only have like one full-time investigator during the day doing all the investigations. I know that in some occasions we have multiple fires that need to be investigated. And so what we heard, the background that we heard was that once the investigator is, you know, doing an investigation and something else comes up that may be more of a priority, they get pulled, and therefore the first investigation kind of drops off until much later. Is that an issue that impacts our ability to, I think, to some degree, prevent additional fires if we're not able to investigate and capture those individuals that are maybe creating arson or so forth? I'm just wondering, one investigator, that's enough for the hundreds of investigations that are occurring in the city of Fresno?
Yes, we have one fire investigator, that's a 24-hour investigator for the entire city. We do have 3 40-hour investigators and then a supervisor. Last year, the fire investigators went out, the 24-hour investigator went out on 573 fire calls. And then there's associated time and commitment of time for report writing and follow-up. The impact really is not about preventing necessarily, but it's about the follow-up and finding the witnesses and really getting an arrest at the end of the day. There's probably 20 plus reports or fire investigations in the queue that are on hold just due to staffing. That wasn't necessarily the priority when we came to the city manager and mayor with our budget request. But yes, one investigator maybe for the city is a challenge, but we're making it work.
Councilmember Arias, I know that you had previously inquired about this. Did you want to chime in?
So, Fire Chief, I think making it work is probably an understatement. The biggest calls I get is the lack of fire investigators to catch the arsonist. A lot of the arsonists are homeless residents, and everybody has video cameras, but there just isn't enough of your folks to respond when there's multiple fires. Secondly, the other complaint I get is from people who want to have special events, and there's never a fire inspector available to do the inspection on a timely basis. So I don't want to micromanage your department and say we need X amount of inspectors, but I would like a request is for you to come back and or through the city manager inform us of what would be the appropriate staffing to deal with those complaints and the fact that we have one fire inspector and a record amount of fires that are just not being closed and investigated. So I would give you the courtesy to, make a recommendation before the budget hearings are complete.
Okay.
Chief Donis?
Oh,
Councilwoman, were you finished?
No,
Your
I
remarks?
haven't finished.
Go ahead.
I have a couple more. So I know I brought this issue up, and I think a couple of my other colleagues also raised the issue of illegal fireworks. And we did talk about maybe potentially increasing the fines. We haven't revisited fines in probably a decade, I think. Has your staff looked at this issue? Have you guys come up with some kind of recommendation when it comes to illegal fireworks? And then have you guys looked at what are other municipalities doing that do allow? I know that folks like allowing the community-based organizations have their booths and so forth, but what are other municipalities doing to address the challenge that we have?
Good question. Yes, we have discussed this with our city's police chief, the city manager's office, mayor's office. We are in agreement that increasing the fine from the 1,000 and the 250 really goes to the state. So from 1,000 to 5,000, 250, I think is a good first step for our city to be a deterrent for people that want to engage in illegal firework activity. We're not unique. This is happening all over this state, and I have reached out to my peers in the Metro Fire Chiefs, and they have very similar stories. There really isn't a secret answer to this challenge in this state, but I think with proactive fines and follow-up enforcement, that takes a significant amount of investment of staff and cost to make that happen, and we just have to have the understanding that we're going to move that direction in the city.
So if we are going to move in that direction, I know that, and I don't know how the council as a whole feels, but I know that I have been receiving nonstop calls, text, social media posts on this issue. What kind of staffing then would we need to include to be able to do the enforcement and, determine kind of, I'm obviously happy to support the increase in fines. We haven't done it in a decade. I think it's time that we do that. But what kind of, proactive work, does that mean in terms of staffing?
Yeah, we have, in the past, we partner a fire investigator who is a sworn peace officer, along with a police officer, in unmarked cars to canvass the city. I would say that would be our first approach, and maybe we need to check with the city attorney if there's another person that has the authority to write citations. If there is another PCN or a category of person in this city that can do that, maybe we engage those groups too to be a part of the overtime it's going to require to send people out between 8 and 2 in the morning to start issuing these citations. Understand though that it's a very it can be a very intense situation. I would be much more comfortable to have our peace officers with any other civilian if they're going to confront someone and take away their, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 or more dollars worth of illegal fireworks. We have seen people light off fireworks right in front of, fire engines as they drive by. So it's pretty brazen out there. And so I don't want to put our city employees in harm's way either. So we need to be very, very intentional about our approach.
Yeah, I think, do we expect, is there a timeline in terms of bringing the increased fine structure?
We're working with the city attorney's office right now to just understand the nexus for $5,000 or some other big number. We just need to just clarify that we can set that number, and then nobody's going to come back and say, what's the nexus? What are you recovering? Is there something associated with that? So we're working with them, but we definitely want to be at that very significant level.
Well, we are at June 13th.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that this has been an issue, at least that has been elevated to kind of a, more activity in the city over the last month. And I'm sure it'll continue after, at least a few weeks after 4th of July. Any thoughts in terms of when you guys are going to bring that?
Bring the ordinance?
Yeah.
Well, council, it would be too late to bring an ordinance changing the fines for this 4th of July season. It would require introduction, adoption, and 30 days effective after that. And we can get you we can get you a memo as far as what the limits may be on what we can charge as far as fines.
City Attorney, I think our goal is to address the fireworks that are not 4th of July and that have been going off all year long. So our intention was to bring an ordinance with an updated fine structure at the next council meeting. So if we can work that up, that would be great.
Is there a way, can it be based on our dry conditions to do an emergency ordinance, or is that outside of it?
I'm not sure a fine would address an emergency, but we can take a look at that.
And we're going to, we'll work with you. We're putting together a plan right now. We did some testing this weekend to see if a strategy worked, and we're also planning on rolling something out by the end of the week that deals with both police and fire in addressing the fireworks this year, short of that fine. But I am in full support of the fine as well, whatever time that takes.
Also, have we thought about offering free firework shows? I know that Chichansi has a firework show, but you have to pay, and I think that that's one of the issues, right? Especially a lot of families in our city that may not be able to afford to go to a firework show. Have we ever explored that as also kind of a preventative mode of deterrence, a citywide, or figuring out a way to partner up with Chichansi, where I know that they obviously charge an entrance fee, but what can we do? Have we thought about those? I know in other big cities, they have free community fireworks shows. So just putting things out there, I think we have to think outside the box in terms of, yes, we want to be punitive to those folks to deter them, to those folks that are having the illegal works, but of illegal fireworks, but also think about other ways to try to deter and, provide an opportunity for families in the city of Fresno. The last thing...
Councilmember, if I may speak to that, right here. Chichansi this year, the Grizzlies are partnering with Tioga Sequoia. We're going to close off the street and also do something in the adjacent parking lot that is adjacent to the stadium where people can come and gather on Sunday, July 4th and enjoy the fireworks as well as food.
Great. Glad to hear that. Where is it being advertised? Because I hadn't heard about that.
I just approved it last week, and so Tioga will be advertising in Fresno Street Eats.
Awesome. Okay. Well, that's good. I'm glad that you guys were thinking even ahead of me. Awesome. The last thing that I wanted to bring up and just ask you quickly, Chief, Fire Station 12 is in District 1, and it is still one of kind of the, how many remaining temporary, I guess, fire stations do you guys have?
That's the last temporary station.
Okay, perfect.
It's a 44-year-old temporary
So I know there's been some conversations, I think, happening in terms of looking at building a permanent station, and I'd like to see that happen with, one, the investments that are coming through the ARP and even the opportunities with some of the general fund dollars. I think it's time. It's been a while. So there's an opportunity. So I want to make a motion to be able to fund the construction of a permanent Fire Station 12 for the city of Fresno.
I'll second it, but I thought we did that already at the
That
last
was
budget.
18.
Oh,
Fire
excuse
Station
me.
18.
I'll
So
second
this
it
is the
anyways.
last one. Yeah.
Just ask a question. Carrie, do we have the site picked, or we'd have to still acquire a site?
We do. We have a location. It's on Ashland between Valentine and Marks. It's a 1.9 acres. It's an existing building. We're working with city's real estate to come back with a final offer to purchase the land using impact fee money and or the designated old UGM Station 12 fund. Has about $460,000 in it just to purchase the land.
So right now, in the current budget, we have the money for the purchase price?
It's not in the budget. It is, we have money in our impact fees, enough to purchase the land and the building, not anything in here about building a fire station.
Okay, yeah, and that's what I wanted to address. So I know that there's some dollars already, but I want to make sure that there's money for the construction of the fire station.
So I think if you could ask us to move forward with the acquisition of the land
Yeah.
and fund the construction.
Okay, so the motion is to move forward with the acquisition and also appropriate dollars for the construction of Fire Station 12.
Who seconded that motion? Was it Councilmember Carbasi? All right. To the clerk.
And those are all my questions,
There,
Council
All right,
President.
Councilmember Maxwell?
Yeah, good morning, Chief Donis.
Good morning.
For my edification and anyone else on this council, can you please provide me with, a brief overview of the fire impact fees? I think that was implemented in 2019, if I'm not mistaken. I'd be interested in knowing how much revenue has been garnered from that, how many of those fees have been waived, and what specifically those funds are going to, what are they being appropriated for in this upcoming budget?
Well, the impact fees hadn't been increased in many, many years, and we worked through that took about a year through all the stakeholders. They were approved by this council, I believe it was in 19, to a rate that was more sustainable for building our growth, our fire stations, as this city continues to grow. There aren't any, I don't believe there are any funds identified in this budget through impact fees to be used. Our plan is to, on the radar, is to relocate Station 12, relocate Station 10. We already purchased the land for that years ago. And we need to build a fire station in the south central part of Fresno, around North and 99 area, as new businesses have grown down there. Additionally, at some point, we need to build a fire training center. And we're hopeful that the state will fund that, but that also would be part of the impact fee.
That brings me to my next question, Chief. I think we're all very hopeful that the state will fund that project, but in a scenario where they do not, are there any contingencies built into this budget where if the state gives us a no, we're able to start laying down the framework on that regional training center?
I think at that point, we need to, huddle back with the city manager, mayor's office on, these are the major capital projects that need to occur to continue the growth of our fire department, to serve the citizenry and the firefighters, and we would have to come up with a plan or options for you to consider.
Let me add to that. We're fully committed to doing the regional fire training. I did submit a proposal to the state for $25 million, and we'll see where that goes. I don't want to say that everything is riding on it, but I do believe there's some significant interest here at the state. And if not, I believe there's $400,000 set aside in the budget for the actual study and design. And so we would move forward that. That will then determine the cost and then how we go forward. We already have the land identified, 80 acres out there at Central and Hayes, adjacent to the police training center, and we already own that land as a city. So I think we've identified land. We're going to put together the design and the cost, and then let's see where we go from there. And then on Station 12 relocation.
Mayor, real quick, before you go to the Station 12, when do you plan on bringing forward that planning contract before council? The design contract for the training center?
We're working with the Public Works Department right now to bring that forward, I would say within the next 3 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
And then in regarding relocation, Station 12, it was one of the things that we identified in our list for American Rescue Plan. I believe that was allocated at $464,000, and so we're ready to go forward with that one, and at some point in time. But it was part of our ARP list too, so that's good to hear.
Going back to my original question, Chief, since the fire impact fees were adjusted in 2019, do you have an estimate of what that marginal revenue has been that your department has collected since that time?
I would have to ask our budget manager for that.
I'd be interested to know that, as well as how much of those funds have been waived in that time as well.
He says about 3 million a year we're realizing in impact fees, and I don't know if any of it's been waived.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you, Chief.
Chief, I have a couple of questions. To the inspection fees and impact fees that we raised, when the council approved that, we were very clear that that money was to remain in your department and not go to the general fund and therefore be supplanted. Has that been the case? Is all those additional inspection fees remain in your budget and therefore resulted in more staffing and better response to those businesses that are paying the inspection fee?
I would say based on the investment that is in this budget, yes.
So we're not keeping any of those inspection fees and going to the general budget, general
Well,
fund budget?
I'll have to check with Michelle maybe, you know, the inspection, you're talking about the inspection fees?
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, I think the chief has correctly identified that we're trying to deploy every dollar we got to staff them up and get them.
Can we get confirmation that those inspection fees are remaining in the fire department budget and that it's not resulting in a decrease in the general fund allocation to the fire department? Because we were very clear in the previous council when we approved these fees that they would result in more staffing, therefore better response times for those people paying fees. And then, Chief, on the special events, who's responsible? What's the actual position responsible for approving special event permits? I know it's usually like 5 people and Greg that have to sign off, but one of them is in your shop.
Are we talking like a fireworks?
I'm talking a block party. I'm talking an outdoor event in downtown. There's always a fire inspector that has to sign off.
It would be any one of the fire senior or supervising inspectors that are in headquarters.
Yes, that's only when you have a tent larger than 10 by 10 that has to be inspected by the fire folks. Otherwise, you're okay.
Okay, thank you. And then, Chief, your fire tower, when we accepted the TCC funds, we also agreed to relocate that fire tower when that housing project became operational. And as you know, it's already under construction. What are your plans to relocate that tower within the next 12 months?
No plans. So we agreed.
At the very least, you have to agree, you have to not operationalize it, right?
We quit burning last March. So we had the understanding we could no longer burn at that tower and use it for live fire training. What we are doing in the interim is we are going to Clovis at their training center to conduct our live fire training, and that's where we will end up taking our firefighter recruits when they have to go through live fire training, or we'll go out to the Del Rey location for a couple weeks to do that.
So in the meantime, that tower, eventually would that tower be torn down or still used as some kind of exercise facility without burning?
We can still use that. We would hope it would not be torn down. That's a pretty historic location. We still use it for fire training without any live fire and other exercises.
Good. What's the status of your recruitment efforts to fill all these new positions that the council approved last year?
We've interviewed all of our recruits for the July 5th class. They'll be starting on July 5th. We are interviewing 170 out of the 433 that applied. That was the general population test. We interviewed 170 of those. They have moved on to the chief's interview, and we'll interview about 80 of those for 20 positions. And then we also have another recruitment for Fire Academy graduates to supplement the folks that are still left over from the last interview for the first SAFER class. So we have no problem hiring and interviewing, and we're moving along quite well.
Do you feel that you're going to end up with a pretty diverse and reflective group of firefighters?
Yes, I'm really pleased with the makeup, for sure, of the class that we're hiring. I'm very intentional that we hire a class of diverse firefighters that match the population we serve. And so I'm pleased about not only who we're hiring, but also the applicant pool.
Yeah. Do you encourage multiple languages being spoken by the firefighters that you're interviewing, or?
Do we encourage it? Yes. We would love to hire bilingual people. I think it's always an asset, to offer that.
And Chief, remind me, what's the starting salary for a firefighter in the city?
I want to say it's around eight. Is that? With benefits, 91,000.
91,000, great. And then a couple of other things. I do want to make it in the form of a motion. I'll change my mind. I'll make a motion to adjust the fire inspectors as recommended by the fire chief. So I won't put a number on it, Mayor. I'll let the fire chief come back. But I do want that in the form of a motion to adjust the fire inspectors in the fire department, pending a recommendation by the fire chief.
Is that inspectors or investigators?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, investigators. Sorry.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Second the motion. Yeah, and then Councilmember Berta, but right before that, I think Councilmember Soria wanted to make a quick motion for the hop.
Perfect.
Can we do a follow-up from Councilmember Arias's question on the fire inspection fees? We can give you an answer right now, Councilmember Arias.
Councilmember Arias, the fire inspection fees, they are recorded in the fire department's organization, so they do receive that. It does not go anywhere else in
Correct.
the city.
But if you remember, our conversation was if they see an increase of $1 million in fire inspection fees, then we didn't want the city staff to cut their general fund allocation by $1 million. Therefore, supplanting and zeroing out their ability to actually improve services. So what I'd like to know is the direction from the council at that time was very clear. We want the general fund obligation in the fire department to remain, and we want the fire inspection fees to remain in that department so they can generate better services. So,
Well, if I can have you go to page B75.
okay.
So if you look at the first column that says general fund, you'll see that there is a line item called charges for services showing $6,799,300. Okay, so that's where the inspection fees are recorded in the fire department. Okay. But if you also notice, their appropriations, 75.2 million or 75,220,000. So again, the inspection fees are going towards assisting covering what the department needs as far as covering their costs. But a big piece of that is the general fund as well. So again, their inspection fees are available, have been used to assist them in their costs.
Councilmember Arias, I understand your question. We'll get back to you.
Yeah, because I'm looking at page 74, and you can see their total department expenditures went from 78 million in the amended version to 77 million in the proposed. So I just want to make sure that when we took the hard vote to finally adjust inspection fees, the promise was better services and quicker services, not a replacement to the general fund or relief.
So obviously, we can't speak to what happened at that time, but I can assure you with the additional staffing that is in this budget for fire inspectors, I'm sure the chief can confirm, we certainly are improving service with the addition of, I think, 3 inspectors, a supervisor, and the fire engineer position. So I feel very confident that we're improving services, but we'll go back and look at the numbers specifically.
Yeah,
All right,
just to
Councilmember
echo
Soria?
that, I think
Oh,
that's what
sorry,
I did
Chief.
say, that adding 4 inspectors, 1 supervisor, and a fire protection engineer is in alignment exactly with improving services for fire prevention fees.
Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Soria?
Yeah, just quickly, I wanted to make another motion. I know that we've been talking about that training facility for quite some time. I know that there was a request to the state for a budget allocation. I think we will know probably very shortly if we did or we didn't get it, but in preparation, if we don't get the allocation, I do believe that this is a great opportunity for us to fulfill that promise. So I'd like to make a motion to allocate ARP dollars to be able to build that training facility that we
I'll
just
second
built.
that. All right, that goes in the proverbial hopper. It's getting bigger by the moment. Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yeah, I have a question. So historically with the fireworks, the fire department, the police are finding people, obviously who are using illegal fireworks. What has that been annually? How many people normally are getting fined? What are those fines collected? Do you know what that is generally?
You know, at our peak, we had written, gosh, that was probably 8-9 years ago. We wrote 75 citations. I don't think it's been anywhere close to that recently. But we also confiscate, I think we confiscated over 500 pounds of fireworks last year. So it's been up and down. It's been up and down.
The illegal stuff, okay. Will, well, I don't know, I was gonna say with the additional firefighters, I don't know if that will help with enforcement. Maybe it's really just increasing fines, although, you know, I'm not sure it's really gonna make a difference with people who are bent on doing things illegally, that we increase our fines. I don't know how much that's really gonna make a difference. But obviously, if we had a greater ability for enforcement, I think it would.
Yes, I think we're going to need a plan, and we have to work out the plan of canvassing this city. But remember, it's everywhere. It's not just here, but I think we need to look at that.
Okay, question. The big issue always is overtime. What does overtime typically cost the city of Fresno with in the fire department?
It was about $7 million last year. Oh, yeah, that's right. So overtime is a big conversation and controversy. We call it shift replacement. So we ensure that there is a body covering the shift while someone is off on sick, holiday, injury, whatever leave it might be. There is 5,080? Yeah, about 5,000, just about over 5,000 shifts, 24-hour shifts that need to be covered annually at time and a half, unless we have a relief pool, which we're proposing to do in this budget, to decrease that. The overtime for other things is very minimal in our entire overtime budget. Other things meaning training days or a special assignment or a committee meeting. Those are very minimal.
So with the hiring of the new firefighters, 42, I would expect that the overtime costs of $7 million would come down rather significantly.
Remember, we are improving the minimum daily staffing in the city by 14 firefighters on duty each day by hiring 42, because there's 3 shifts. So you divide that 42 by 3, you have 14 more people on duty each day. That improves the minimum daily staffing. The 20 we are hiring July 5th are filling our existing vacancies. Those are not going to improve the minimum daily staffing, but rather they will reduce our shift replacement overtime costs by about $2.5 million.
Okay. And I understand the mayor, city manager, also working on this, Mayor?
Yeah, I'll just start out and saying, you know, it's very complicated. I've had to learn how overtime works. I was used to it, how it works in the police department with minimum staffing, preferred staffing, different model in the fire department. And so currently what the city manager has done is backed out $2,025,000 from overtime in the general fund under the fire. And we've put that on an American Rescue Plan list as one-time dollars. That would give us an opportunity to hire all the firefighters this year, implement some potential different scheduling or somehow, and then to meet with the firefighters' labor organization to work out an arrangement. So we're hoping to be able to bring forth next year a significant reduction in overtime for the fire department, but this year I don't see us realizing that because it's going to take time to ramp up and implement the new regulations. Tom?
Yeah, so this is the transition year. So we fill the vacancies, get the 42 in, and then work with the bargaining unit to just say, how do we want to revisit, reimagine the staffing model? And they're open to that, and we're having those discussions right now.
Great. Okay, thank you. And going out on medical calls now we're not going to be going out with trucks. We're going to have some kind of medical vehicle, right? Is it?
Yes, we're going to implement 3 squads, and those are 2-person, 2 firefighters in a squad. Their primary role is to respond to medical emergencies first and keeping the engines and trucks parked more readily available for rescues and fire calls.
Okay.
Not that they can't go to a fire call if they are proximate to it and
Sure.
they're not involved in a medical.
I imagine that's going to save on your trucks and
Oh,
equipment.
tremendously. I mean, that's a small pickup truck with some light equipment on it versus a 40 or 80,000 pound vehicle.
That's fantastic. Excellent, because we've talked about it for a
Mhm.
number of years. But, okay, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Chief.
All right, Councilmember Carbasi, you're punched up.
I'll keep
Vice
this
President?
quick. Thank you, Chief, for your presentation. Concise and as always. Had a question primarily for administration. Just for the benefit of the public, I mean, the 42 firefighters made possible by the SAFER grants. Just wanted to know again, what is our timeline in terms of when that fiscal impact will shift onto the city? So how much of that is built into this current general fund budget, the amount we're supporting, and then how is that going to change year by year?
I can,
You know the number, you want me to say it or you got it?
go ahead, yeah.
So, you may have to step in, Chief. Okay, so first of all, there are some unreimbursed expenses that the SAFER grant does not cover that the chief already spoke to that are included. But the impact of the grant-funded officers running onto the general fund begins in fiscal '25 to the tune of about $2.5 million, if I remember correctly. Mike, correct me if I'm wrong. And then '26, the full impact, I believe, is a little over $6 million hitting the general fund in fiscal year '26. But until then, we will just be covering the delta between the salaries and the amount that the grant covers and the part that it doesn't, which in the grand scheme of things isn't a whole lot. It's the equipment and vehicles and PPE, those types of things.
Okay, so we've got about 3 fiscal years from now to prepare for that impact. Okay.
Well, we're preparing for it now. We've got some ideas on how we can prepare for when that rolls off and how we would fund it ongoing.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, very proud to be part of this expansion and just want to make sure it's sustainable. Thanks to the efforts of this council, and in particular, Councilmember Carbasi brought forward that resolution for the SAFER grant. So that'll be conclusion of my remarks for this department.
What are some of those ideas, City Manager?
So one of the things we're looking at is certainly if this sales tax increase phenomenon, if it continues, that's part of what we would look at. The other thing is we're looking at our debt service. We have some debt rolling off in the next few years, so those debt service payments will roll off, and then as they roll off, that's money we can allocate toward other things, including the safer firefighter. So it almost, if it goes like we see it going, it might be pretty close to a dollar for dollar. So that's our primary plan. But if the sales tax and the economy keeps booming, we're selling houses, selling TVs, selling cars, we might be able to just not do it alternatively with just straight general fund.
So is that assuming that the fire department is not going to be taking on additional debt services over the next 4 or 5 years?
Well, they would pay their debt service. They've got those dedicated UGM funds and other funds that they can pay debt service out of. So that would be, these are other big debts that we've got on our big facilities. So we would pay their debt service out of the UGM and their other dollars that they currently collect.
We have about, I think it's $9 million rolling off in '26.
Yeah.
Councilmember Carbasi, you want to land it? Land
I'll
the
let you
plane.
do that. Chief, thank you so much for your presentation. A couple follow-up questions. So we had the fires, of course, the Creek Fire and so many other fires, and we lend help to the state, and the Office of Emergency Services provides funding. What happens to those funds? Do they stay within the fire department?
Well, the personnel costs are really passed through. If it's an overtime, all those pass through right to the person that worked those shifts. Then there is administrative revenues that the city realizes for administrative costs, but also for apparatus. They pay us for the type of apparatus we send up there. That comes back to the city, and I assume it helps pay for our departments, sometimes overages in other areas.
But those portions are rather small. It's mostly personnel.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Last year was I hope, last year was an anomaly. It was quite significant.
Okay, great. About illegal fireworks, because that's the topic of today. And my office has received a lot of emails as well. Regarding fines, do we know how much we've actually recovered from fining people? How many of those fines get paid back?
I don't have a number off the top of my head. I really
No
don't.
worries. I'm just trying to understand how, I want to do something about it, but fines, when you're poor, how are you going to be able to pay fines? And is it just going to make your situation worse? And what is a proper deterrent to actually stop this from happening? There were, surprisingly this weekend, at least 5 fires in my district alone, just off of Herndon, in that area. And one of them was at the Milburn Overlook, and the residents, I haven't confirmed, but they said it was because someone was lighting fireworks, and that may have been the case. And fortunately, it was minimal, great response time. But I'd like to actually see what real options there are. And if we're going to have enforcement, I'm really, really concerned about the number of priority 011 calls with our police department. So I don't want us taking police officers. I mean, I want to give you the tools you need to do what you have to do, but at the same time, I don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul, if that makes any sense. So I'm going to be really concerned about how we allocate police officers to that function as well.
No, I totally get that, and it's a very challenging proposition because you're also, from a fire side, you have 150 calls in that one night that we're going to be responding to. So fire, we'll have to figure that out, and it's going to be a team effort.
Great. Another question, something was brought up about drill schools. We have so many applicants, which is great, and I was just wondering, in the issue of diversity, you guys, in my opinion, versus police, we have a much higher ratio of fire to medical aid calls than maybe some other communities, from what I've been able to understand. This is a busy city when it comes to fire. I just want to ensure that unless we set up a policy as a council, that you are choosing the best people to do the job, whether it's the mental training or capacity or the physical training and capacity, because everyone's different, but it becomes a life and death issue. It also is a life and death issue for your employees as well. So I don't want to check off boxes in terms of, well, this person looks this way or speaks this way. Granted, that's all great to have more diversity, but the number one job is the mission. And have you faced any pressure from any council members to fill certain quotas?
No,
Okay.
not at all.
Great.
We have a really robust testing process, and I am confident in that testing process, and I'm confident in our recruitment and testing drill schools where they have to pass the test. We don't hire just marginal folks. We hire really, really exceptional candidates.
Terrific. Yeah, you guys are doing a great job with recruitment. I'm so happy to see what the numbers are. That's great. This might not be something you have the answer to now. It's kind of a different kind of question. But when it comes to more electrical vehicles on the road and those batteries, and it's harder to put those fires out, is there anything that needs to be changed in terms of what, I don't want to use that word, what materials are used to suppress the fire other than just water or chemicals of any kind?
No, that's a good question. We are looking at those things all the time in our training division. We partner with a lot of different agencies, including Fleet, to look at all kinds of new electrical vehicles and what's the best tool or a piece of equipment. And when we find something that's important that we need in this community, we'll be bringing it back to the city manager's office to consider.
Okay. And then, that I should have sent this to you beforehand. I apologize for being on the spot. But the number of fires maybe in the last 12 months at the Amazon distribution centers, do we have any idea how many that's been?
I'd have to get back to you on that number.
Okay. What about how easy it is to access the facility when there's a fire?
That's a challenge. We are working with that facility. They change management out there too, and who's in charge. So the issue is having the right people there at any hour of the day to allow us to be guided into. It's a very protected, proprietary location, and that's been a challenge. So we're working through that.
Okay, so it's more of just working with them to get someone to, because it's their money to lose, I guess, but it's also an employee safety issue too. So we're there. It's just up to them to help us get to where we need to go.
Yes.
Okay. And then the last 2 points are kind of connected. One is about Station 12, and the other is about North Central. Because I have a lot of county islands in my district, and those are all North Central Fire Protection District service areas. And for those that may not know, Bullard and West, that's where their station is. They used to have white trucks back in the day, and now we actually, under contract, cover that area. But I also recall reading, not in this report, but the last annual report, where north of Shaw, the actual response time for fires, even though I'm not complaining, but technically it's less than other parts of the city. Is that I think it was was that consistent with what was in the report?
That is consistent.
Okay.
Yes.
So my concern with North Central, did you say that it looks like we're not going to be servicing that area anymore?
The North Central Fire Protection District Board voted to not continue the contract with the city of Fresno after June 30th of 22.
Okay, got it. Here's my concern with that. What is there, because they have stations in Kerman, Biola, Kearney Park, I believe those are so what happens when there's a fire, and it's a rather large fire, and they have to bring another apparatus from one of the other stations? Because I want to know, are we expected to go and provide aid? Because when fires move, one thing I learned about last year was ember cast. I didn't know what that was, but I have a lot of vegetation in my district, so what if something flies and hits another house? I still have homes with wood shake roofs in the district as well. So what happens in those cases? I mean, how are we going to be able to handle that?
No, it's a good question. We are working through that right now and crafting some options, whether it be an auto aid or a contract for service with them. If they choose to stand up their own fire department, then they need to stand up their own fire department. And the constituents in that area need to know that the Fresno Fire Department, who has been serving them for probably 17 years now, isn't going to be there. And so I don't think they know that. And I think there's a lot more to that conversation, but we won't do that right here.
Okay. Are there any discussions, is there a line of communication with them to where if they wanted us to continue that service, that would be an option? I mean, we'll have to review the numbers, obviously, but is that still, do you think it's at all feasible?
They sent us a letter, sent the city manager a letter that said, thank you. We tried to negotiate with them. We asked them to pay the same per capita cost that a citizen in Fresno pays, because that's the service they were getting, and they said no. And that was the end of their conversation with us.
But I guess a question for the city manager, if they were to come to us to want to have us continue, granted we have to negotiate the terms, would we be open to that conversation?
Right. I think there's two discussions we're going to have with them, as Carrie said, is if you're going to stand up your own fire department, you're going to stand up your own fire department. So what does that look like?
Right.
Their board did adopt a resolution to discontinue the contract after this time next year. So their board would have to adopt another resolution, say, hey, let's have a discussion with the city about what that. So we'd be open to that, absolutely.
Okay.
But as the other point Carrie indicated, that you got to pay your proportionate share of the cost. We just need to make sure it's equitable how we're treating our citizens and how we're providing that service to those folks.
And the impact it has on our firefighters as well. Absolutely. Got it. Appreciate that. And then the other question, kind of connected, the last question for my colleagues, so be happy. Station 12. So currently it's located just south of Shaw on Marks, the longest temporary station ever. And I'm glad to see we're looking at actually not only finding a location, but funding and getting it built. And thank you, Councilmember Soria. Do we have locations in mind yet? I thought I recall there was some locations in mind, because with what's happening with North Central, we have Station 2 on West and Herndon, but with the response already being kind of an issue with Northwest technically, although I'm not complaining, I just want to anticipate for the future. My biggest concern is a major brush fire or a fire along the bluff area. We're trying to mitigate that right now with Deputy Chief Alcorn and the Conservancy, but that is my biggest fear, because when that goes, it's going to be not just a little, it's going to be a bad thing. So are any locations kind of close to Shaw, what we're talking about now, is that still an option, or is it going to go further south?
It's going to be further south. It's Ashland, on Ashland between Marks and Valentine.
Okay, not that far.
But it is a location that is large enough for its intention, which is to add multiple companies there,
Right,
like a truck,
perfect.
an engine, a patrol,
Right.
just to do those types of responses.
Perfect. That solves the problem. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. City Manager, closing thoughts?
Yeah, I just wanted to, you'll hear this as a recurring theme with the exception of parks, which we'll have coming up. I got everything I wanted, pretty darn close to everything I wanted from the department heads, because again, when we met with them, it was tell us what it's going to require for you to recover service levels to the level that we need to provide. Tell us what you're going to need to enhance service levels to get rid of the backlog of things that we've got. And in doing that, once we got the request, then it became an exercise of, all right, if I'm going to get fired something, I'm going to have to take some money from somebody else. So we've been moving money around because we have access, you'll see in the book that we were recommending a lot of dollars go to the ARP. We've got the Measure P was available, so we moved some dollars to ARP, but that's the process we went through to figure out how do we get these departments fully funded to the extent we can so they recover service, enhance service, and get the equipment and materials that they need. So we look forward to continuing having this discussion, but we were very creative and intentional on how we created the dollars to help fire, planning, public works, all these departments. So thank you.
All right, thank you, City Manager. That concludes our presentation. Thank you, Chief, for that. It is now 12:06. We'll break for lunch and come back at 1:30 for the Parks Department presentation. Who's going to do the presentation, City Manager?
We have our Personnel Director going to be our Parks Presentation Day, who formerly was the Parks Director for the City of Fresno. TJ Miller.
Hey, you got the floor. What an introduction, Tommy.
Yes, I appreciate that.
I anticipate Parks is going to generate a lot of enthusiastic discussion. And
no pressure.
So we'll pretend like we're in an arena.
And Council, before TJ starts, if you could just help me out, I checked all the buttons work, just punch up to help me facilitate. I suspect there will be a lot of questions on this department. TJ, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I do want to address Councilmember Maxwell indicated.
Is your microphone on, Director Miller?
Testing.
Okay, there we go. Perfect. Yeah. Good afternoon, Director Miller.
Okay.
I did have an opportunity to review the PowerPoint yesterday evening, and I just wanted to ask a couple clarifying questions before we got into the presentation because I think it might clarify the discussion that we're going to have throughout. So I just want to make sure that there is $20 million in Measure P funds, $21 million in Measure P funds baked into this budget proposal for parks. Is that correct?
At least, yes.
And that has gone before the Measure P Commission. I think that was 2 or 3 weeks ago. So my question is, and I don't know if this is a question for you or City Attorney's Office or whomever, but since you brought forward a specific list of projects before the Measure P Commission that have been baked into this budget proposal, if council wanted to make amendments to that Measure P money that's in here, would we have to then go before the Measure P Commission in order to make those changes to the money that's baked into this budget? Or is it pretty much a free-for-all since it's already been reviewed by the commission?
Yes, Council, under Measure P, the commission must have the opportunity to review and make recommendations, and that has taken place.
So we're free to amend this $21 million without it being subject to further review by the Measure P Commission. Gotcha. And the $21 million is dedicated solely to capital improvements?
Correct.
Okay.
Actually, clarification?
Sure.
So about 15 million is dedicated to capital improvements. We've got other elements that are dedicated to litter cleanup, and a few other items that are in the designated buckets.
Okay, last question. Why only 21 million out of the 29 anticipated revenue from Measure P?
Yeah, one of the challenges we had is with the so what it talks about is the city shall allocate, and then the commission shall consider. And it's subject to the Parks Master Plan, which we have. What we don't have is a cultural arts plan. And prior to appropriating for the cultural arts stuff, you need to have a cultural arts plan. So that's about 3.5 million of the unspent that we just aren't in a position to make allocate because we haven't done that piece of it yet.
So the items listed, Georgianne, as you mentioned earlier on C11 and C12, that is pretty much solely the Measure P funding that was set aside for this budget. Is that correct?
the
I can
page
hear you.
numbers I referred you to.
I think it was C11 and C12 where it listed them.
C26 and C49, and I believe
C26.
one of those is all funds and the other one is general fund only.
Okay. That was my last question, Director Miller. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Does that answer your questions, Councilmember Maxwell?
I just wanted to have a better understanding of how this was structured before we got into the lengthy conversation ahead of us. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Before you start, TJ, I think Councilmember Councilmember Carbasi has one more thing. Go ahead, Councilmember Carbasi.
Regarding the fire budget, I'd like to make a motion to allocate $160,000 to outfit all our fire apparatus with ballistic vests and helmets, please.
All right.
That's four apparatuses for the record?
What's that?
4 apparatuses for the record?
For apparatuses, thank you.
Do you want to second that motion, Vice President Esparza?
I'll go ahead and second that.
All right.
Thank you.
Did you get that?
I didn't. Can you
Can
provide
you
that
repeat
to
that
me?
motion?
I will send it to
Councilmember
you.
Carbasi?
Thank you.
All righty. Go ahead, TJ.
Thank you. Can you please advance the slide?
TJ, I think you have to talk into the mic.
Thank you. So I'm starting off with the organizational structure of parks. There's a parks director, assistant director, an executive assistant, and then 4 major divisions within the parks department. You'll notice the division on my far right, the after-school recreation and community services. That is the largest division in terms of what is encompassed in that division. We have after-school sports, aquatics, after-school services. Our once division is currently in that location, our senior services. That is all of our direct community services to our city. Of our department administration, which includes our business managers, our personnel manager, our payroll staff, project administration. We, if you're not already aware, we do not actually have construction management or project managers within parks. Public Works serves that role for us, and our project administrator keeps us in line and in sync with that department. We also have Parks Maintenance that is currently, as was alluded to previous conversation, is going to be undergoing transformation. We're going to become a more operational department. And so our Parks Maintenance that is staying intact, because there's a portion that is staying intact, they're going to be focusing on custodial and direct services to our constituents.
Director, can you pause for a second? This proposed budget doesn't include additional staffing except for one. So how do you intend to spend additional $29 million of additional Measure P funds without additional bodies to do the work?
We have, the one position that we have is one of our community services supervisors that will help serve our community. That's direct service to the community through all of our programs. We rely on our temporary staffing to help with the programs. So many of them are seasonal. So we have a very large number of temporary staff. So the supervisors help execute those programs.
So you intend to keep the same model of using temporary staff for $29 million of new spending?
No, we do have a model that we will be working with the Measure P commissioners in terms of additional staffing requests to enhance and deliver above and beyond what we're already delivering.
So when is the council going to see this? Because the council during this month has to appropriate positions and funding. When are we going to see what you're going to propose to the Measure P Commission?
Due to timing, I can't answer that. I'm going to defer to
Yeah.
the
So
city manager.
so what we're anticipating is that we want to get the way the budget that got built for parks with the Measure P element was to get as many funded by Measure P park projects as we can out into the community. So that's why you're seeing 15 million of the 23 million is capital projects. That's really Scott's team over there that they're working to get those projects out, built, so that by this time next year we've got that capital done. The other element that we're funding is the litter cleanup stuff that we're doing, the Beautify Fresno out in the neighborhood. So that's part of the allocation that we're doing. That's the litter cleanup. Again, the only one we've got $4 million locked up for the Quigley Park grant. If we don't get that grant, that's $4 million that can go back for programming and Measure P.
City Manager, are you intending to pay for Beautify Fresno through Measure P?
That's the Beautify Fresno function. That's the litter. That's where we do litter collection. That's where we do litter beautification stuff in the city.
We do litter through DPU and through the general fund also. Why are we shifting it now to Measure P?
It is actually in DPU in the solid waste function, so that we're expanding the litter collection capability and beautification capability within DPU, because that's where the resources are. We didn't want to create a new function where we'd have to get more equipment, let's use economies of scale within DPU where they're already doing it, and let's go ahead and enhance that. So that's the enhancement we're doing with the litter cleanup and the beautified stuff we're doing in the neighborhoods.
How much of Measure P is scheduled to go towards litter cleanup?
It's about $900,000, Henry. I'm looking at Henry real quick.
985, 400.
To me? 985, 400.
And is it your intention that the litter cleanup is going to focus only on parks?
No, it's going to focus. It's citywide. So that's a citywide roadside litter cleanup. So it's the stuff we're doing now in your district and all the districts. That's the work
I understand that, but Beautify Fresno is basically operated by volunteers. You maybe have 2 full-time bodies coordinating the volunteers.
You have all the staff associated with the cleanup of the debris, the collection of the debris. The volunteers are certainly providing a huge function, but we have to have staff and equipment to get out and grab. And then the other thing we're expanding is the graffiti program. We have 1 crew now. Now we're going to add 3 more crews so we can get after the graffiti.
The red flag I'm raising, city managers, I don't think it's an appropriate use of Measure P funds to fund citywide cleanup efforts or citywide graffiti abatement. That seems like a general fund obligation versus a Measure P, responsibility.
And we're expanding it. So there was a baseline you were getting out of the general fund, which is not keeping up. So with Measure P, we're able to expand that service now.
Okay. But not why? If that's a citywide function and a general fund responsibility, why not fund the increase through general fund versus Measure P?
Well, DPU provides citywide services as well. I mean, that's where they cover every square inch of this city. So we're like, you're already doing it, litter abatement, picking up illegal dumping. You're all over the city now. Hey, now we're just going to add this additional function with those same crews, same equipment, adding the volunteer element. So it's consistent with how we currently use DPU to clean up litter and illegal dumping in the city.
And if I could just add, it is bucket 5 of Measure P, safe walking and biking trails, street beautification and litter removal, and the San Joaquin River Parkway. So it is included in bucket 5.
So are you telling me that Measure P intended to be the funding source for cleaning up the whole city? I thought it was intended to clean up I understand if you clean up parks, if you clean up the San Joaquin Parkway, if you clean up, green space and medium islands, but walk me through how...
I can tell you right now, there's not enough money in Measure P or anywhere to clean up the whole city. So this is just adding a little incremental capacity to what we already do. So I don't want to characterize that Measure P is going to solve all our litter problems. It's not.
I understand that. What I'm concerned about is that we replicate what we did with the police department budget, where we take from FACTS, we take from DPU, we take from all these pots to build up a department, and it's not... If it's a general fund obligation, a citywide responsibility, then it should be the general fund that's funding it versus taking from Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah, it's not a department, so it's a division within DPU, where again, this is where we provide this service. We clean up litter, illegal dumping, all the things we're doing with you guys in your district. That's where we provide that function out of. So it's like, just makes sense for economies of scale. Let's continue it there.
From my perspective, I'd rather those Measure P funds go to fixing my existing parks than to pay for volunteer cleanup efforts, that are general fund responsibilities.
Understood.
Councilmember Arias, I think we've escalated to a full-scale policy conversation. TJ, proceed, and then we'll definitely pick it up going forward.
Thank you. And then the last on the far left is special events, and that is in citywide support of our special events, everything from parades to the festivals that we all enjoyed pre-pandemic times, and that is kind of concierge service for our event promoters, getting them through all of the processes in the city. The next slide shows our actual and estimated expenditures. I want to point out on the personnel costs, the proposed 22 at 12.48 million. That increase is a direct reflection to staff they are being hired in the parks maintenance in terms of the public works that we spoke of, the irrigation, additional tree trimming, landscape maintenance. It's the carpenters, it's all of the elements that are direct, hard maintenance to our parks. Our non-PERS costs, $34 million. This reflects the projects, many of the projects that were put forth in previous years and either did not have enough funding allocated originally or that they are still in the process due to the timeliness of the projects. The ID charges, I just want to speak a moment to the difference. You'll see the 2017 through 2019, roughly all at $4 million. They dipped in 2020 actuals and the 2021 estimate, and that is due to the CARES funding absorbing those costs. So the proposed 22 restores us to the pre-pandemic levels of ID charges. And so that's our estimated expenditures at $50,868,000. Are there any questions on this slide? I'll proceed. The next slide is this is the district infrastructure investments. You saw a portion of this as a column on your previous presentation. And I have a couple of the projects listed if there's any in your department that you're concerned about. But this represents your UGM funds, as well as, for example, District 1, the Van Ness Triangle Park is part of this. District 2, we have the river bottom security upgrades, the Logan shade structure. These are all in addition to your UGM amounts. District 3, Hinton improvements, that's for the park, for the restrooms, the Maxi improvements, and the Maxi Parks HVAC at $929,000. And you'll remember, Councilmember Arias, this is the one where original allocation was a little over $1 million short of what was needed. So we had this opportunity, and the Measure P provided this opportunity to identify all of our shortfall in funding and fix that gap so that all of your projects could get taken care of.
So, Director, to that question, the 1.3 million are basically projects that were funded last year, correct? Through budget motions, but they're appearing in this proposed budget.
Actually, they weren't funded. They were just, you made allocations, you just didn't put enough money in them, and so that's why they've been kind of holding off, waiting for us to get them going.
City Manager, I'm seeing a few projects in my district that I believe did have specific appropriations, including Misters at El Dorado Park, large park renovations. We had general funds set aside for that, as well as lighting at Vinland Park. I do remember there being specific appropriations for those. However, they were never completed last fiscal year. And now that general fund money that was supposed to be used for those projects is no longer going towards those projects. Instead, now it's proposed Measure P funds.
Correct.
So my question is, what happened to all those general funds that were appropriated for those specific projects that never saw the light of day?
Perfect
and
question.
Why are we using Measure P money for that now when we had previously set aside funds for those projects?
So again, so there was an appropriation. So like Large Park's a good example. It was supposed to be part of the Multi-Gen Center, which had a big programmed budget. Decided not to do Large Park, not to do the seniors, not to do the Multi-Gen Center. So as we looked at moving that money, we had a discussion with you about, we need to leave something here because there's a park. And so we left $1 million in Large Park.
Did you leave it there, or are you saying it's going to come from Measure P 6 months down the road?
I believe that one's in Measure P. Yeah, that's going to be Measure P.
I think that's the core of the issue that I'm getting at, City Manager, is that there should have been general funds available for these projects already, and now I feel like the carpet has kind of been pulled out under our feet. No longer general funds. You could get it from Measure P later on down the road.
Correct. And so what you're observing here is when Carrie sits up there and says, "Well, this is awesome. I got everything I wanted." Scott's going to tell you later, "I got everything I wanted." Planning and Development's going to say, "I got everything." How do you think we created that capacity? We looked at the Measure P dollars and we said, some of these park projects, we could push these onto the park because it's $1 billion program. The first year's funding allocation is $15 million, right? That's where we're appropriating.
But City Manager, if they've already been appropriated with last year's budget, they should be paid for with that money, and then I should still have the future Measure P money to fund further projects on top of that.
That's true, but again, to make this budget work, we took dollars from every corner we could find so that we could restore services, enhance services, and make more people available to deliver capacity in the city. So if the decision is you want to go back and reprogram, then I'll have to bring Kerry back up, Scott
Well,
back up.
I don't know if it's a decision to do that, but a decision that we're going to stick to the budget that was adopted by this council last year.
So you guys, again, you guys adopted budgets and appropriated money, but there just wasn't enough in there to get so the projects would still be sitting here waiting for them to be done because we didn't appropriate enough dollars.
But city manager, to Councilmember Maxwell's point, this is my third budget, and it seems that we have to vote on the same projects every year.
Exactly.
Because staff doesn't implement the projects for what array of reasons, right? So you ask us to renegotiate the same and vote for the same projects, but somehow the mayor and the staff's budget priorities make it into the budget, and we don't have to revisit those. So to your point, you made room for your police, 31 additional police positions, by removing all the parks projects that we voted on last year and putting them for future spend down of Measure P.
Correct.
So it's
that is correct.
Yeah.
You have correctly observed what we did in the budget, and
extremely
that's why we're
frustrating.
presenting it to you now, saying, hey, these projects have been sitting around 1, 2, 3 years, and we looked at these projects and we thought, we got to just get these done this year.
But you're essentially undoing previous council's action.
No, I wouldn't say we're undoing it. I would say that if you thought it cost $50,000 and it cost $250,000, it was just going to sit there and not get done because that's kind of what we observed with the appropriations that you made. That's why I would like when you do the motions this year, if we could say, do you want an estimate, or do you want an estimate for the project, or do you want to just say do $500,000 worth of work? Those are two different things. So what we have here is what we observed was, here's $500,000 to do something. Well, that $500,000 doesn't cover doing that, and the projects have just been kind of waiting for us to figure out a way.
But those estimates are based on city staff's recommendation, right? We didn't come up with estimates. We said this is the cost of a project, therefore we made a motion to appropriate that cost.
Yeah, it was our understanding that these were just appropriations made, not tied to cost estimates. And that's why, because I keep asking, why are we sitting on so many parks projects? This makes no sense to me.
Why wouldn't anyone think of working up the project, or thinking, or coming back to the council saying, hey guys, like, you guys approved this, like, how do we move it forward?
That's this moment. That's
I know
exactly
it's
right.
this moment, but now you've reallocated the funding that we had initially appropriated to accommodate for what you guys believe is the best use of it. When we had already said, this is what we want to do. And I think that that's the frustration coming from this council. So then, fast forward, we learn that now this city, actually, we were being conservative on our revenues, and so now we're gonna maybe see an additional $20 million more. Why isn't that taken into account? You guys didn't even take that into account. You guys put what you guys thought would be a priority, even though this council had already voted on using general fund to fund those projects, rather than augment with, keeping general fund dollars for those projects. And then if we need to use Measure P to backfill, that's what we should have done. Because this council has already said, hey, we want to get these projects done.
Councilwoman.
And so what I feel like it just falls on deaf ears.
I'm wondering what the appetite of this council would be to increase the parks budget by the amount of projects that were allocated last year, but for some reason went unrealized.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Increasing the parks budget this fiscal year and the amount to equal the list of projects that were passed last fiscal year, but for some reason were never realized.
Can I ask a follow-up question with that?
Sure.
Thank you. Where will them also identify where's the money going to come from?
That is a decision for this council to make together.
Yep.
Hey, city manager, just point of clarification. I want to make sure I understand this conversation because it's a little bit dizzy. So what you're saying is the council voted to allocate dollars for specific projects last budget, but we didn't have the complete amount to complete them?
Actually, those projects go back 19, 20, and 21 that were just sitting there waiting to get funded, get the balance of funding. And so that's when we walked in and we're like, why are all these projects not getting
So,
done?
so I just want to make sure we're clear. So you're saying that the entire funding amount was not there for those projects, so they were kind of just on standby?
They were just on
waiting
standby.
for funding to come through?
Correct.
Okay, that I can understand, because then this council can make a decision whether we want to fund them fully and implement them, and what timeline we're going to have, right? The concern I
Correct.
think I'm hearing is, if we don't have the staff to manage these projects, then what's the realistic timeline of these projects getting implemented? And I think that's the theme that I'm hearing from my colleagues on.
Correct. I think there's two, you hit it perfectly. There's two elements we need to look at: the capacity for us to deliver, and the funding to actually get the project out of the ground and complete it.
And City Manager, to Council President's viewpoint, every time a project comes forward and there's not enough money or it's over budget, you guys timely come back and say, we need more money for this fire station or for this. When it comes to parks, you sit on it for a whole year. You make us vote again for that project. And like on JSK, they told us $75,000 to reseed. Then it became a year later, $300,000. Then now there's $5,000 more for the reseeding. The reseeding, as I've told you, looks like, reseeding that I couldn't have done a worse job at it. But why aren't we told in a timely manner that there's more cost to these particular projects? We do carryover a few months after adopting the budget. At no time in those conversations are we told these projects are not fully funded, therefore that we're not going to move on them for a year or two.
And that was for the subcommittee. We gave that data as part of that, so maybe we should have probably gave that, where we showed, here was the project, here was the original funding amount, here's what it really costs, here's the gap. I think it was like 13 million or something like that we had provided. So you're exactly right. I'm not sure what happened. I just know that in my discussions with staff, we got to get all these off our plate next year. We got to get them built and up and running and available to the community, and throw out a built by Measure P.
Yeah, I respectfully submit, City Manager, that it's time to restructure the Parks Department completely from the ground up and figure out how they execute basic projects, because it's not getting done.
I agree. And we've in our presentation to the subcommittee, we talked about migrating from a project management model, where it's just trying to manage a project, to managing parks now with the funding as a program. We need to do it as a program where we have dedicated people. These are doing the cost estimating. That's that group. This is the specification group. This is the construction manager group. So we can get more of them done, as opposed to dedicating a person to focus on a project, and then they get overwhelmed, and we're here waiting for things to get done.
So I think I would like to specify and make a formal motion for staff to produce to council an itemized list by dollar amount for each project that was put into last year's budget but was not funded or completed, so that this council could look at that and see if we want to increase our parks budget by an added dollar amount to fund the projects that were supposed to be funded last year, in addition to the Measure P money that I think we all anticipated for funding projects aside from what was allocated last year.
If I could ask you to make a modification, because some of these projects go back to 19 and 20 and 21. So if you could just say, I'd like to make all the backlog of parks projects, if you could see all those, that'd be great. Because you just said last year, so if we could do the backlog of all the parks projects, that would be helpful.
Yeah, if you could specify what fiscal year that they were motioned for, that would be helpful.
Perfect.
Okay.
Do I have a second for that? Second by Councilwoman Soria. All right, and in all fairness to our city manager, because I know you're in the hot seat, I just want to remind my colleagues that they've been here for 6 months, so they are the new administration, because I keep hearing the term, this has happened last year, the year before that. So I know you got to pick up the baggage and everything that's related to that, but let's just put things in context. I think this is your opportunity to prove us wrong.
Exactly, and just get all these projects done. We just got to get these projects done. So on that front, we are all on the same page, I hope.
And I will, Council President, I get it, and I'm sympathetic that they've only been in charge for the last 6 months. That's the mayor and the new city manager. However, there are directors that have been in place for a number of years. And so for me, it's about accountability. And I think I get it in terms of I'm trying to give you guys a shot, but I think that folks also at the director level and staff in the departments need to be held accountable for delivering. And I think that every Thursday or every year that we have this budget discussion, I think that people need to follow through, you know, on how we're doing. I'm going to ask a question on. I know we had made a motion last year when it came to graffiti abatement, and we were going to do this pilot project to try to increase art murals and so forth. I don't think anything has been done. Do we know?
Correct.
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 Yeah, and so is that in the budget?
We have a mural strategy that we're developing.
But is that funded in the budget, or is?
It'd be part of the Beautify Fresno effort that we're currently working on, so that would be part of that, the beautification element of
You want to
that.
make a motion, Councilwoman Soria, to make sure that it's in the budget?
Yeah.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that, what we had said last year in June was, and we go beyond creating the pilot program. Last year, we were supposed to create a pilot program to create community murals that will help deter graffiti. So I want to make sure that as a motion is really part of
I'll second that. We can put it in the hopper.
Council President, can I make a motion?
Sure.
Make a motion to get a complete budget of Beautify Fresno, every funding source and every activity that's included in this budget as a standalone, you know, presentation or information to council. But I've been hearing a lot of Beautify Fresno, and I'm still yet to get a full presentation on what that incorporates.
Sure. I'll second that. Put that in the proverbial hopper. All right, TJ, you still have a couple more slides left.
I do.
I think Councilmember
Next slide.
Carbasi had a question.
Oh, Councilmember Corbasi.
Just regarding Beautify Fresno, I think, and I'm incorrect, I think all of us have gone to their events and we've benefited from that. So I think it's important to consider it's refreshing. We didn't have that last year or the year before. So I appreciate the conversation on that, but I think that we should show some support for the program. It seems to be working. Thank you.
There is support, Councilmember Corbasi. I think people just want to know how much it costs, and we could look at maybe expanding it, you know, if it's really successful. No. TJ?
So to talk you through the actual and estimated revenue slide, our general fund, this represents our gate fees at our regional parks and our pay for service programs. You'll notice in 21, the estimate is much higher than it was before the pandemic and going forward in 22, and that is because that is a reflection of the CARES dollars. The special revenue, that represents our grants and Measure P, so that is the large surge in that amount. Capital is for our Shinzen Garden and Memorial Auditorium. Enterprise is Riverside Golf Course. Debt service, it's a pass-through bond from 2005, and the bond was designed to build out Beamer, Todd Beamer Park, the BMX Park at Woodward Park, Al Radka, and Regional Sports Complex, among many others. So our proposed 22 is $35,240,000 in terms of our estimated revenue. Any questions on this particular slide? Forward. Our FY22 budget expansions in terms of positions we spoke of earlier. This represents the supervisor, and we had that position earlier this year, and we converted it to a business manager, and that is to, we need 2 business managers in parks with all of the financials coming through with Measure P and the very large grants that we're managing through CalVIP and OJJDP, in addition to the payroll with upwards of 300 temporary staff and our permanent staff. It's just a more complex process.
Director Miller, in regards to the 12 graffiti abatement folks that are being proposed to move over to Public Works.
Yes.
I saw that was listed at about $1.2 million, and that 3 additional crews were requested for a total of 1.5. My question is that 1.5 million on top of the 1.2, or is that the grand total for adding the 3 crews on top of the 12 abatement folks?
We'll have to defer that. I think it is for the grand total, yes. The grand total.
If
on
I
that.
recall, the graffiti crews are about $200,000 a crew.
Yes.
Yes, that's true. That is
So the total.
correct.
So the total proposed for graffiti abatement under Public Works, if we were to add the 12 folks from Parks, add 3 more crews on top of that, that grand total is 1.5 million and not 2.7 million.
Well, I'll have to check the numbers. Let me look to Henry to check the numbers. I just know that when we added the 3 crews, when we were estimating all the bodies and the equipment and material supplies, it was about $200,000 a crew.
All right, the language was a little ambiguous, that's why I'm asking. I couldn't tell if the 1.5 was for all of it or just for the 3 new crews.
And that may be the personnel only, the equipment may be under another
An
funding
ARP?
source.
That's a good point, yeah. That might just be the staff element. We'll check. Henry will get it before as we're part of this.
Thank you.
Director, under Measure P, it's outlined that 50% of the funds are supposed to go to maintain existing parks. How are you intending to do that if you're not hiring additional maintenance staff?
So the maintenance staff are going to come out of Scott's shop now. So we're going to consolidate that there.
So how many people are you adding?
Well, we're just moving the 12, and then he's got the resources of other staff that he has available. So we will be adding some bodies, but right now we want to get some economies of scale with the resources that he's already got and that he's dispatching crews out of so that we can make that service more readily available. But we do have to make some adjustments, and that's part of what happened next year. Next year, we're going to have a major reorganization of this department and the service delivery. So right now, the first thing we want to do is build the model where Scott is providing the maintenance, landscaping, irrigation service, because that's the new thing. We're going to make him do that, so he'll take on that responsibility. And as we go through the process with the Parks Commission on adding parks, rehabbing and putting new equipment at existing parks, okay, now what's the mix of people we're going to need?
Yeah, I understand your logic, city manager, and the timing, but is it fair to say that as much as I like Scott, he's only getting transferred 12 new bodies, that the current conditions of the city parks, which are awful, are going to continue for at least a year before we have additional capacity to improve the conditions of those parks?
So correct. So again, we're in this process now of
Yep.
transitioning to a new delivery model, and then
I'm-
we'll add the bodies.
I'm not judging.
Just ask.
I appreciate the honesty. I just want people to, if that's what we're saying, that's going to take us a year before we can improve the conditions of the existing parks because you guys are restructuring, expanding, that's fair. But I want that to be clear to everyone because we're going to pocket $29 million, and I don't want people to think they're going to see $29 million of improvements in the next 12 months. What you guys are suggesting is going to take us some time to ramp up.
Correct.
So my question is, we've done this before. When we know that money's coming, we borrow, hire now, and then, charge that account when the money arrives. Why aren't we doing the ramp up now? Why doesn't this budget just hire the additional 30, 40 people that we know are needed to maintain? Why aren't you guys recommending that we contract out a series of landscapers that I'm sure there's available in the city to go and do some of that immediate improvement now?
Because when we talked with the Parks Commission, we told them a couple of first items they've got to work on are updating the master plan. So we've got the consultant that'll come to you next week or by the end of the month. You'll get the contract for the consultant that will work with them on facilities, updating the master plan. The other element of that contract will look at programs and services. What programs do we want to provide? And what services do we want to provide based on what the commission is talking about? So we didn't want to go hire people and go, darn, we hired the wrong people.
Got it.
They want this, and we hired all these kinds of people. So we
That's
just
fair.
want to make sure we're just integrating the staffing plan with the new service delivery model that the Parks Commission will
That's fair.
identify.
My other question that I'm struggling with this budget is, it recommends approximately $1 million for the golf course in Northwest Fresno. Yet it doesn't recommend one penny for Roding Park where the playgrounds are not safe and falling apart. How did the golf course get on top of the list on requiring $1 million of improvements?
That's a good question. Henry?
So with the golf course, that's fee-driven. It's based on a contract.
So there's no Measure P or general fund dollars of the $792,000?
No, there is none Measure P.
General fund?
It's all contract, sorry. So no general fund, strictly contract fee-driven.
So the fees generated by the golf course are paying for $800,000 worth of improvements. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And on what about the Camp Fresno? Is $143,000 coming from fees?
No. Yeah, we don't have any Measure P funding in there. Henry, we didn't put Measure P for Camp Fresno?
No.
No,
So is that general fund?
that's general fund.
And Japanese Gardens, 134,000, is that general fund?
The Japanese garden, it has its own checkbook that it's receiving monies through fees and then utilized to pay for its service.
So the 134,000, is that general fund money or is that fees that they generate?
Strictly fees.
Strictly fees? Can you guys make a distinction on that for us, on all the ones that are fee-driven versus general fund obligations? Or
So
Measure P?
Henry, those are showing up as enterprises?
The Shinzen, yes.
Is it, yeah, okay. We can get you that, but it's an enterprise, so it's just supposed to be self-sustaining on its own revenues.
Perfect. And my last question is the...
Excuse me, Councilmember Arias?
Yes.
Just FYI, if you go to page B-113,
Yep.
on the right-hand side, you'll see those programs that were fee-driven.
So when you say contracted services, is everything below that? But you just indicated Camp Fresno is general fund, not fee-driven.
No. Camp Fresno is receiving a fee
From who?
from the participants that
Historically, yeah. TJ, can you talk about the historical practice?
Historically, we would rent cabins in a portion of Camp Fresno, and then there was a junior camp where organizations would rent it for junior camp, and we still have a hybrid model where there still are some rentals in addition to providing camp for the youth.
So then, am I reading this correctly? Japanese Gardens, Memorial Auditorium, Camp Fresno, Woodward Park Amphitheater, Golf Course are all fee-driven improvements?
These are not
Yes.
general funds.
Yes,
not-
and there's even, for those that rent up at Camp Fresno, there's even a separate fee just for improvements.
So I was under the impression that the Veterans Memorial was basically costing us money every year, that they don't generate much fees. So how can they generate $100,000 of fees?
By individual organizations renting it to do concerts or plays. So there are folks that reserve that Memorial Auditorium. Yes, it does cost us money because the operating costs exceed the fees that we're charging.
Okay, got it.
We operate at a deficit.
Got it. It's like every other green space. It's good. Perfect. Thank you for the clarification.
All right, go ahead, TJ. See if we can
Okay, thank
go
you.
through the PowerPoint.
So for our budget priorities, we work for you, and this is, we're excited to be bringing new parks and facilities through the Measure P funds, and improving and maintaining safe, clean parks and playgrounds. And as discussed, this is going to be an overtime process. We will be utilizing a strategy of hiring temps to be at parks that are heavily used as park attendants to keep the custodial services ongoing, and that will help aid in providing the clean, safe, accessible parks to the public, as well as re-engineering the work that our current park maintenance staff that are staying with parks will be doing, so that it is a more hybrid delivery of both customer service and custodial maintenance. Public trust and safety, our pedestrian and bicycle safety education program. We have our California Violence Intervention and Prevention Grant that you just approved last Thursday. And our Supporting Victims of Gang Violence grant provides direct support services for victims of gang-related violence. Youth and leadership development, we have our youth and job training, and that is well underway at the moment. We're processing the first batch of 100 applications. We're trying to place all of those youth into locations throughout our park system, and then pulling from those places into the departments as the requests come in. So we're trying to get all of the youth engaged in purposeful work, and we have a series, we're partnering with personnel to provide a Zoom element to their internship where they can weekly get job development skills and go through a formalized program. We estimate that we'll have probably close to 200 youth hired between the ages of 16 and 24 by the end of the summer. Our after-school recreation and community service, this is our ongoing process. We've been providing service in person since the fall of 2020. We had to press pause for a while during the pandemic, and then we were able to follow the cohort model that the schools used, and we've been using that model ever since. So we have both virtual elements and in person. And then our summer youth intern program, which is much like our youth and job training, we're kind of melding those two programs to get economies of scale.
Director Miller, could we take a moment to pause and talk about Office of Neighborhood Safety and Community Engagement? I feel like I just don't fully understand the logic behind it. I'm not saying it's unwarranted. I'm just trying to learn exactly how it's different from the after-school recreation community service division, what their mission statement is, there's a brief list of some of the programs that they do in here, but I'd be really interested in learning all the activities and programs that they offer, some of the accomplishments that they've achieved, mission statement, how's it different from the other divisions that you have in your department?
We can provide more in-depth information. I don't have all of that committed to memory,
Okay.
but this is a brand new division within our department. It was motioned last budget in October, and we just got the final grant approved to go to parks from police, so it was originally in the police department. And so it was moved to parks, and then also the youth programs were integrated with it to make it a more well-balanced program. So there is a lot of overlap, but there are some defined differences in terms of who we're serving. So the after-school programs is at all of our community centers, and what we'll start bringing to the neighborhood parks as well is they just are gravitating to those parks and they're signing up. The Once program is more of an active finding those that don't know that they need us yet. The other program is a more natural attractant. This one, we're going out and finding those to serve.
Councilmember Maxwell, I can kind of talk a little bit about this because I was the one that motioned to create this office.
Did we create it or we transferred it from?
Well, we transferred and we renamed and created an office within the Parks Department. And so there was shift from some of the staff that were all doing some preventative work under PD. And what we thought would be great would be that this office would also engage in like the youth jobs and other, kind of parks related.
But don't we do that already with the after-school recreation community service division? Isn't that already the mission statement and function of that division? I feel like I understand the broad strokes of Once, and it seems well-intentioned. I just don't feel like I have a full grasp of the justification for
I
it.
would say overall, and like we can get more detailed information, but there's, like I said, with the Once program, it's an active engagement in terms of identifying victims of violent crime and then incorporating them into the program. Whereas our after-school programs at our community centers, they're already in place, and children and youth and seniors go to those centers for the activities. The Once program is we're getting engaged and recruiting those that have fallen victim to crime.
And they have a number of other duties that they're doing.
And I would just like to learn more about those.
Yeah, like one of the things that they were doing, and I think that it's a great point that you bring it up because I was going to ask more about how we're staffing it. Because my concern is we did give them a lot of responsibility. Advanced piece, they were doing the different academies first. It started kind of introducing the community to what the police department does. Then they brought in the scope and talking about what other city departments do. It's these resident academies. If you've attended, they have them in Spanish and Hmong and the various languages for our community. So this division actually does a lot more than maybe what it seems like here. I think, and I wanted to ask actually about the staffing because they're in charge of the youth jobs program. I don't know how that is all being facilitated, and I'm glad to hear that you guys will have 100, maybe 200 youth hired by the end of the summer. But in terms of capacity, I know that at the time there was like maybe 3 staff in that division. How is that working out now for all the role or all the other duties that they were given on top of, that grant that they were getting on an annual basis that they managed? Because I know Advanced Peace, then we said they were going to do the youth jobs because we didn't have anyone in the city taking responsibility for the youth jobs component. So how is that really working within that office? And I don't
So-
see any capacity that has been built into.
So it just came over officially in April. We're kind of working our way through it. What we've done is we've pulled some resources within parks to help with the youth job internship, heavily relying on not only personnel, but our personnel manager. And then we have identified 2 temporary employees to help process through those applications so we don't miss a beat. And then in terms of the actual grants and advanced piece, we have 3 individuals that are supporting all of the partners. So as we identify that there are capacity issues, we'll have to come to the table and request additional allocations. But at this moment in time, the capacity is being addressed until we can really get our mind over what we need.
So who's doing the youth jobs component? And like, how are you guys doing the hiring of 100 people? Who's doing that?
Our department, our personnel
Personnel?
manager he is processing the applications as they come through. All of our park supervisors are part of the process in terms of they know the temps are coming, the youth. And then, like I said, we partnered with personnel in terms of delivering that more formalized program aspect so that at the end of their 160 hours, they will have not only some work experience and hopefully other department experience, but also some very concrete how to behave in the workplace, how to handle these types of situations, and really something powerful to put on their resumes.
Okay, so personnel now has the capacity to do that? Because I know in the past, when we first did launch the program, they couldn't even get through 50 applications. So you're telling me that with the current number of people, you guys are able to process hundreds of applications?
We are in the process of our first batch of 100, so they got 100 applications to us. We have the staff. It was probably an advantage that I had personnel experience being in parks because I could also help on that side when the applications got to Parks Department. So yes, we are processing. We're working together, and there are partnering departments that will be requesting folks. Our staff, park staff, will be able to identify who would be a good fit for learning at the plan encounter, or who would be a good fit for this. So it's a more comprehensive program, and it may change, but this was the way we figured we could get it kick-started and get some real movement on this.
Councilmember Soria, was it ever part of the discussion to house advanced piece directly under once instead of having them go through EOC?
Can you repeat the question?
Having advanced piece housed under this division, Office of Neighborhood Safety, was that ever part of the question originally when they decided they wanted to do business in Fresno?
That was what we had included in the motion, that they would oversee the implementation of advanced peace.
And is that still the case? They're still overseeing advanced peace?
That's my understanding, that under that office. Is that correct?
They're administering the
Yeah.
agreement, yes.
Thank you.
So not doing the actual work, but administering the agreement to ensure that the scope of the agreement is being achieved.
Okay, thank you, Director.
Okay, the next slide, I think we've already kind of gone through most of this. This is the Measure P allocation. You'll see the 6 buckets here. The number 6 is not technically referred to as a bucket, but it is important because it's part of the administration of the Measure P. But the 5 main buckets, there's bucket 1, improving and maintaining safe, clean neighborhood parks and playgrounds. This is for our existing parks and centers, and we have 11.8 million identified. Number 2 is for neighborhood parks, senior, youth, and recreation facilities.
Director, can you pause really quick?
Yes.
So on the first section, 12 million going to Parks Department to maintain the existing parks. Isn't that what the city managers indicated would be done by Public Works versus the Parks Department?
Yes, we are funding it, and they're working in our parks. So they, as city manager alluded, using economies of scale and for equipment and all of the training.
So why wouldn't the
and so
money
forth.
go to the Public Works Department since they're the ones doing the work versus the Parks Department?
No, we had made the conscious decision that we wanted the money to always stay in parks, and then they're going to buy service from Scott as they need it. So Scott will just bill them, and it'll be like an ISF charge
So
now.
basically, Public Works subcontracting.
Correct.
Got it, thank you.
So bucket 2 is for our new neighborhood parks, senior, youth, and recreation facilities. Bucket 3 is our services. That's the job training, senior programs, youth programs. 4 is expanded access to arts and culture. This is for the Arts Commission. You'll see that there is 0 allocated or appropriated at this moment. Bucket 5, the safe walking and biking trails, street beautification and litter removal, and the San Joaquin River Parkway. And then 6 is for the administrative fees. So the FY22 proposed is $21,772,000.
What percentage of Measure P by law has to go towards new parks? Does anybody have that information handy?
I think we're required to create 750 acres of new green space within the term of the ballot initiative, but I don't know if there's a specific amount.
21.5%.
Towards new park.
For new neighborhood parks, senior and youth recreation facilities, under that title. A, 21.5% of the funds made available from this section shall be made available for that stuff.
Thank you, Tom.
On your section 6, Director, $221,000 for planning, and only $57,000 is going to finance. What's the rest of it?
The rest has not yet been appropriated. That'll be in conversation with the Measure P Commission in terms of how I believe there will be individuals in that are helping through this process in terms of.
And the finance, what's their money going for?
That is going, I'll actually defer to.
It's managing the fund.
Yeah.
What does that
Million.
mean?
They got to receive it at those quarterly increments, make sure it gets allocated, report to you, and work with you. It's managing the money.
So they're getting a set aside of about $60,000 to do what any other department, what they do for any other department?
It's additional work. It's another $40 million that they weren't programmed to do, and so now it's like, hey, you got to do this work. And again, it's an allocation that was made specifically for that. Otherwise, the general fund or some other fund would be
Got it. Thank you.
picking it up.
Okay, and the last slide is the Parks, Recreation and Arts Commission recommendations from their meeting on April of June 7th, last Monday.
And can I just interrupt? Sorry, TJ. So it was a tough meeting for these folks. It's a $50 million budget, and they had to hear it in an hour and a half, and then they were asked to consider it, and then they said, "Is it too late? Can we not do it?" I said, "No, actually, you can make recommendations." And so Raj is the attorney working with them on that, and he made a suggestion on how they could make recommendations. So their plan right now is, they heard the $50 million budget last Monday. And they were frustrated, I can tell you. It was appropriate for them to be frustrated, given just the way the lawsuit played out, and you got to hear this budget a week before the council hears it, and 21 days before it has to get adopted. So it was just, timing was tough. So we asked them, so they started making recommendations. These are their recommendations. I think the most important thing here, though, is just the first paragraph where they're just kind of expressing their frustration. So, and that they don't want this to happen again. And we said, we 100% agree. We don't want to have this happen again. So they're met on Monday. I believe they indicated they were going to be listening today to the discussion, and then they're going to meet on Monday. And so based on what they hear today, build on these recommendations and come back. So we're hoping maybe Tuesday, maybe Monday night, but Tuesday we can come back with an updated version of kind of their thoughts and ideas on the Measure P fund for just this year. Next year, what we told them was, we're going to start this in February, and there's just a process we'll go for the budget development. They're going to be working on the master plan, the service delivery plan. They're going to do, they want to do site visits to all the parks and see the facilities. So there's just a lot of work they're going to do next year. And we told them, we really start this in about March, February, and we'll just walk them through, and they won't be at the last minute having to hear a $50 million budget in an hour and a half.
I think what it would be valuable for them to also learn is there are a number of us here on the dais that have been working on parks for several years to get them shovel ready, and a lot of the commissioners don't even know that. And so they're going to go and fund, planning or, for another new park, not knowing that we've worked these parks to be planned and, shovel ready. And so we've used all this resources, so we gotta be smart about also making sure that, they are fully aware of, what is in the pipeline that still needs. I know like several of our parks, we applied for Prop 68. There's no way that all of them are gonna get funded. And so how do we begin to have a backup plan to make sure that these parks that folks from up here submitted will get appropriately funded, so that we can kind of move to the second round?
That's perfect. And so the plan is for TJ to take them through a couple of park projects to do exactly what you said. Here's from concept to ribbon cutting, and here's all the steps and time it takes. So they can just get an appreciation for, this is a process to get a park repaired, built, rehabbed, or whatever. And so they've asked for that, so I appreciate you commenting because it's consistent with what they're thinking.
And City Manager, to Soria's comments, I saw some of the commission meeting, and it felt like some of those folks were there Christmas shopping for their own interest, which is not the purpose of the commission in the ballot initiative, much less in the bylaws. But to her point, before we start setting aside $2.5 million for a new park, we need to fix the existing parks. So I want to be very thoughtful of that. All of us have been working to get our parks shovel ready. And I think that's going to be my motions in a lot of these, parks conversations, is for staff to do the acquisition, planning, design, so that it's fully prepared for a Measure P investment. But simply to set aside money and park it somewhere for a park that is not shovel ready, for me, it's not the best use of resources. So, and if we have to tell the commission that, then we should be pretty honest. I mean, what I heard from you today is, give us a year, and you'll start seeing the improvement of parks take place.
Yes.
Of existing parks. We need to be that clear with the commission. Give us 5 years, because that's how long it takes us to build a new park. So don't start parking money there and taking it away from the maintenance of existing parks in the meantime.
Exactly. And that was a discussion we had with them. And so that the idea that TJ would take them through, hey, here's how it works, would be helpful for them. Thank you.
I do have a couple questions, Council President, if I may. So wanted to ask about the Neighborhood Senior Center that is about to open later this summer in my district in the Affordable Housing Development. Is there funding allocated in this budget for the programming of this next fiscal year? Since I didn't see an additional staff and it's going to be a new center, I would have expected to have seen a staff dedicated for that.
We do have it in the budget. It will be with our current senior staffing, which is made up a lot of temporary employees. A lot of the senior programs are not full day in length. So yes, and we've discussed before, at the Lingo Center, it's going to be a different model. It's going to be open in the morning and closed in the evening, unlike some of our other centers right now that run 9 to 1. So we will staff it temporarily until we get that model right. And I fully expect to be bringing that through as a recommendation for Measure P in terms of a staffing element going forward, because it is an ongoing cost.
So, but in this budget, we do have dollars.
We do have dollars for staffing and to complete the furniture, the furnishings.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure on that. Okay, then the other question I had, I know that in the past, and I think you summarized pretty well in terms of the budget priorities, public trust, and safety. I know in the past, one of the thoughts that was brought up is park rangers to make sure that we're keeping our parks safe. I know that you alluded to having parks maintenance facility.
I alluded to the park attendant program, which is different than a park ranger. A park attendant is very focused on custodial and customer service.
Mm-hmm.
Think an individual who's there passing out basketballs to youth that are just sitting on a table. Hey, you guys would you like to borrow a basketball to play on the hoops? And we have that at a couple parks. We're trying it out. Park ranger is a more secure system, and that is needed, and it is mentioned in Measure P, and I believe it is in Bucket 1. That is the existing parks.
So I guess that's why I bring it up. I was curious or I guess I was surprised to see that it is not something that we're initiating, even though there's dollars there. And I know that as we open up our parks, and I know in particular there's a couple parks in my district where, because they're right next to a school, And in some instances, the homeless population were taking refuge in the park. And so I know this last year hasn't been a big issue because the kids haven't been at school. But I think going forward in this next fiscal year, I would have liked to have seen that you guys would have initiated some kind of park ranger program to make sure that our parks that we currently have and then our future parks are actually safe, where it's not police that has to respond unless they really have to respond. So is that something that you guys are going to work on?
Yeah, that'll be definitely something, again, it's part of that, working with the Measure P Commission to understand services, facilities, programs you want, and the security and safety will be part of that discussion. And how do we want to characterize that? Is it permanent, all day? Do we have a route for these people? So it's just all part of that process but the park ranger is a program we want to definitely bring out and use at the parks. Just how and where and how do we engage the Parks Commission in having that discussion.
So the parks, are you telling me that the Parks Commission has to approve?
No,
You
they don't have to.
You as a city manager can't, and with the mayor can't say, hey, in order to make our parks safer as we're opening up, we should develop this program.
So exactly how you said it, because of where we're headed and what we're having and the resources we have available, we're going in this direction. We're just at this point, we'd like to engage them in the discussion a little bit as we move down that path.
What's the timeline?
I'm probably thinking it's probably the first 6 months is where we'll get this organizational thing kind of figured out, because we want to get the facilities, programs, and services defined that they think is what the city of Fresno's park should look like or should contain.
Okay. I think right now those are all the questions that I have.
All right, Councilmember Carbasi? Nope. Vice President Esparza?
Yes. So, going back to the slide that outlines the different amounts for infrastructure projects in each district, as I alluded to earlier, my district seems to have a pretty paltry allocation. The administration, I noted there was some baked into the multiple category. Are there any examples of that? And what does it mean by multiple? To the best of my knowledge, I don't think I have parks that split over into other districts.
So the multiple that is listed, there's a carryover amount of 3.619 million in multiple projects that got listed under multiple, as well as the parks facilities rehabilitation. That's the overall rehab of the facilities. I believe that's through the everything from the Wi-Fi to reconfiguring the aesthetics, the safety with COVID and so forth. So it's just a facility improvement. And then we have South Tower CIP listed under the multi as well.
Okay, well, this may be reiterative, but just again, would like the breakdown of those the multiple category within.
Absolutely.
For and how much is going to each district, if that is discernible by Parks Department.
And actually, that parks facility rehab, that's all UGM identified.
Okay.
So there's funds in there for UGM, so we'll be able to get that breakdown.
Fantastic. So next question is the 1.9 million that we have outlined for the senior center.
Yes.
What specifically is that for?
At this moment, I believe that is to move forward with the Blackstone and Dakota location.
So our goal would be to use the 1.9 to get the planning, permitting, design done so that we could come back to you this time next year with the construction contract. We have other funds available through Director Clark, Jennifer Clark, that we believe we can use to purchase the property and acquire the property. And then these dollars will be used to actually plan, permit, design the facility and bring it to you for construction award.
Sure. So as we discussed privately, what I'd like to do is actually kind of get a side-by-side comparison of the 3787 North Blackstone, which is the Dakota site, versus one other site, the 4343 North Blackstone, which is the vacant Vaughn's building. And that's a proposal that had been, and it kind of spun around council for some time. So I think we'd like to kind of just see a side-by-side cost. I mean, at this point, we don't know what the appraisal is on the Dakota Blackstone. There's a lot of numbers we don't know. So the Dakota Blackstone proposal is pretty enticing, but I think in terms of being transparent with my colleagues, we should take a side-by-side of how much each site would cost.
So we'll do both sites?
In terms of an analysis.
Yep,
just
okay. Site selection. We'll do a site selection, compare the two.
Sure,
Okay.
yeah, for numbers and such. And then with respect to Dakota and Blackstone, right? I mean, if we were going to go that route, it'd be nice to see some amounts baked into the budget to operate maybe the original facility there before things go vertical. So I'll await the memo, the analysis, but ultimately may want to include some operational dollars to operate the current site.
So I just want to clarify, so let's just say we come to you this time next year with a construction contract for Dakota and Blackstone. Probably won't really get going on the site for another 3 months after that by the time we contracts and everything. So you would like to see an option where for those 15 months, what can we do in there?
That's correct. I believe the current facility is about 14,000 square feet, to the best of my knowledge. The 4343 is North Blackstone, the Vons, is much larger. I think about 40,000 square feet. So again, I think my colleagues will probably want to see a side by side before we make a final decision. But I think a side by side will hopefully give us a clear picture of, okay, this is not feasible. We're definitely going with option 1 or option 2, and allow us to kind of take off as a collective.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Do you have a
Councilman,
motion?
Vice President Esparza, are you done with your questions?
No, not quite. Almost. Did you have something related, Councilmember Soria?
No, go ahead. I'll make a motion after you're done.
Okay. And then my last motion is I'd like to make a motion to add $8 million to the Parks Department, specifically for property acquisition.
Second.
All right, motion, did you get that, City Clerk? Motion and the second? All right. Councilwoman Soria, Councilmember Maxwell was next, but if you have something quick, or
Yeah, just wanted to make a motion to to include, I guess, in the budget, an allocation for the Parks Ranger program. It seems like Measure P does call for that. I know that you say that the Parks Ranger, yeah, I think that we need to call it explicitly, the Measure P calls for it, and we need to start developing what that's gonna look like. But I don't wanna wait a year out, so
I'll
I'd like
second
to have that included in this budget.
And perhaps our Parks Committee could also put something together to present to the commission the next time they meet to expedite this. But yeah,
I don't know what a Parks Ranger is, but I'm sure we will figure that out.
Something about Yogi Bear, I think.
Do they have a flashlight? Do they have pepper spray? Do they wear one of those cowboy hats? Is it all the above? Sorry, Councilmember Maxwell.
Yeah, final question for this department. It was more in regards to your budget last year, Director. The money that was appropriated for your after-school recreation and community service division last fiscal year, how did that money end up getting used, being that we had the COVID-19 pandemic and most after-school programs and recreational activities were not available?
So originally, all of our staff, we were very fortunate. We did not have to furlough or lay any staff off. We were able to keep them on site. They pivoted from delivering direct service to servicing our parks in the park attendant model, basically the custodial customer service, because we were able to keep all of our parks open during the pandemic. So those fixed personnel costs stayed intact. Once we were able to start the virtual programming, we went into that mode, and that is just as timely when you're not used to doing virtual programming and filming and working with. I believe we worked with CMAC to get some of our videos up, but we have quite a collection, and we were able to serve the youth through the virtual method. And then by, I would say, October, November, we were doing the in-person cohort. So we kept the model. It just became a little more, unfortunately, costly due to the extra precautions that we had to take and the extra staffing to cohort the children.
What about the non-personnel cost savings associated with some of the after-school facilities, whether that's the cleaning, the maintenance, the electricity, the water? that would normally go into some of these after-school recreational buildings that were never operational because of COVID.
I'll have to get that to you unless, Dora, do you happen to have our savings for our utilities? We'll get that information to you.
I imagine there
We have
was a cost savings associated
there
with
was
that,
a
correct?
savings to some of our utilities, yes, there
Okay,
was.
thank you. That was all. Thank you, Director.
All right, Councilmember Arias?
Thank you, Council President. Just have a couple of motions. I'd like to motion to fund $1 million for playground equipment replacement at the regional parks.
Second.
I'd like to make a motion to set aside $2 million for a South Tower Park.
Second.
I want to give direction, city manager, to pursue the expansion of JSK Park. There's a property adjacent to it that I believe it's owned by the flood control, which was originally planned to be the full parcel, but because of money, it was never expanded. So I want to pursue those conversations with flood control. And then I want to give direction to pursue site selection for West Fresno Regional Park. Currently our Southwest Sports Complex is on top of a landfill. The grass is never green. It's not utilized by many folks, and it's just not the kind of regional park that should have ever been built in a city of our size and caliber. So I want to abandon that park and build an actual regional park that the community deserves. So I want to give direction to pursue the relocation of the West Fresno Regional Park Complex.
Can I go back to your first one? Did you designate the regional park or just $1 million for regional parks?
$1 million for regional parks, for a playground replacement.
A specific regional park or?
No, we only have 2, I believe.
So both parks, we would allocate that to the 2, okay.
Yep.
We have 3.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
The sports complex is also a regional park, and there is a play structure there as well.
Oh, is there? So we probably can relocate that because there's probably not too many kids playing in that landfill with the play structure.
So allocate the $1 million across, look at doing that across the 2 regional parks?
Yes.
Less that one, okay.
Yep, and I think Granite Park's officially a regional park, but it doesn't have playground equipment. So just playground equipment for the 2 parks.
I'm not aware that it's an official regional park,
It's not?
not to my knowledge.
Oh, I thought it was. The last budget, I think, conversation, they classified it as a regional park too, but I might be incorrect. But with that said, yeah, $1 million to replace playground equipment specifically at the 2 regional parks in the city. And then the other 2 are just direction to start pursuing the expansion of JSK and the relocation of the Southwest Sports Complex.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Arias. I think that concludes our presentation for
City
parks.
Manager, can I chime in one more time,
Councilmember
Council
Maxwell?
President? Thank you. I was also interested in making some specific motions related to parks. What my concern is, City Manager, is that I make a motion and there's not a funding amount attached to it and it never gets completed. However, about 2 months ago, I did meet with the administration. I gave a very specific list of park asks for District 4, which I don't know if any of them made it into this budget. And I also have not received funding amounts for each of those projects. So how long is it going to take to receive those funding amounts so I can make specific motions for these?
So you have that list right there?
I've provided it to administration.
I remember we did the large park and the couple others, so let me just see why they're not there. But yeah, we'll get you that here before during this process, the budget hearing process.
Okay, thank you.
All right, before we conclude, Raven, do we have any folks wishing to speak on the Parks Department queued up on the screen? How many do we have, Brianna?
Hold on, they're popping up.
Okay.
Right now we have 5.
Who's first?
Right now we have Lisa Flores.
All right, let's have Miss Lisa Flores queued up. Miss Flores, you'll have 2 minutes. We could queue up Miss Flores.
Ms. Flores, you are unmute.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. Surprise.
There
huh?
we go. We can hear you, Miss Flores. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Well, good afternoon. First, a couple of things. I just want to make sure that the Roding Park Dog Park funding still gets rolled over, and I really would like to see that continue to come out of the general plan and not Measure P. Also, I have some concerns about how the Measure P funds are going to be spent. Beautify Fresno is a very nice thought, but I also have a lot of concerns about any Measure P money going into that. And let's see, also to the presentation in regards to the parks, it just seems a little hinky as far as hiding staff and really being transparent about the finances. You know, sitting here and listening to this, I actually raises more questions in my mind than less. You know, we should have already had a shelf-ready projects ready to go for Measure P, and stuff should be, you know, moving right along versus having to wait anywhere from a year to two. And I have to agree with Mr. Arias that, you know, his district is in wanton need of not only greening, but more park space. Because, you know, it is a historic district that has been neglected for, oh God, what, 100 years, over 100 years? But anyway, that's all I have to say. I just wanted an update on the moving of the Roding Dog Park. I just want to make sure it's in the budget.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Next speaker is Ms. Sandra Celedon. Ms. Celedon, you'll have 2 minutes.
Council President, just to
Yes.
respond to the caller, we are still relocating the park. They are in the design phase, and it is funded in the previous year's budget.
Great, thank you. Ms. Celedon?
Yes, good afternoon, Council. A couple of comments, and I'm going to go rather quickly because I only have 2 minutes. So I do want to just echo the concern that I do see a reduction in general fund allocations for parks this funding cycle. Measure P does call for a maintenance of effort. In fiscal year 19 and 20, there was approximately 5% of the general fund allocated to parks. Currently, there's only 4.1% reflected from the general fund. So definitely want to highlight that as not in compliance with the Measure P requirement. I'm also very concerned about the staffing. For comparison, in 2008, there was 166 full-time equivalent positions under the Parks Department. You're looking at 72. That's a 57% reduction. I understand and I appreciate the explanation around the facilities and maintenance, but I still think that we need to add some additional dedicated facilities and maintenance staff because Measure P is 46% of the funds are actually for maintaining and upgrading existing parks, right? It is a maintenance measure primarily, but even in program staffing, you're looking at comparison numbers in 2008, you had 50 program staff with only 26 budgeted in 2022. And so again, Measure P does call for the implementation of robust programming in our park system. So I'm definitely concerned about not seeing adequate staffing when the core focus of Measure P is maintain and upgrade. I also want to refer folks to review section 71406B1 in Measure P, which does specifically call for the city to identify the highest need neighborhoods in terms of maintenance and upgrades to our park system by the end of this year, by December of 2022, and requires that at least half of the maintenance and upgrade efforts be focused in those neighborhoods, and that the other half actually be prioritized for projects that leverage other funds, again, with the spirit of not supplanting dollars, but actually supplementing. So I am concerned that I see in the budget that there is some supplanting of dollars for projects that maybe don't get funded. That's contrary to what Measure P actually calls for. And it also calls for multiple benefits to be identified and corroborated, such as water conservation, air quality improvements, climate pollution reductions, habitat protections, and public health improvements. In regards to new parks in that same section under B2, it does call out for 21.5% of the measure to go towards new parks, but it also calls again for the identification of high need and prioritizing projects that leverage other funds. Measure P really needs to serve as a local match, and I believe that based on the presentation to the Parks Commission, that has not been brought forth, and so I think the allocations are premature because those categories have not been identified. In regards to trail development and maintenance, specifically
You could wrap up, Ms. Celedon.
Thank you. Specifically to litter removal, landscape beautification, and restoration, there are some dollars allocated again to supplement, but they do call for leveraging local conservation corps and other local youth and veteran employment programs to ensure that we're creating job opportunities for those folks, and that we coordinate with Caltrans again to supplement, not supplant. So I don't think Beautify Fresno is an appropriate use of Measure P dollars. And then the last thing that I will mention is that I do think the recommendations that the Parks Commission made are again premature. It did absolutely come off as pet projects and not really thinking more holistically and more broadly about projects that have already been identified through the existing Parks Master Plan and then the subsequent health
Thank
equity
you, Ms.
plan.
Celedon.
Needed.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ms. Kimberly McCoy. Ms. McCoy, you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Council President, for allowing me to speak this afternoon. My name is Kimberly McCoy, Project Director from Fresno Building Healthy Communities. When Measure P was written, it was written to supplement the parks budget, not to supplant. The city still has an obligation to allocate funds from the general fund to the Parks Department. Any projects that have funds allocated from the previous budget needs to use general fund dollars. We can't solely depend on Measure P. The city has to do their part as well and invest. I am very disappointed that the city continues not to invest in parks and recreation. We must remember that Measure P is a supplement to the parks budget, not to supplant it like you're proposing to do. As Chair of Parks and Recreation and Arts Commission, I am requesting a full backlog list of all projects with how much funding is being requested and the fiscal year they were requested in. Lastly, the city manager told the Parks and Recreation and Arts Commission at our last meeting that Camp P, Fresno, and the golf course were fully funded through Measure P, which should not happen. I suggest that the mayor and his team read the measure again to fully understand how Measure P should be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ms. Gloria Hernandez. Ms. Hernandez, you'll have 2 minutes. She queued up.
Yeah. Hello?
Yep, we can hear you, Ms. Hernandez.
I'm concerned that the money is being moved around. I voted for additional funding for the parks. I didn't vote for you all I didn't vote for the mayor, obviously, but I don't want the money being manipulated the way they're trying to do it. I'm also concerned that there should be staff within the parks to clean and to maintain the parks, because you all were supposed to come pick up all the trash outside my house, and it's been there for a week already. And so if you can't even handle this work, how are they going to handle additional work with the parks? So I want to make sure that the money is not manipulated the way it's being manipulated right now. We're paying taxes and it shouldn't be done. I agree with the previous speakers. It's not to supplant, it's to enhance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Next speaker is Ms. Brandy News Villegas. Ms. Brandy, you'll have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, the mute took a moment. I want to thank you guys for your conversations and questions and really going after protecting the money and pursuing the projects that have needed to move forward in our community. I agree with the statements that were made before me, and they speak it more fully in detail, but I thank you for speaking up for Measure P. People worked really hard to get Measure P passed, and I know there's a lot of people who've been commenting concern about the usage of Measure P and ensuring that it is used and accomplished what it is intended for. And that I ask that you guys continue to pursue making sure that the community's priorities and the priorities of Measure P are protected and pursued. That is, that none of the projects that Measure P does not replace general funds that were meant to go to projects in the park fund, and that was protected, that things that were meant to be there not be moved to other departments, and that the maximum amount, from the general fund and Measure P can ensure that long overdue projects are taken care of and are especially in vulnerable, neglected community parts of the town. As I said, also be protected, Measure P be protected from being used for other funds that go to other projects outside of Measure P, regarding anything with mentioned earlier with litter, illegal dumping, and graffiti, that in any way where it goes beyond the scope of Measure P, that these funds are not used for any project that is outside of Measure P with the funds. And I thank you that it was mentioned that by Councilmember, I think Soria, that the mayor's projects are being fully funded. And I ask that parks get the same consideration in ensuring that everything is fully taken care of, and that local parks take precedence over the projects such as the golf course. Also, as a District 7 resident, I echo Esparz's request to see how the mixed-use projects are being used and how that affects District 7, so that my district and neighborhoods, we can ensure that all the projects that my community members are seeking are taken care of. Thank you.
All right, our last speaker is Mr. Pedro Cruz. Mr. Cruz, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Bueno?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you overall for this conversation that you all have been having. I really appreciated just overall the conversation in regards to making it more urgent to invest in our parks department immediately and not having to wait a whole year, which I think I don't think it's fair for the residents of Fresno to have to wait another year while other departments are systemically in better processes. And also, the city immediately needs to provide an adequate funding to the Parks Maintenance Division or any appropriate departments that can fulfill the proper groundskeeping of all city parks. The investment in reseeding the JSK Park soccer fields are a step in the right direction. However, it would not be money stretched to its full potential if there is no adequate plan to invest in a proper groundskeeping plan. All parks areas need a proper plan to allow the grass to heal and be maintained and be more appealing to the eye and to a safer standard. Another recommendation that I have is that that you do support the Proposition 68 grant application funding gap for the Quickly Park improvements. Third recommendation is that we demand that the city immediately use the $50,000 for the Romaine futsal court that was received from the State of California Natural Resources Agency. This is a project that I've been told for the last 5 years or so that it's in the works, so it's taken quite a bit. And the last thing I want to bring up is that I just want to put on the record that according to the Parks Master Plan that was adopted in January 2018, the Market Potential Index MPI data provides you with detailed numbers showing that soccer is the most on-demand recreational activity locally, with participation ranging from 11 to 34% higher than the national average. So just use this information and put it in the forefront related to all divisions in the parks, since it's a high demographic that you would be serving. And that's all the comments I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment. We will now move on to Information Systems
President.
Department. I think we have,
Separate issue. Just to clarify, City Attorney, for the benefit of the public, can we get some clarification on the notion of whether we're supplanting or enhancing, and exactly what the language, because now we are bound by what the voters passed.
Right. Raj, could you read us the language, please, on the supplanting?
I mean, yeah.
So the link, can you hear me?
Just get it.
is the microphone on?
It's supposed to be on.
Might.
Just close.
There we go.
Hello? Okay. So the language in section 7-1503F, which is the supplanting language, states, it is the intent of the voters in adopting this ordinance that the expenditures made pursuant to this ordinance shall supplement the levels of spending made by the city of Fresno in fiscal year 2017-18 in the areas funded by this ordinance, and that the additional expenditures shall not supplant the 2017-18 spending levels. And so what that essentially says is that the baseline is set at the level that was spent on parks and related expenditures in 2017-18, and that those expenditures in the aggregate have to be made at a minimum by the general fund before Measure P monies can be expended on the same categories.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Council President,
Brian?
before I move on from parks, I just have one question for the city manager. As you know, we have all our community centers that are essentially deteriorated and require a lot of deferred maintenance improvements. in order to make those investments, there has to be some level of staff work to get them shovel ready. Some, assessments by contractors and whatnot. Do you need direction to get that going in the form of motion, or are you guys already doing those assessments of the community centers in the city?
I'm going to look to Scott Mosier on that one. I know the direction I've given the staff is exactly that direction. It's like, let's get these projects.
And City Manager, for the record, we've already made those assessments with the 2016 Parks Master Plan.
That's what I
think
thought,
it was
yeah.
to the tune of $149 million. That might be what Scott would refer to for us.
So in short, Scott, are those assessments complete that we can just put out to bid, renovation contracts for those community centers?
Good afternoon, Good afternoon, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. So in the Parks Master Plan, there were some dollar amounts identified. They were very preliminary in nature, and there are notes in the Parks Master Plan that they do not represent a complete picture. For example, Council member, you mentioned community centers, but in the area around the center, for example, with the green spaces, the master plan did not attempt to identify the dollar amount needed for irrigation replacements. Just as an example, in a separate study, Woodward Park has been identified for over $20 million worth of irrigation systems.
Yeah, Director Mosier, I think Councilmember Arias was asking specifically for community centers, right? The brick and mortar, the AC systems, the
Thank you,
part
Council
of
President.
inside.
And yes, so there are approximate numbers, but really the next step is to come back with the same consultant that's performed the master plan and drill down deeper into those assessments, and then that becomes, through prioritization, a process to become then real projects to budget and move forward.
So how long before you bring back those assessments on the community center specifically?
That will take several months, because step one, as city manager indicated, is we need to bring before the council the contract this month to do that work. And then that's really, there are a number of things in that contract that all feel like first order of business. A big one is the prioritization metrics, but also those assessments as well.
So it's fair to say that in the next 30 days, we'll have the first step complete, at least specific to the community centers, to get the contract online, and then begin the more deeper dive on the specifics of what improvements should be made at each center?
That is correct.
Thank you.
You do the master plan, go to a facility plan, you go to a capital plan. And so that's the process we're just trying to get down now. Now, we've done the master plan. We know generally the bad problems. Now we're going to do the facility plan, and then we'll do the individual capital plans for those elements at each center. Thank you, Scott.
Understood. I have Councilmember Carbasi. You sure? Going once, going twice. All right. ISD. Sorry, Ryan. We've been holding you up. Parks is a very popular subject. I suspect you might get a couple of questions for ISD. Like why are our computers so slow? Why can't we store more documents at one time in our C drive? I think those are all my questions. Go ahead, Ryan. Sorry.
Yes, Parks is very important. I appreciate that. Ryan Horn, I'm the CIO for the Information Services Department, current director. And this year, we're putting together, showing you our budget. Can I have the next slide, please? There you go. Thank you. Okay, for the first slide, as you can see, this is a 4-year actual plus our 2021 estimate and the 2022 proposal. A couple things I'd like to go over on this particular slide. On the personnel costs, if you see in 2018, they go up gradually, and then you see an increase in 2020, 2021 and 2022. Well, that's because we're adding positions. And in 2022, we're going to add 4 positions. The model that we've taken for the city is basically adding positions in our department and then farming them out to the department so they can do their bidding. We did this with fire a couple of years ago. We've got Blake out in fire. He's reporting to ISD so we can continue to make sure that the systems are secure and safeguarded and that best practices are followed, but fire gets their needs taken care of. So Blake's out at fire. We've done it with PD. We've got one coming in at the attorney's office, done it with retirement. And so this year, we're going to do it with airports. We've got the network administrator, who is currently there, will be transferred over to ISD. And then we are creating a senior network, a support specialist, because we need more support out at airports. We're actually also going to create a supervisor for the Acela program and a programmer analyst for the Acela program that's going to be in planning, but taking care of all things Acela. We do need some more help in the Acela, and we need to make sure that program gets run properly. So this is going to be well-needed shot in the arm. So those are 4 positions that we're looking to add for this year.
So, Director?
Yes.
Just so you know, from my perspective, Estela's on his last life.
Okay.
So I
can
know we've been
appreciate
promised every year it's going to get better, it's going to get better. So this is, for me, the final time that I'll be supportive of continuing to invest on a software system that isn't meeting par.
I can appreciate that, sir. And non-personnel costs, you also noticed that the costs have gone up. In 2018, we started our Cisco project, and we started the microwave radio improvement project, so the costs went up for those. We had a $9.5 million Cisco project a couple years ago we brought to council. We're about 80% complete with it. We're getting the final stages of it. It was a multi-year project, and so that's what you see in 2018 and 2019. In 2020, what you see is our reserves for PeopleSoft. We went and we're replacing PeopleSoft. So we went on an ERP project, and so we moved our reserves into 2020, didn't need them because we thought we were going to have a lease. We thought we were going to go ahead and use it for that year. What happened was between our reserves and what we collect each year as part of our service fees, we're going to be able to pay off the 5-year program without taking a lease, without taking any debt. So we're going to be able to do that. And so you see the reserves in 2020, those actually went back into the reserves after that year. 2021, COVID hit. Most of this is CARES funding. We had about $4.5 million in CARES funding for laptops, 1,300 laptops, Zoom, QLIS, digital signatures, a number of programs that we put into place, including some of the applications that we did also. So you see the increase there, which goes away in 2022. However, we have increases in 2022 because now the COVID programs we bought, like Zoom and QList, now we have to pay software on them. So every year now we're going to have to pay the support fees, plus our support fees keep going up. So that's kind of where you're seeing in the 17 million. ID costs, charges are about the same every year, and so that's our total expenditures for 2022 proposed to be 26 million. Any questions on this first page? Okay.
I do have one question for you.
Yes, sir.
Speaking of software,
Uh-huh.
if the council wanted to go back to Granicus,
Yes.
what would be the liability for us to return to a different software
Let me
system?
check. I'll have to check the Prime Gov contract to see what the out clause is, but Granicus said they'd take us back.
Okay, thank you.
And they said it would be very easy to get us back in. So we probably would have to pay the residual of Prime Gov for whatever I have to take a look at the contract again. So probably have to pay whatever we promised them, and then we start paying Granicus.
And I'll leave that to the council
Councilmember
president.
Arias, let's have an internal conversation about that. There are a couple of variables at work here.
Okay. So next slide, please. So department notes, you saw what I just told you a few minutes ago. Can we go ahead and move to the next one? So we're an ISF. We're Internal Service Fund. So most of everything that we do is an ISF charge. So you're looking at 22 proposed at 32 million. It's a little less than last year. And so what happened in 2021 and 2022, we talked about CARES. We got CARES funding that was put into our budget, but then it goes away this fiscal year. But now we have like a $1.2 million increase in software costs due to the CARES funding software that we purchased. So any questions on this? It's pretty straightforward on this one.
Brian, I have a question regarding the new positions. You mentioned they're going to be dedicated to specific departments, and you also mentioned that you guys you are the department that charges each department for your service. So is that how you guys are recovering or paying for these new positions?
Yeah, there'll be ID charges for those particular departments. We'll be paying for those as well.
And you mentioned that aside from these 3 increasing in staffing, obviously with the pandemic, many more folks were forced to work remotely. I didn't see any increase in staffing service for remote needs. Do you guys have adequate staffing to serve the city's internet and infrastructure and technology
So currently,
needs?
this fiscal year, yes. This budget, yes. So what happened to us is we had open positions. Remember last time we had that conversation? And so we couldn't fill our positions because of COVID. They were frozen. So right now, all of our positions are under recruitment, and we're getting ready to fill those positions. We're
How
really
many?
close. It's about 8 of them, 8 positions if I remember correctly.
So if you guys fill those positions, you will have the capacity to service
For the
those.
next year, yes. For the next fiscal year, yes.
Okay, perfect.
Director, to the councilman's question, why are you guys now allowing departments to have their own IT staff instead of keeping them under your supervision and centralizing that authority?
They are under us. So the 4 positions will be reporting to ISD. They'll be our positions, but we're giving them out to the departments to do those, to the jobs for the departments. So we will be supervising them.
They're just going to be housed in their departments versus being housed in your department?
Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Go on to the next slide, please. Okay. So the expansion, of course, you saw the 4 positions equate to $393,000. And I talked about the increase in maintenance and support fees. Unfortunately, they go up every year. I mean, we've got cloud services. We do buy cloud, but cloud's going up. And so there's just no getting around it. Contractual obligations for the $14,000, that's basically personnel. Costs, HRA, standby pay. Desktop support overtime. We get a lot of overtime. Last year, we got a one-time increase of $50,000. We're getting it this year again. We wouldn't need it to be ongoing because we're a 24/7 shop. We support everybody here. We support police, fire, we support city manager, and we get calls during the weekend and after hours. And sometimes we have systems go down after hours, so the overtime takes a beating in that respect. So,
Assistant City Manager, if it's an ongoing cost, why do we keep on doing one-time overtime for this department?
In all honesty, I don't know the answer to that. I wasn't aware that it was ongoing every year. I don't know. That's a good question.
I can answer that.
Okay.
Last year it was a one-time, and so we're asking for it to be ongoing.
Okay,
So they gave it
got
to us again this year for a one-time. So next year you may be seeing it again as part of our normal budget.
Perfect. So you're basically making the transition to reflect the reality
Yes.
that overtime's just a nature of the beast for IT.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes, and due to COVID, we had a lot of Saturday calls for people who were trying to be remote. We had some Sunday calls as well, just to make sure that our people could get up and running and had the support they needed too. So here's a big one, increase for ongoing communication charges and PG&E. This is all your circuits, so we don't have fiber everywhere. I'd love to have fiber so we wouldn't have to pay AT&T anything, but we have circuits at different locations, from parks labs, at different buildings that don't have the fiber, and that's predominantly what this is for, plus FirstNet and increasing charges of cell phones, increasing communication charges every year, plus an increase in PG&E. And so that's what this particular charge is all about.
Is that going to be ongoing?
I don't believe so. I think this is just for this year, correct, Kim? Yeah, the actual plan charging, so she said it'll be ongoing. Right. So there's equipment charges and ongoing costs, and so the ongoing costs will be the services, but the equipment will be the one-time.
Is it cheaper to do this versus to do the infrastructure in terms of getting fiber?
It depends. It depends upon how far we got to go, where we got to go. If we got fiber close to it, if we got to bore under the street. So sometimes we can, sometimes we can't. When we can, we do. Roding Park, we did. We got some fiber in Roding Park finally. We also have fiber all the way out to wastewater now because they had a project that they were working on the recycled water project, and now they gave conduit. We don't have fiber there yet, I'm sorry. We got conduit all the way almost to City Hall. Fiber will be installed shortly. So everywhere we're trying to go, everywhere we've got conduit being installed, we're trying to include a conduit for fiber so we can get as close as we can to our locations. But sometimes it's cheaper to do it this way, and sometimes it's not. It just depends upon the distance and the complexity of the
What
project.
about the service, though? Is
Over time-
fiber better over this?
Yeah, fiber is better because it's basically it's our service. We can do whatever bandwidth we want over it, and it's just a point-to-point circuit. We can do whatever we want with it. So we are actually putting fiber in the B building. We're putting fiber in there because we got fiber across the street at MSD. So we found out that was just through a parking lot. So we're going to do it. We're going to do fiber wherever we can, where it makes sense. And we could do a study over time. It would give me some time to see if there are any other places that we can do it that'd be more cost beneficial. But it's kind of hard because you're talking about thousands of dollars versus hundreds of dollars a month versus a pretty big bill for fiber. So.
Well, the only reason that I bring it up is because this is kind of one of the issues that I think for the American Rescue dollars in terms of fiber and increasing capacity. We know that, you know, the fact that we went through a pandemic and learning that remote working and doing more stuff online was kind of, that's the future. So I think it's probably important that we do prioritize doing some planning ahead if there's an opportunity to use some of those one-time dollars that we have to make that significant investment. I'd rather do that than just kind of shortchange ourselves for the long run.
We'll go look for those opportunities. I can promise you that. We'll go look for those opportunities. I'll do it as quickly as I can. I've got Paul Zhao, who is basically working by himself. One of the positions that we filled is for Paul, and the guy is supposed to start working about next couple of weeks, and Paul will have some help finally. He's our fiber guy. He does all the 5G, he does the fiber, so I'll get Paul on the project. Okay, the next public safety switch upgrade, $303,000. We still have a lot of end-of-life, end-of-support switches here in the city. This is for fire and police. We're trying to make sure that the infrastructure gets up to date, so that's what these are for. Then, of course, the ERP replacement system, $1 million a year is what we normally collect, so this is normal for us. And like I said before, between the reserve and what we collect each year, we should be able to pay off the project in 5 years. And then we'll just all have a support cost after that. Security assessment costs. Remember years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, we had a building assessment for City Hall. And so this has been traditionally for like your notification system that went in, the cameras, increasing the expanding of the door controllers, getting cameras out in the promenade and out in the City Hall parking lot. This particular one is going to be for upgrading our card system. Our card system is old, needs to be replaced. It's done a great job, but we have an RFP out currently, so this budget will go for the replacement of our card system because we got to replace the system itself, then we're going to have to replace a lot of the readers and the cards themselves. So that'll be for City Hall, and we can expand that to other areas of the city. So that's my expansions. So that's this particular slide. Any
Director
questions?
Horn?
Yes, sir.
One of the things I would really like to see in the budget expansions, and something I've been wanting to see from the city for a while, and I'm sure some of my colleagues are on the same page, is something I think we really need to have to advance the equity in the city of Fresno, and that's Wi-Fi on our buses and in our parks. I know that you've heard that call over and over and over from council, so where are we at on that?
So I'm glad you asked. Right now in the parks, we are upgrading the wireless in just about every park. Due to COVID, we had funds.
What do you mean by upgrading?
Well, there's sometimes there's wireless in the park, sometimes there's not. So we're getting wireless where there's not wireless. For when you have a lab or a building that we can do it, we're doing it. And so anything that has wireless, we're going to upgrade it.
Can I get a memo on the timeline of those
Yes, sir.
undertakings?
Yes, sir. It's underway now. It took us a while to get the equipment because of COVID, but right now they are implementing. So I could do that for you.
You estimate by the end of this calendar year, fiscal year, that all parks should have some sort of Wi-Fi available?
Yeah, we'll cover that in the memo.
Okay, and
I
how
think
about
so.
buses, Director?
I think so. The buses, it's a different animal.
Yeah, Director, can you explain to us what's the IT obstacle to getting Wi-Fi in the buses when every other city has figured it out?
So the IT in the buses is between parks, FACS and IT, and it's a joint project, and I believe it has, I've got to go take a look, to be honest with you. It's been on and off, on and off, on and off, and I need to see where we are.
So
How
it's
much
still
money do you
not-
need to make it happen?
That is crazy because
City Manager, this is one of those things that we keep on asking for every year, and every year we get a different
This
excuse
is
on why it
6
doesn't
years
happen.
that we've been.
So Wi-Fi in the
Wi-Fi
buses.
on the buses. Wi-Fi on the buses. That's the
That's
topic.
the
That's
request.
been the ask for several years. So I'm going to look at my Mr.
Let me
Greg
take a stab
Barfield.
at this. We were going to use our SharePoint facility. ISD found safety and security issues there on the SharePoint network, and they did not want us to use that particular network. Then we had to go out to a third-party vendor, and the costs are just astronomical. So thank God for Zach, because I would not want to have a security-related issue and be paying Bitcoin to anyone, but that was the key issue. It was a security-related issue.
So has that been resolved, Director Barfield?
No.
So
Would that be
what's the-
something that could potentially get resolved if we were to hire somebody on to directly tackle this ad hoc issue?
No, you're actually going to reject some bids in a couple of weeks on when we went out for a Wi-Fi vendor. They just came back way too high.
How high are we talking?
I'm talking like 20% plus over the budget of just 18 buses. And then when you times that by 118 buses, there's just no way we can afford it.
So is the immediate issue still the cybersecurity, or is it getting a bid within reasonable price?
It's both. It's both.
What's the most immediate? Is it addressing the cybersecurity? And what do we need to do to resolve that?
I don't, when we talked about the SharePoint, which was the direction we had gone for 2 full years, and using that, and then when it was tested, when we finally got it all in and up, and it was tested, it was easy to breach. And so there's not another way around that.
So how do other transportation agencies do this?
So
It's not like a innovative project.
We did look at another city, a couple other cities, and one of the ones we looked at was Visalia. They were using what he was talking about was Cradle Point. They're using the Cradle Point. That was the model we were going to look at, but there's security issues with it still. And so as far as the other buses are concerned, cities are concerned, I haven't really looked at the other cities to see what they were doing. So we need to do that.
And I think that gets back to my question, though, Councilmember Soria, is why can't we allocate funding to a cybersecurity specialist? They've done it for Amtrak, they've done it for Muni, they've done it in many cities in the Bay Area, including AC Transit. Why can't we allocate some funds to hire a specialist to specifically address this issue?
Okay.
So that's Zach.
May I?
Yeah,
May
that's
I?
Zach.
Zach Serrano is one of the positions we did add over the last couple of years, and he is our cybersecurity specialist. He comes from the military, but he was actually a QIADEL before us, and he has a lot of experience. He's the one who found the anomaly. So the question is going to be not necessarily the fixing the security. It's if the equipment can be fixed so we can have the security. That's the issue.
Okay, hold on a minute. Council member, we will, so I understand your frustration that you've been talking about it for multiple years. Obviously, it's new to a few of us in the room, so we'll get on it. We'll sit down, we'll look at what the options are, we'll look at what the other cities are doing. I would love for you to send us the cities, I'm sure Greg knows as well, that are doing it, so we can reach out to them and find out specifically how they are overcoming the security challenges, and we'll look and see if we can be creative. Councilmember, I don't think we need funding for an outside expert. If we do, we'll certainly come back, but we'll spend the next 10 days or so. We'll try and get it back before y'all vote on it, but we'll come back with a plan.
Assistant City Manager, there was an offer for Bitwise to do it at no cost to the city that was rejected. So do you guys need a motion to just get this work done, or is the message received?
I don't need a motion. I hear what you guys want to do.
Yeah, I agree.
So
It's pretty clear.
We're very clear. I'm very clear. As soon as we're done here today, we'll regroup and sit down and figure out what a plan forward is.
But I will share that one of the missions I placed on Brian, and I've told all the department directors why I want all the IT to go through Brian, is I worry every day about just cybersecurity and breaches and just what happens to people. So we won't compromise that, but we'll certainly get all the data and information you need on
And City Manager,
get this thing up and running.
Right now, we come to City Hall and there's a public Wi-Fi network. We go to any other city building, there's a public Wi-Fi network. It's not, there is institutional, blockage to getting something pretty simply done.
We'll take a look.
Yep, we agree.
We'll take a look. We'll come back.
And I think I hear what you're saying, Assistant City Manager, but if there's any funding that could be used to help expedite this or fund some portion that was previously overlooked, I'd like to know before next week so we can make that motion. Otherwise, what my understanding is that the funding is already there, and the only thing standing in our way is figuring out that last cybersecurity issue, which there's no reason we shouldn't have that solved within a year's time.
I hear you. I think we can do that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, do we have any other questions?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria and then Councilmember Carbasi.
So this is both kind of Fresno and Excella. So I brought this up multiple times from the dais, I think, in other meetings. And I will tell you that there's been no improvements, at least to my office. I don't know if any other office, but on having access to the information on homeless complaints and actions. Council staff and also council members are blocked from directly reporting the homeless complaints or reviewing any status to actually be able to, when our constituents call us, so that we can let them know what the progress or the status is. I've asked to no avail. I'm not sure what I need to do to get that information. It's like a continuous, so I don't know if every Thursday I just have to kind of remind you guys.
So we're very close. So really what it comes down to is there are things on the system that are confidential and offensive that would expose us to some liability if a large group of people saw them. So what Brian and what his team are testing right now, and it's directly in response to your request, Councilmember Soria, ever since we had the meeting about, gosh, I think it was about a month, a little more than a month ago, it basically is taking that information and putting it in an exterior place for you guys to access whenever you want, with the offensive and confidential information portion removed. So you'll be able to see the status. It won't be real time, but it'll be within a few hours of real time. So I think, how close are we, Brian?
Very close, within a week, couple weeks.
Yeah, so they've been testing it for the last couple weeks, but we basically had to develop a workaround.
And I understand that, but like at least my team is they're confidential staff, and the call center has access to this information. So I've just been frustrated that we're treated differently from like just even the standard call center employees. Like we should be able to have the same level of confidentiality amongst our staff. And if something needs to be signed, but it's a little frustrating that we are being treated different in that way. We should just be able to sign some document that says we're gonna keep the information confidential. It's just been taking way too long, unnecessary, much more work to try to do this workaround. So
I think if it was just your council chiefs and not interns involved, we could probably have a separate conversation, but we're pretty close to the workaround, and this was the approach that we took. So I would say give us one more week, and if you're not happy with it, then we can work on another plan to allow limited access, and we'll work with the attorney's office on whatever needs to be. But I think it would be, I understand that your interns do some of the entry and accessing the system, and I'm not quite sure an intern would be the appropriate level of staffer that we would want to have access to this. But the rest of your staff.
I understand that, though they do go through fingerprinting and all this stuff. So I think that we should treat, if we are trying to teach our employees, especially interns, I don't see why there's a problem. I understand that, but at minimum, my staff, my full-time staff that has been here and working, like there shouldn't be no issue why my staff, my full-time staff who's trying to input casework should have access to it. It's a little frustrating that we have to go through the call center directly. We don't have the information 30 or 45 days out, and my constituent is waiting to hear what the status of it is.
We understand.
So.
Does that answer your question, Councilor Soria?
1 week. You guys all heard it, so.
We'll be able to show you something in a week. Brian, better get
I'll let
moving
Pedro
a
know.
little faster.
Pedro's probably listening.
Councilmember Carbasi? Councilmember Carbasi, you were next.
Thank you. I just wanted to, Mr. Horn, comment. I think maybe your department gets overlooked a little bit, but you're essential to every function we have. Whenever I email the help desk, the response is pretty great. Thank you for that. So yeah, keep it up. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Arias?
Just one question on your presentation. You noted we acquired 1,300 laptops.
Yep.
What's the replacement plan for those laptops? I know typically, is it 2 or 3 years now that they're lasting?
They're lasting about three to 4 years for laptops. That's what we'll be doing. Now, with COVID, we were able to replace most everything. So now we're down to a few computers now. So next fiscal year, you keep asking me, and I keep promising you, COVID helped us out quite a bit on the replacement. So I need to get you a replacement plan.
Got it. I just want to be sure that when they come due, that
Yes.
we have the money to replace them.
I agree. I need to get you a replacement plan. I do have some for other departments, but we need to get you a master one for the entire city.
Got it. And just my last comment is, you guys did a wonderful job during COVID, so thank you for being so responsive, setting up systems for us to do virtual meetings. Your response to our staff for IT, troubleshooting was great. So thanks to all your IT folks who were here and remotely. They really do a good job of getting stuff going. And I'm looking forward to the Wi-Fi on buses on 2 weeks.
That was the first official thank you from the council on there.
I also wanted to
So I want to
echo
say thank
those
you very
things.
much.
Yeah,
but
No, I just wanted to echo those thanks because your guys' department did a remarkable job trying to make sure that we were connected.
All right, I think our vice president is going to land the plane here for this department. It is 3:36 already.
Okay.
Brian.
Vice President.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Esparza for 500. What am I going to talk about?
I'm sorry?
So, Councilmember Esparza for 500. What am I going to talk about right now?
You're going to be talking about a Macintosh.
It's my second issue. So my primary issue is remains cybersecurity. It's always been a threat, right? But I think just in 2021, a greater threat than it ever has been before.
Yes,
so it'd be great if we can get a closed session. Maybe we can do a special meeting or something, Council President, and get a briefing.
Yep.
And any updates
Love to do that.
from the director. That way, if there are any budget motions in order, those can happen before the 24th. So I'd love to talk about that more. We can't do that out here, unfortunately. So next thing is I do appreciate your department finally getting me one of these. I think it's the first and only MacBook in the city network. I wouldn't say it's in the city network completely, but you're working on it. It's working pretty decently, and your folks are very responsive and proactive and making sure I have everything I need for it to function. But in terms of kind of having the network accommodate on a more widespread basis, where are we on that effort?
So we're about 80% complete with the network upgrade. And so we've got some major stuff to do yet. We've still got to replace our main core switches, and that's coming, but it's getting better. And so we got about, I don't know, several year project. End of the year, Frank? Next year? Probably into this year, because it was like a 3-year project. So we're getting close. But
Okay.
with that project, we also upgraded some of our security as well. So
Okay, you said about 80%. Is that what you said?
80%, pretty much 80% completed with it.
That's great, yeah, and I appreciate, I think Frank one time came to my office and offered me up a couple of nice PCs and didn't work out. So I was very happy, very pleased to get this at the beginning of the year.
Councilmember Esparza, can I just ask a clarify? Are you talking about network to support Mac?
Correct.
We're
Yeah,
80% there?
Our new network will have better provisions to support Macs.
Okay,
We do
okay.
have to put some security provisions in place, but it will.
Yeah,
Okay.
Georgiana, I've been asking for this since my first budget.
Yep, yes.
Yeah, my first. So when I came into City Hall, my predecessor didn't leave me any kind of computer. There was zero computer. I'm not sure how he got by, if he did, but there was no computer. So I just, we ordered the iPad, and that's worked out pretty well in terms of having Granicus and all that on there. And this came in just in time as we switched away from Granicus. So it's been working out. It's been working very, very well. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, that concludes. Do we have anybody punched up, Rihanna? I was just confirming. I don't see anybody.
We had one more
Nobody
slide,
out
but
there
you
from
guys
the
can look at it
public?
later.
What's that?
I had one more slide.
Oh, you sure, Brian?
No, we're
Are
done.
you sure?
Well, if you want to see the project, I was just going to
You
say.
just saw the crossfire. Are you
Walk
sure?
away. We're doing all right.
I just want to say, here's all the projects we did for the
You're
last.
winning
fiscal
right
year.
now. Let's just
Yeah.
stay that
So,
way.
But you guys know that they're there, so.
And
I
thank you,
appreciate it.
Brian. We appreciate the work that you and your folks do, and you guys are very responsive. So, thank you for that. All right, that
you very much.
closes this portion of that. Let's go on to the finance department. Who's going to do the presentation for that? Oh, Mike, welcome.
Hello.
Welcome to Thunderdome, my friend.
Hey, always good to be in the Thunderdome.
We've been waiting for you.
Thank you. Do we have the PowerPoint for finance? Perfect. Good afternoon, council members. Mike Lima, Finance Director Controller. It is my pleasure today to present to you the Finance Department's FY22 proposed budget. Next slide, please. Finance's FY22 proposed appropriations total about $44.3 million. That's $13.3 million or 23% below FY21 estimates, and $36.7 million or 45% below the department's FY21 amended appropriations as of March 31st, 2021. The decrease is mainly caused by a $30 million decrease in CARES funding as that program reaches its end, and a $6.4 million decrease in emergency rental assistance funding, which reflects the amounts anticipated to be spent this fiscal year. Next slide, please. And then, yes, there we go. The reduction in CARES funding also impacted Finance's FY22 proposed revenues, which total $38.6 million. That's a decrease of $34.3 million or 47% from FY21 estimated revenue totals. The FY22 revenues do include $28.5 million for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Next slide, please. There we go. In terms of additions to the department's appropriations, Finance has two requests for fiscal year 22. The first is an addition of an accountant auditor position effective October 1st, 2021. Councilmember Arias, this gets right to your point that you made in the Parks meeting about what is this being used for. It's being used to fund this position. The position, which is the first accountant auditor to be added in 7 fiscal years in Finance, will be responsible for the accounting of Measure P revenues and expenditures. The requested position will also work with an external audit external audit firm to produce an annual report on Measure P expenditures that is required under Section 7-1504D of the Municipal Code. The cost of this position and associated equipment, $57,800, will be fully covered by Measure P. The second request is for the renewal of temporary customer service clerk hours in utility billing and collection. These hours, which equate to 5 full-time equivalent positions, will provide utility billing and collection with a trained pool of employees who can fill vacancies whenever they occur, thus maintaining customer service levels and productivity levels within the division. The cost of this temporary staffing is $153,500, and it will be paid by the Public Utilities Department. In other words, neither of our requests or neither of our proposed additions this year will impact the general fund. Next slide, please.
Director, quick question for you.
Yes.
The additional position you're looking for around the Measure P, right? Is there a reason why it has to be an internal auditor? Can't that be an outside auditing firm that does that auditing and tracking?
Well, actually, the Act calls for an external firm to prepare the audit report. What we are doing is we're having an accountant in-house so that they can prepare all the numbers that external firm can then use and verify.
So it's more of a accountant than an auditor.
It is an accountant position, yes. That is
Thank
what
you.
it is. Mm-hmm. Okay. In general, Finance supports other departments in their efforts to address the mayor's priorities. However, there are 2 initiatives in which Finance will undertake in the upcoming fiscal year, which will directly support the mayor's We Work For You priority. The first initiative is the implementation of the Tyler Munis ERP Systems Financials module. This system, which was approved by council a few months ago, will improve financial system usability for both city employees and the general public. Go live for this system is slated for July 1st, 2022, or just over a year from now. The other initiative is the implementation of electronic check payment functionality in business tax. This e-check functionality will give customers another option to process their business tax remittances. Thank you for your attention to this presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have on Finance's FY22 proposed budget.
Vice President, you're punched up.
Oh, am I?
Mm-hmm.
That's from the last presentation, but I'll take it.
No questions?
I'll take it. Pull up my notes here.
While he finds his notes, I do just want to say thank you for 2020. I know it was hectic, and Soria and I and Chavez gave you a hard time on getting things, ready and quickly and getting money out. So, but we appreciate the time and the overnights and that you and your staff spent in 2020.
Was that the second thank you officially from Councilman Maradia?
Yeah, it's only 2 because our sensitive mayor's not here today, so we don't need to overdo it today.
Two's the limit.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
All right, so wanted to ask, how many folks, how many personnel are assigned to the internal audit unit? Notwithstanding the new Measure P addition.
Well, there's no one being funded under Measure P for internal audit, but right now we have 3 internal audit staff. We have a principal internal auditor and 2 internal auditors.
Okay. So how many audits are within their capacity in a given year?
You know, that depends on the scope and the size and such, but I think a reasonable estimate is 1 a quarter, given the staff that we have right now.
So roughly, so 3 staff is roughly 4 audits.
That is correct.
Depending on size and scope.
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of history do we have, contracting out for external audits?
We've done it usually as a specific item. In other words, you're looking at a specific issue with the city. But it has been done before, but not recently. I'm talking several years ago.
Sure.
But it has been done, yes.
What is the process that the internal audit unit goes through to determine what audits will occur in the given year?
So they usually do a risk assessment at the beginning of the year. And in fact, their most recent one, they're currently working on one right now for the upcoming fiscal year. But the last one they completed is actually out on the city's website. You can see it, see the results of that. But they utilize that to kind of give them a guide as to what they should be looking at. And then there can be feedback from council, from the mayor, from the city manager, as well about maybe we need to look at this specific area, and they will take that under consideration and to make their audit plan.
So the most recent risk assessment is on the city website?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So I think we probably take up a finance and audit committee meeting to review the risk assessment and talk about what the upcoming audits are for this coming fiscal year.
Yes. Yeah, as I said, it's being developed right now. There was a questionnaire that was sent out to all departments about, I want to say about 10 days ago, with a due date of, I believe, next week. And so then they will take that and compile it and come up with an audit plan based on that information. And definitely it would be appropriate for the audit subcommittee to be reviewing that and ask questions and see what the audit plan is for the upcoming year.
Okay. That'll conclude my questions for now.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi, do you have any questions? No? Anybody else? All right, with that, we will go out to the public. Anybody queued up to speak, Brianna, on this? Nobody? All right.
Me.
Oh, Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President. Just have a question. I noticed that we are proposing to fund the renewal of 5 temporary customer service clerks, just because of the high volume. Are we just going to keep them as temps? Do we anticipate our high volume to go back to low? Or why is it that we're just renewing temporary versus looking at getting some full-time folks?
The temps actually serve a couple of purposes. First off, they are utilized. We typically have high turnover in that area. So if we have a temp pool, we can basically have a ready pool and not have to wait for recruitment. We can just migrate people over and have them fill those vacancies when they occur.
So why do we have a high turnover?
You know, it is one of the lowest paying jobs. The customer service clerk is one of the lowest
Okay,
paying
so maybe that's the problem. So we got to figure out how we change that so that we have more consistency. Have we thought about doing that rather than just continuing to rely on temp people and folks not being happy and therefore leaving?
Well, I think the other factor that Mike didn't comment on is that it takes about 6 months to get an employee trained to be in UB&C. So we do, it's kind of like it's their version of Fire's relief pool. It's available for staff. We get them trained. They help us with the peak times. And then when we do have somebody promote, because it's usually what it is, it's an entry level, get into the city. Okay, now I'm going to promote to next level. And you see people just kind of promoting through the system. So it's kind of one of our entry level places. As part of the mayor's budget proposal, there is the equity kind of analysis that he wants us to perform to see is there some kind of a compensation or adjustment that we can make to help those folks at that level. But it is generally an entry level position, and then people promote out. But because it takes 6 months to get somebody trained, it's nice to have a pool of people that are working in the system. And then as we have people promote out, okay, plug and play you, get another temp person in.
I just think that we should be addressing kind of the long-term issue if we do have turnover. I understand that it is an entry level and it's great that people will want to promote up, but if it's an issue of people leaving because it's just a very low paying gig, I think we really have to review that.
And then during the, I think it was the last compensation study, there was, this particular class was identified as one that needed to have some market adjustments to get them up. So that's part of the analysis as well,
So
to get them at market rate.
when are we gonna see?
So that's all the
something?
discussion, that's another discussion we'll have with you, with the council on how do we want to look at salary adjustments for FY22 with the additional element that we do plan on having some equity money available to help compensate for some of these folks that are at these entry levels.
So explain to me, I get that you say the temps are being used as a kind of relief pool or, but if training is an issue, how do you get enough temps trained that they're just staying as temporary versus?
Yeah, they're not staying that long as temporary.
Yeah,
they're not staying that long as temporary. We're again, as people come in and then they promote out, then the temps become permanent. We backfill that temp because they answer calls for solid waste, water, wastewater, the cleanup days that we are. I mean, everything, they get every call. So it just takes a while for them to get up to speed and interface with the system on how they access the data and information. So it is a long ramp up period. We also have to go do all the calls are recorded. So we work with them, do side chair, listen to their calls, how they engage, and give them some guidance on how we want to respond to customer inquiries about their accounts. So we didn't have this before, and so what we had was people were leaving, and then we'd hire, and we were under capacity for months at a time. So we thought, hey, let's get a relief pool available, and then make those people quick entry into the system. I want to work for the city. Here's something I can do. We get them in, and as people promote, we just plug them and go to the next one.
Okay, I will be inquiring as you guys are moving forward with either adjusting. But yeah, okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Soria. That concludes our Finance Department presentation. We will now move on to the last item, Convention Center. Who's going to present on that?
Hey, City Manager, before we start Convention Center, when we approved the updated agreement with the Grizzlies, we were promised an operational plan within 30 days, and we are yet to see the operational plan. Do we have one yet?
We have submitted so they submitted a draft to us. We got familiar with it. We redline marked it up, have sent it back, and so now we're in the redlining. It just didn't go as fast as we had wanted. And then with the COVID, they weren't running, and we don't have any outside shows, but then they finally had an outside show. So now we're talking about it. So the other discussion we've had is about the operational agreement really does have relationships to what do we want to do with the turf. So if we can have that discussion about the turf, suddenly now, we can do more things here. Yeah. And that really, and so that's part of the discussions we're having with the Grizzlies is about what do we want to do about the turf? What do we maybe do about the scoreboard so that it's, okay, now we can do all these events. Let's write an operational agreement around all the kinds of events we got. Because right now we're pretty limited on what we could do. But we are engaged with them. We've sent a red line over. They have it. We expect to get something back.
We were supposed to have an operational plan available and ready so that we can make it open to community events. And so we've been all waiting to direct people to the stadium for community events until the operational plan was complete. So if you can just get us a copy when it's ready.
We can get you a copy of what the draft looks like right now, what we've got.
Okay.
We're really trying to negotiate with them on elements related to if you bring an event to the table, here's how it'll work. If we bring an event to the table, here's how it'll work. We could do a joint event together, here's how the deal would work. So that's they do it, we do it together. Those are the mechanics we're trying to work out.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, go ahead, Henry.
Thank you, Council President. So we're going to move to the Convention Center Stadium Department budget. I'm going to start off with the Convention Center slides, then move into Stadium. So if we could move to the next slide, please. So before you are the actual and estimated expenditures related to the Convention Center. the bulk or the majority of the cost is housed in non-personnel costs. And what that encompasses are some key elements. The first one is, of that 9.1 million, is 5.1 million of debt service. So, along with that, there are operating costs that are included, such as costs that we provide for parking, what we also provide for support towards their operations, which is at 110,000, and then also contributions of 235,700. So what we also do then is we assign a book entry, and it's per the agreement with AMS that we show the full costs to oversee the facilities. So in total, again, you're seeing 9.1 million. If I could get to the second slide, please. Thank you, Brianna. You will see the revenues, and in essence, you're going to see one line of an equal amount, again, of 9.1 million. Yes, please. Next slide. There we go. Thank you. You'll see it under the enterprise fund type. And in essence, what you're seeing is where the city is transferring the funding to assist with the various components that I mentioned. Again, debt service, operating, parking, along with assigning their book entry. So expenses, revenues, they match at 9.1 million. So with that, that's the overall budget for the convention center. Before I move on to the stadium slides, I just wanted to stop and see if you had any questions.
Any questions, Councilman Arias?
I do. It shows an increase. Am I reading it correctly? The convention center?
Are we looking at the expenses, Councilmember?
Yes.
Yeah. So when you're looking at the expenses for actuals versus the expenses for the budget, the main difference is this book entry. And what I mean by that, the expenses are what we actually incurred in costs. But in the book, or in the proposed budget, we have to add an additional entry, and that's called the book entry. And again, that's driven by the agreement, so that we show what is the, if you will, the full cost of running that operations. But we won't spend the book entry, but we still have to show it per agreement.
So on the book entry, you're showing essentially an increase of $3 million?
Yes. That's the book entry, 2.8.
2.8.
But again, I stress that 2.8 is not going to get spent. It's just an agreement that we have to show in the budget.
I'm not following. Why would we have to show an additional expenses on books if it's not going to take place?
Well, one, it's going to show, if you will, the public, what is it that truly costs to run that operations at the convention center. So it's more of a visual for the public, as well as for the policymakers. This is what the full cost looks to be in 22.
If we were to run it?
In essence, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. If not, okay, then I'll move on to the stadium.
Henry, what's our just sort of outright, what do we owe on the convention center and the stadium?
What do we owe? Sorry.
Sort of bottom line number on each asset?
I can give you the debt service, if
Sure.
that's what.
Yes.
Okay, the debt service on the convention center, we're planning to pay 5.1 million.
But that's just for this budget year. Are you talking about the total outstanding bond debt, council member?
Correct, yes.
Henry, do you have that at your fingertips?
I don't have that.
We'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
I'm going to move on to the stadium.
Real quick, Henry, I hate to go back on that one too, but there's multiple debt issuances that are in the five. So it's not just one debt, one loan,
It's
5
consolidated.
million.
No,
It's several
packaged.
debt issuances that we're paying in that 5.1. So we can get you the schedule of each one of them and what we owe on each one of them.
Correct.
City Manager, can you be specific on the debt for each of the buildings specifically?
Yeah, that's what's interesting about how we manage the finances out there. It's blended across all 4 buildings. And so the debt, we incurred debt, but we put a little money in this facility, a little money in this facility, a little money in this facility. So it spreads out across all of the facilities. But the debt service payment is on all 4 of the facilities. So we've got a schedule we can show you what they did. This one was a little heavy emphasis on Exhibit Hall. This one was more heavy emphasis on Valdez. This one had a little more emphasis, but the money was used on all 4 of the facilities in some capacity.
Is that debt required to be paid off if we were to do away with the facilities?
No, we would still incur the debt. I think, but we'll get this to you when we get the other information. We believe, my recollection is, we should have all that debt paid off in 3 or 4 years, what's outstanding on it. But the big challenge we had on that was the collateral, moving the collateral. So that's the one we're trying to push somewhere.
That answer your question, Councilman Morales? Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so with the stadium, similar to the convention center, you'll see actuals as well as the budget primarily are located in the non-personnel costs. And for the budget, you're seeing 6.6 million. And similar to the convention center, there are 3 main components. The first one is the debt service, which runs for just 22. We plan to pay 3.2 million. Along with that, based on the new agreement that's been approved, we're planning to pay 450,000 of operational needs. And the biggest component within that is utility assistance. That was worth 300,000. And again, the last component, there is a capital component, and that is almost 3 million. So when you combine the 3, debt service, operating, and capital, that equates to the 6.6 million.
Director, I'm not aware that we're planning to make $3 million of improvements on the stadium.
It's the appropriations have been established. It's just a question of getting your approval if there is something that needs to be done.
So is the proposed budget include a recommendation for $3 million of improvements at the stadium?
No.
No.
We've had some ideas like we've talked with you, just ideas, but we don't have any recommendations right now. And then Henry, clarify, that's a condition of the lease, that we have to make that deposit into the capital fund?
I believe that is correct.
We never agreed to a $3 million contribution to the capital fund as part of the agreement.
We'll go back. We'll look at the agreement and come back with you on the number.
Okay, and then Director, how much debt do we have left on the stadium?
I'll need to get that for you as well, along
Okay.
with.
It's 31 million.
Okay.
And it's got 28 million of collateral attached to it. So if you wanted to buy the stadium, you'd have to pay 58 million.
So technically, we can make a motion to pay the full debt of the stadium out of the reserve fund, right? And we'd have enough? Isn't that
Almost. And then to pay it off early, you got to pay another 7 million on a prepayment penalty. So it's about 53 million to get out of to unwind the stadium, if you decided you wanted to do that.
The reserves and the police budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the 3 million,
I don't know if you get a
believe-
fist vote for that, but nice try.
I believe the 3 million is the 2. Is that not the 2 capital funds?
Correct.
Okay, so there's 2 capital funds. There's one that's just the cities, which is like as a landlord, if, whatever, something breaks and we have to replace it. And then there's the other capital fund, which is the one that is managed jointly with the Grizzlies that could go towards things like turf replacement, new scoreboard, new pitcher's mound. And those, I think, together add up to $3 million. But we don't have any expenditures planned for either of those. Of course, one of them is more of a maintenance fund if something comes up. The other is more proactive type of investment.
Yeah, if I recall, the agreement calls for the city to handle structural repairs
Yes.
and the Grizzlies to handle maintenance repairs. And we had jointly funded part of that work for potential field replacement, estimated at $1 million. And that was supposed to take place this upcoming year. Is that still in the budget?
We were not aware that somebody had recommended or proposed or made a motion for replacing that turf, but if that was the case.
It wasn't part of a motion. It was part of their plan was to build up that account towards that $1 million for the turf replacement this year?
Well, we do know the account is accruing funds, and we have been in discussions with the Grizzlies, but they haven't mentioned to us a specific spend plan. We've just talked conceptually about ideas, but we can do that and come back to you about it.
If we can go to the next slide, please. So what you're seeing then is the revenue, in essence, similar to Convention Center. It is in the enterprise fund. It is, in essence, the transfers from the city into the enterprise fund to cover the offsetting appropriations or expenditures. Next slide, please. So that leads now to our budget priorities. You'll see there's 3 main priorities. We work for you. That is to provide entertainment, sports, arts, local social venues for Fresno residents, businesses, neighboring community. In addition, there's public trust and safety, instituting health, safety, and security protocols to accommodate current environments. And then lastly, inclusive economic development. Goal is hiring from neighborhood disadvantaged communities and retaining and growing talent from within. If we can then move one more slide, I believe. Oh. Priority 4 is youth leadership development. Actively seek out youth conventions and conferences and serve as a choice venue for local, regional, state-wide events. Also, downtown pride. Actively market and promote through involvement with downtown partnership. And then the last priority, homelessness and housing. Respectful communication, informing of activities, events, and available resources to homeless communities, as well as providing employment opportunities. With that, Council,
All right, any questions, Councilmember Maxwell?
Yeah, how do you explain the high revenues in 2018 and 2019 actuals? What do you chalk those up to, Henry? For the stadium?
Councilmember, let us go back and drill down and see what drove that. Because off the top of my head, I don't know.
Is that the only question you had, Councilmember Maxwell?
That was it, yeah.
All right, Councilmember Arias?
Director, I'm struggling to understand how funding homeless and housing is part of the convention center's budget proposal.
Council member, all that is it's our budget template. Just had the mayor's priorities identified, and each department was just trying to find a way to put how their department went toward achieving the mayor's budget priorities. Some are more creative
It's called
than others.
repetition marketing.
Right.
Speaking of which, Council President, I'd like to make a motion to allocate $1 million towards the renovation of the water tower and the implementation of the Ian Plaza Master Plan.
All right, motion was made. Is there a second? There's a second. Goes into the proverbial hopper. City Clerk, did you get that motion? Great. Any other questions, Councilmember Arias? That's it. All right. Councilmember Soria, Councilmember Butterfield. All right, let's end this before Councilmember Carbasi gets back. Thank you for that presentation, Henry. All right, and for the benefit of the public, tomorrow we will be continuing our budget hearings at 9 a.m. Police Department, Public Utilities, Facts, Airports, Public Works, and Personnel Department. With that, we will conclude the day. It is 4:09. Thank you.